A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Expecting anybody else?
You're home early.
Is that all you have to say?
No, but are you all right?
Fine. It's not so early.
Isn't it?
It's 10 minutes after 6.
Are you sure? I thought it was about 4 o'clock.
Well, here's my watch. Look at it if you don't believe me.
David, I've lost 2 hours someplace.
Probably someplace in the kitchen. You look nice.
Well, don't sound so surprised about it.
Smells good, too.
Like it? New kind of soap I bought.
I mean from the kitchen.
I might have known. I play second fiddle to the stove.
Only at dinner time, darling.
It'll taste even better. What's on the stove, I mean?
How do you know?
I sampled. It's 2 kinds of soup.
What'd you say?
You heard me. 2 kinds of soup.
That's what I thought you said.
By mistake, I got 2 different kinds, and I was too busy to go back, so I combined. You'll like it much better than separately.
If you say so.
Now, look, you've got to hurry, darling. Here, I'll hang up your coat. Mom will be coming in a few minutes. I'd like you to be ready at the same time as the chicken.
I shall pluck my beard, baste myself in the shower, season myself with aftershave lotion, and come out perfectly done, ready to serve with the chicken.
I've got some extra parsley for your buttonhole.
Excellent. I look lovely in parsley. Anything I can do to help?
Not a thing.
You certainly cleaned up today. I bet Tucker never saw his living room shining like this.
Bertha helped me. She's absolutely unique when it comes to dust, David. Doesn't even allow it under the carpet or in a corner where it doesn't even show.
The trouble with you is that you were born with a horseshoe in your mouth.
Me?
Don't look so innocent. You know what I mean.
I haven't got the slightest idea what you mean.
We move into a sublet apartment. And inside of 24 hours, the superintendent's wife has taken you under her motherly wing, and presto, you are spared all the problems of a newly married bride.
Lucky, aren't we?
I'm not so sure.
Why not?
Someday you're not going to find any Bertha. Then what? Who's that?
My horseshoe. Coming, Bertha. You go get washed, darling. Coming. Hello.
Mrs. Norton, I'm a little late.
No, you're not. Mr. Norton's just gone into the shower.
Ah, good. Here's the filling for the salmon mousse ring.
Come in the kitchen, Bertha. I can put it right on the platter, and I'll give you back your plate.
It's all right. No hurry.
Oh, I better. If I don't give it to you now, I may never. Mr. Tucker left such an assortment of plates, I'm sure yours will find a mate.
Ah, you have made the dining table look beautiful, Mrs. Norton.
If I say so myself, I did. Bertha?
Yes?
Tell me, do you work forks in from the outside or out from the inside?
What is it?
You see, I've got 3 forks for each of us. Fish, meat, and dessert.
Yeah?
Well, we eat the fish first, then the chicken, then the dessert.
Yeah?
But I can't remember whether the forks read left to right or right to left.
I don't know. I only use 1 fork.
So do we, but everything else is going to be so perfect tonight. I wanted to be stylish with forks, too.
Well, your mama will know herself which fork to use and when. Now, here's the filling.
Oh, it looks gorgeous and smells wonderful.
Have a little taste. Go on.
Don't mind if I do. What's in it besides onions?
A little celery, cucumber, watercress, hard-boiled egg, chives, sour cream.
Don't tell me any more.
You like it?
I love it. Only it's going to make my chicken look awfully pale.
I bet you 20 cents they will forget all about the mousse when they see your chicken.
Say, I put it in the oven exactly 57 minutes ago. Would you look at it for me, Bertha?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it looks like a picture. Just the chicken should look. But I basted it a little, so it shouldn't dry.
Oh, I hope it isn't.
Oh, it won't be. Did you put one onion inside?
Don't tell anybody, but I slipped in 2.
Then it will be twice so good. I go now. I find my way out myself. You're busy. Have a nice party, Mrs. Norton.
We will. It's my first dinner for Mom. It's quite an occasion. And Bertha, thanks again for making the mousse.
Oh, don't mention it. Good night, Mrs. Norton.
Good night, Bertha. Hey, David, are you almost ready?
I'm out of the shower.
You're fast tonight.
I can't play a host in my bathrobe.
Isn't it being done this year?
Only in the second best of household.
We're the best. Give me a kiss.
With pleasure.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye now, where are you going?
Slave over a hot stove again?
Darling, everything isn't just right tonight. Mom and I love you just as much.
I know, but everything is going to be just right tonight. Oh, there's Mama now.
Say, we ought to give her a key, you know?
We will. No, Mama, you're going to get a key.
A what?
A key. No, go inside and sit down like a lady. Dinner will be announced in due time.
Don't you need any help?
I do not.
What are we having?
None of your business. Can't you wait and see?
You never waited to see in my house.
Mama, are you lonesome?
Lonesome? I should say not. I'm catching my breath for the first time in years.
What good is catching your breath?
Try it sometime and see. Where's David?
Catching his in the shower. I'm all through here. Let's sit down a minute inside. And, oh, please look the other way when you go through the dining room.
What am I not supposed to see?
The table. It looks lovely.
Then why can't I see it?
You will later. I forgot something. I'll be with you in a minute.
What now?
To turn out the light in the kitchen.
You're a changed woman, that's all I can say.
What do you mean?
For 18 years, I've been following you around, switching off switches after you. And now, 1 week under your own roof.
Mr. Tucker's roof, please.
1 week with your own lights and an impending light bill, and off goes the light.
I'm economizing.
On light?
On general principles. Now sit down, Mama, in the deep chair here.
Sit there yourself. I like a straight chair better.
You're the most stubborn woman. Say, do you know you're not looking badly at all?
Thanks.
What'd you do all day?
Between your 8 phone calls, 1 errand for you, 1 threatened visit from you, I just sat and waited for something to happen. About you.
Well, you won't have to wait long. We'll eat soon. Say, how do you like dining with your married daughter?
Haven't dined yet. I'll let you know later.
Hello, Mother.
Hello, David.
She's criticizing the dinner already, David, before she even eats it.
Pay no attention to her, darling.
Listen, you two. I didn't come way over here to have you talk about me in front of my back.
Turn around, then.
Claudia, I think something's burning.
Is it? Could it be my chicken? I can't smell it.
Breathe up.
I better go and look.
It's a shame to frighten her about her chicken, Mother, but it's the only way we'd get a word alone.
She's certainly in heaven tonight.
Why not? This apartment's working out just right.
She looks fine.
She is fine, Mother. Do you miss her?
Sure I do, but that's the way it should be. Actually, though, she hasn't allowed me much time to miss her.
You know, the minute I met you, I decided to marry Claudia.
Nothing's burning at all. It must have been the people upstairs. Move over, David.
Claudia, I just had these pants pressed.
I'll put a new crease in them for you.
There are enough chairs to go round, aren't there?
That's not what chairs are for. You and Mom are ready to eat?
Of course we're ready.
Don't want to make a little more small talk?
What are you trying to do? Wait until we're half unconscious with hunger?
Oh, not a bad idea.
Are you sure you don't want any help?
Why do you keep insisting on that? Are you trying to wreck my ego?
Don't wreck her ego, Mother. When my wife goes in the kitchen, she gets creative.
She gets sloppy.
Same thing. Hey, what do you mean I get sloppy? I will invite you all for a free inspection.
Afterwards, Mother, when we wash the dishes.
It's as neat as a pin right now. Well, now that we've run out of small talk all about me.
In front of your back.
Let's eat.
Hooray!
Now, you and Mama sit down like company, and I'll bring things in.
Your arm, Mrs. Brown.
With pleasure, Mr. Norton.
Hey, what about me?
My other arm, Mrs. Norton.
No, I don't think so. Both arms or no arms at all.
Then you're out of luck.
Oh, the table does look lovely.
I think so, too.
You did this with Tucker's leftovers?
I had to make do. We haven't got our wedding presents yet. Now you sit down there, Mama, and David at the head of the table. I'll be right back in.
What's that centerpiece made of, anyway?
I don't know. It looks like Christmas tree jangles. It is.
Well, Merry Christmas, David.
Same to you, Mother.
Same to you what, David?
Merry Christmas.
Oh, those. I found them on the shelf of the coat closet. I guess Mr. Tucker likes Christmas trees. Well, here's the first course.
And it looks very handsome. What is it?
What does it look like to you?
I'm very suspicious.
So am I. It's pink and very pretty, and it looks vaguely familiar.
Claudia, isn't this the salmon you introduced me to 2 days ago?
I don't know, is it?
I'll tell you right away, David.
Oh, Mama, take some more.
That's
Come
enough
on.
to start with.
You'll be sorry. David, help yourself.
After you, dear.
No, you go ahead.
It is the salmon, David, but you'd hardly recognize it.
Go on, have a taste. Don't look so dubious, it won't kill you.
Sure. This is good.
You know, I wouldn't know how to begin to make this.
You really like it?
I repeat, it doesn't taste like salmon at all.
That's the point.
Now what do you think of your daughter, Mother?
I'm speechless.
It's as good as a caterer.
You must have taught her, David. She was never like this at home.
Your fault. You didn't give her a chance.
Claudia, tell me, what's in this dress?
Everything but the kitchen sink.
That's right, darling. Don't give away your secrets. It's kind of rich, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's just fish and things.
Mostly things. Very good things.
Think I'm quite smart, don't you?
Very smart.
You go to the head of the class.
You like me to be very smart, don't you?
I love it.
You wouldn't like it if I weren't, would you?
I'd hate it.
Well, I'll tell you something then.
What?
You really want to hear?
Go on.
I didn't make it.
You didn't make it?
Nope. Surprise?
Well, who did make it?
Bertha made it.
And you've been sitting there letting us heap compliments on you.
Yep. And I enjoyed every minute of it.
Claudia, you're a nice girl, darling.
Am I, David?
I think so. Very nice indeed.
Don't fool yourself. I'm not so nice. I just haven't got the courage to tell you a fib. Anyway, you'd find out just by looking at me.
I don't think that's the reason.
Oh, maybe not. I guess it's because you'd believe me, David, no matter what I'd say.
You bet I would.
But the chicken's mine.
And it smells wonderful.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Are you on the refreshment committee for your club's next social? It's an easier job now that Coke is more plentiful. You know, the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coke is always sure to please everybody. So stop by and tell your grocer you'll be needing Coca-Cola for the big meeting. He'll be glad to supply you. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody.
This is Arch Oboler. All this happened because one night I wandered into the script department of the broadcasting company here in Hollywood. There were girls working there, busily typing the scripts for such shows as Mayor of the Town and Mr. DeMille's Radio Theater and Lights Out. I'd never seen the young ladies before, and they'd never had the misfortune of meeting me. Now, I came to the conclusion they half expected me to have a couple of horns protruding through my hat and be carrying a nice long red tail neatly coiled over my right arm. At any rate, the result of that meeting, well, that's a story you're going to hear in just a few moments, after we've heard from that gentleman of Iron Eyes East.
Friends, are you too frazzled out to have fun, too underweight and cranky to be popular, too all in to care? Then listen. Very possibly that may be due to the fact that you simply aren't getting enough vitamin B1 and iron from your food. If that's your trouble, try ironized yeast tablets. They supply both vitamin B1 and iron. It's ironized yeast's famous two-way help that's been of such amazing benefit to many people who were short on these substances, helping these weary, worn-out folks gain glorious new pep and strength and needed pounds, often in just a few weeks. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now,
Lights out. Everybody.
Oh, what time is it?
10 minutes more.
Gee, it's been a long day, hasn't it?
I'll say so. If I never see another script or typewriter, it'll be too soon.
You were the one who wanted to get into radio.
Radio. Sitting at a typewriter 8 hours a day, making stencils.
You were the one who said it'd be a shortcut. Some director'd walk into the script department, see you behind that typewriter, and say, "Where you been all my life?"
Mary, stop it, will you? You think you're so cute, I don't see anyone whining.
Bernice, Mary. After all, this is a place of business.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like to be the disciplinarian, but this is the third time that I've found you quarreling with each other rather than working.
We weren't quarreling.
Perhaps not, but it sounded like it. You're setting a very unfortunate example for the other girls. I'm going to ask both of you a simple question. Do you or do you not want to continue working here?
We do.
Yes, of course we do.
Very well. No more of this nonsense, then. There's a script that must be mimeographed first thing tomorrow morning, so the stencils will have to be out tonight. It shouldn't take you long. What's the matter with you girls? Have you any objections to working late tonight?
Oh, no.
I'd love it.
Very well. All right, the rest of you girls, time to go home.
Yes, I'd love to stay overtime if I could type over her dead body.
Hush, hush, she'll hear you.
Here's the script, girls. 20 pages. Divided up between yourselves.
Yes, ma'am?
When you're through, leave the stencils on my desk and lock the door behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good night. Don't forget to turn out the lights as you go.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, girls, let's get out of here quickly so that Bernice and Mary can finish their work.
All right, come on, meet you.
Of all the knock-kneed, blab-eared, long-necked, pot-heeled...
Oh, stop it, will you? Let's type the darn thing off and get out of here. Well, what do you know?
What's the matter?
Look at the script we're supposed to type.
Lights out. One of those things.
Yeah.
So what?
I don't like to type them. They scare me.
Are you kidding? Typing's typing no matter what you're typing.
Well, not if it's one of those lights-out plays. Blood and people dying and murderers and worms. Ooh,
forget it. Just words on paper.
It scares me.
Type with your eyes closed. Oh, you listen to this. Note to the sound department. At this point in the play, I want the sound of a body being turned inside out. I suggest the use of a wet rubber glove to plant the picture of a human being deliberately turned.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. It's only a sound effect. I was just reading.
Well, will you type your script and let me type this? Don't go reading any of it out loud.
All right. I wonder what kind of a screwball he is.
Who?
The fellow who writes these plays, you know.
Arch Oboler?
Yeah.
Oh, I like him.
Well, what are you talking about? You never even met him.
Well, I like him anyway.
But you just finished saying you don't like this.
Well, I like his other plays. You know, the ones he does for the government. With sense to them.
Well, personally, I think he's a wolf.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You know, one of these werewolves. I bet he eats his young.
Well, don't talk like that. He's got a 10-month-old baby. I saw a picture of it. And it's real cute.
Well, I still think...
Well, for heaven's sake, just because the man writes fantastic doesn't mean he's fantastic.
Will you look who's talking? Why, you're even afraid to type him. What are you afraid of, that the ghost will pop out of the pages and turn you inside out?
Oh, stop it, will you, if you don't stop it?
All right, let's type. Well, how do you like that?
What's the matter now?
My typewriter's jammed. Can't move a key.
B?
What's the matter with you?
Mine is, too. My typewriter is, too.
Like the fella said, c'est la guerre. Everything's falling apart. Suppose we'll have to use one of the other machines, just when I was getting comfortable. I'll use Anita's.
Yeah, I'm going to use Evelyn's. She won't care what I do with it. She's going to be a wave anyway.
Mary, this one's jammed, too.
Yeah, so's Evelyn's.
I'll try Elle's machine. She's always boasting about how fast it is. Why, it's jammed, too.
Well, so's this one.
Well, what do you know? What is it, the typewriter gremlins? Mary, what's the matter? Your face.
Let's get out of here.
What's the matter?
Let's get out of here.
We've got overtime.
I tell you, let's go home.
Well, just because a typewriter jams up is no reason to have a fit.
Well, I'm getting out of here, and you better come with
Oh,
me.
you're crazy running out. What's come over you? What?
Bernice!
What's the matter with you now? What are you standing at the door with your back to me for? Stay or go?
Bernice, come here quick.
Oh, for Pete's sake. What's the matter with you? What are you standing there for with your hand on the knob?
It's locked.
What?
Locked.
Oh, you are crazy. Huh, let me at it. Let me try.
Why is it locked?
Because some screwball janitor thought everybody had left and locked the door, that's all. Say, somebody out there, let us out of here. We're locked in, hey!
It won't do any good.
That's what you say. I'll wake the dead. Hey, are you deaf or deaf or whatever it is? Somebody get a key and let us out. Hey, we're not slave labor. Let us out. What's the matter with me?
Where are you going?
All I've got to do is pick up the telephone and call communications. They'll get us out of here.
Oh, yes, call them right away. Tell them we're locked.
All right, I'm calling him. Hello. Answer me.
What's the matter?
Oh, mine's dead.
Oh.
Stop that. The operator thought we'd all gone home, so she disconnected the wire, that's all.
Oh,
for Pete's sake, of all the nincompoops, what is there to cry about?
Oh, I'm afraid.
So you're afraid, so I'm Queen of the May and there are roses in the air. What is this all about? What's all the hysteria?
You don't understand.
Don't say I don't. You stop crying.
Something terrible's going to happen.
What are you talking about? We're in the script department of a broadcasting company, remember?
Something jammed the typewriters. Something locked the door. Something...
What do you mean, something?
Something, I tell you.
I tell you, you're crazy. I think I've known you all these weeks and never knew you had bats in your belfry. There's absolutely nothing that's happened.
Why did you stop talking? Answer me.
The telephone cord. The end, it's torn off.
Yes.
But I talked on this telephone only an hour ago, remember?
Yes.
How could it have gotten torn loose?
I told you.
Oh, shut up. All right, maybe there is something screwy, I don't know. But I do know there's nothing to get hysterical about. This place only had windows I could call out. On modernistic air conditioning. Will you stop moaning?
Well, you're scared, too.
I'm not. Series of coincidences, that's all. What could it be? Answer me what? Who ever heard of anything happening in a place like this? Well, what are you looking at me like that for? This is no haunted house. You and me and a lot of other girls work here, remember? So if we're locked in and have to stay here all night, so what? The door's locked from the outside. The watchman downstairs, remember? So who could get in here to hurt us?
What if the locked door won't do any good?
What?
You heard me.
Oh, you're a crazy kid. Look, desks and chairs, fluorescent light, modern design, remember? We're not in a haunted house. Get that through your head. We're not in a haunted house.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter now? Get all through explaining. What's the matter?
Something happened.
Happened?
Something in the air.
What are you... Oh, for heaven's sake.
Over there at the end of the room.
The light must have burned out.
Oh.
I was right. Goes to show you how crazy you've been. A couple of natural things happen and you start acting out a ghost story. You should join the Actors Union.
Bernice.
So one of the lights burned out. So what? There's one thing the script department's got. Plenty of light. Mary, why are you...
Another light. I saw it go out.
You're dreaming.
I tell you, I saw it go out.
You're crazy. It didn't.
I saw it.
Now, look here. There are 2, 4, 6, 8 lights in this place. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, don't give me any more of that lights out.
Another.
You're absolutely crazy. I'm scared just staying here with you.
Count them.
Why should I?
Count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not 8. 7.
Gee.
I told you.
Oh, no.
What?
Another one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
Stop it.
Another one there.
God.
Over next to Miss Winton's desk. Another one.
What?
Only 4 left. Only 4. What'll we do?
Only 4.
Who's putting them out?
I don't know. Another.
Oh.
Only 3 more.
If they go out, I'll die.
They won't go out. They can't go out. The switch. That's it. I'll hold the switch. No one can turn off the lights if I hold the switch. It's all right, Mary. See? I got hold of the switch. Nothing
Another one. Another one.
But I was holding onto the switch. 2 lights. 2 lights and then dark.
Bernice. Oh, Bernice, hold me. I'm scared. Oh, gee, I'm scared.
All right. It's all right. There's still 2 lights. See? 2 lights. They'll stay on. They will. I know they will.
They're both out.
We're in the dark.
Bernice, where are you? Let me out of here. I'm afraid of the dark. Let me out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights out story of the murder in the script department for just a moment now. A businessman's neighbors in the carpool are waiting for him, and he says,
Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. I lay awake again last night. Felt too jumpy to eat my breakfast. I don't seem to have enough pep and energy to get going these days. I wish I knew the answer.
The answer? Very possibly it may be simple vitamin B1 and iron shortage, a deficiency that may slow down any number of Americans nowadays. Yet there's such an easy way to get more vitamin B1 and iron when you need them. Pleasant little ironized yeast tablets supply both vital substances.
But why are they so vital?
Why? Listen. When you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, may not eat all you need to keep yourself normally strong and peppy. Or what you do eat may not do you the good it should. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale and always feel tired.
I get it. And you say ironized yeast supplies both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. It's this famous two-way help that so many Americans who were short on these substances praise to the skies today. They tell of the wonderful difference in the way they look and feel and act. So, if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, try ironized yeast tablets. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
I eat like a schoolboy and I feel so well that I sleep like a baby now. Jitter's gone, all my old pep back. Thanks to ironized yeast, I feel like a new man.
And now back to the story of the 2 girls locked in that room of the broadcasting studios.
Stop it. Isn't it bad enough without you driving me crazy? What's the good of your crying? There's a reason. There must be for this. Everything's got a reason. I know it.
I can't stand it. I can't.
Candles. Those blackout candles. Stop crying and let me think. Miss Winton had some blackout candles in her desk. I know she did.
Oh, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me in the dark, Bernice.
Will you stop it? I found them. Candles, matches. There. 3 candles like this one. And this one. See? Plenty of light now.
Who's there?
Nobody. There's a reason for everything, I tell you. I know what it is.
What?
The electricians, that's it. The electricians didn't know we were up here, and they were testing the lights. They'll go on any minute. Wait and see.
You think so?
Of course. Look, what'd I tell you? There they go on again.
Look at the ceiling.
Oh, no. Green. The light now is green.
Green.
All the lights. Green.
You lied to me. You said it was the electricians. Look at the light. It's green. It makes your face look green. You look dead. You hear me? Dead. You'll be dead and I'll be dead. We'll be dead.
Stop it. You're not going to drive me crazy. Just because there's something wrong with the electricity. You look around. Everything's all right. Nothing's wrong here. Nothing.
Who did that? Typing. I heard typing.
So did I.
Typing.
We just must have imagined.
Typewriters. Look at the typewriters.
Typing. And there's no one.
Who's typing? Who's typing?
I'm so tired. Me too. I wonder if it's day. I don't know. I don't think so. Sooner or later, someone will come along.
It'll be too late.
Don't say that.
Nothing's happened these last hours, has it? Nothing.
It will. When I get out of here, I never want to talk to you as long as I live. As long as you live. Will you stop talking like that, or do I have...
Oh, don't hurt me.
I'm not hurting you. No one's going to hurt you. Or me. It's a trick. It's some kind of a trick. The typewriters. Electric ones, aren't they? Then the power. Something. It's got to be a trick. You don't believe it, do you? Believe what? There's something in this room with us. Where? I don't know. But it's here. What are you trying to do? Make me scared as you are scared? There's something in this room. Where? Answer me where. Just you and me, that's all. You're not going to scare me. I'm not going to let myself get scared anymore. I want to get out of here, and I'm going to get out of here. My head's still... Yes. I heard it, too. What? Something. Desk. Look. The desk moving. Look. That one moving. And that one. Mary, take your hands away from your eyes and look. Look, the desk. All of them moving. Mary, look. All the desk was moving and was moving. Stay back, you. Stay back. Mary. Mary, all the desks in the room. They're moving down toward us. Mary, open your eyes, open your eyes. Please. You're not dead. You can't see. I'm all right. Oh, I thought I'm all right. But what happened? You fainted. Did I? Yes. The desks were... They're all around us. All around us. You're the one who's scared now, aren't you? All right. I am. I'm not. Not scared. You? No. It's very nice. Oh. What's very nice? You know. What? I don't know what you're talking about. You know. I don't know. Tell me. So warm. What's warm? The sun. So warm. Sitting in the sun. What? Nice when the sun is warm, isn't it? I always wanted to sit in the sun. Oh, no. You can sit in the sun if you want to, Bernice. It's all right. Oh, Mary. You don't have to shout. We'll go home soon. Soon as the sun goes down. We'll go home. Oh, Mary. I was scared before. Wonderful the way it is now. Out here in the sun. There's no reason to be scared when you're sitting in the sun. Oh, Mary, I'd rather you'd be afraid. Do you hear me? I'd rather you'd be afraid. No. The sun. There is no sun. We're right here where we were in the office. And the light is still green and the desks are moved all in around us. And we can't get out. Mary, be scared. Please stop looking at me the way you are and be scared. You say we're not sitting in the sun? No. You must be crazy, Bernice. Because we are sitting in the sun. Are you crazy, Bernice? All right. If that's what you want. We are sitting in the sun, dear. I knew it. I used to be so scared. Now I'm all right. You were right before. When you said there was someone in the room. There is. I can't see anyone. But there is someone. The sun is so nice. First the typewriters, and then the lights, and then the moving desk. And now waiting. Who's waiting? It's waiting. Will we go home soon? Yes. When? Soon. I think very soon. I was very scared. Yes. When you get scared enough, you can't get scared anymore. The sun is very nice. I think I'm getting that scared now myself.
Do you hear something?
What?
Something?
There's nothing. Nothing. No. There is something.
I told you.
Listen to me. Who's here with us? Who? Answer me. What do you want of us? Please answer me. What do you want of us? I will close my eyes. I will sleep like Mary's asleep. When you sleep, you don't think. I'm not going to think anymore. If I think about it, get like Mary is. No, I won't think. Sit here till morning with my eyes shut. And when it's morning, they'll get here. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. My eyes closed. Green light still shines through my lids. How could green light turn with... No, stop thinking. Gotta stop thinking. Green light through my lids. Now, go. No light. Open my eyes. Dark. The lights are gone. Dark again. Mary. Mary, wake up. Mary, the lights. Please wake up.
I'm not asleep.
Oh. I thought...
Sun is very nice. Isn't it?
The sun. You still think... Mary, don't you know? Can't you see we're sitting in the dark?
Dark.
Stay close to me. If day'd only come.
I know. He'll be here soon.
Who?
In the dark. He'll be here.
Who are you talking about? Who?
Any minute now. Do you hear him?
Here?
I think he's coming now. Yes. He is.
No, please, no.
You're right. It is dark. Very dark. His kind of dark.
Stop talking like that.
You can't stop him. No one can stop him. What's the use of being afraid?
If someone had only come.
I've been telling you. Someone is coming. Right now. And he's sitting on the desk looking at it. I'm glad he's here. He'll make my head stop hurting. He'll take me home.
The floor. It's lifting.
Yes. I feel it.
The room. It's turning. Stop it. Stop turning the room. Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
A total of 15 Axis planes shot down in the Mediterranean theater of war. So much for the war news. Now to news of local interest to you early morning listeners. If you've been wondering why those dishes in the kitchen started to dance last night, the answer is an earth trembler, earthquake to you, of 5 seconds duration. The material damage was very slight, but 2 deaths are indirectly attributed to the earthquake. Bernice Saxton and Mirabelle Pressler, employed by the Broadcasting Company, were found dead this morning in the script department where they'd been doing overtime work. Cause of the death is believed to have been heart failure induced by fright. The girls had been accidentally locked in the office, and when there was a failure of electric power followed by earthquake, it is believed the young women were frightened to death. This concludes our morning broadcast.
Mr. Oboler. Oh.
What's this, Frank? Have I got you down to a single O?
Oh, but
don't overlook the terrific power of suggestion. You go into a house, you've been told it's haunted, and suddenly the normal creaks of a house at night becomes ghostly footprints, the patter of mice, well, dead men running up the walls. Oh, yes, Frank, suggestion from within ourselves has the proven power to kill. Now, I'd like to try an experiment in suggestion on a radio audience, after you've had your say.
Today, many of you are asking, could vitamin B1 and iron shortage be what's keeping me underweight and under par and miserable? The answer is definitely yes, it could be. Of course, there are other causes where a run-down condition may stem. If you are in any doubt, by all means, consult a physician. But if you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast tablets cost but a few pennies a day. And what's more, you don't risk even those few pennies. For ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this money-back basis. If you don't start to eat better, to feel much better, and so sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now what about this message and suggestion?
Well, no matter what I say, and I'm speaking to all of you out there, don't look behind you. Remember, don't look behind you. All right. There's someone back there. He's about 4 feet away. He's coming closer and closer to you. Now, don't look around. Closer, closer. His hands are going out to the back of your neck. Closer, closer.
Now, wait a minute. That's enough, Mr. Oboler. I see what you mean by the power of suggestion.
Then may I suggest our friends listen in next week to our story of The Spider? It's a play whose locale is an equatorial jungle back in the days when jungles were peopled with monkeys, not with Japanese snipers. So, a strange adventure titled The Spider. Next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, The Spider. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet. It is later than you think.
Now, friends, a fact. The season for white shoes is here. And a question. How can you keep white shoes really white and at the same time help give them the best of care? The answer, use Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable. It spreads over shoes easily and dries evenly to a real white, never a dingy off-white. To keep white shoes looking better longer, ask for Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The clock. From Hollywood, The Clock tonight stars two distinguished players, Lorene Tuttle and Joseph Kearns, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spears. Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death.
The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. Time is a cautious banker who seldom floats alone, and he numbers his depositors in the billions. When you open an account, your balance is always favorable, but discretion must be used in making your withdrawals. Death, on the other hand, is a loan shark whose interest rates are excessive, and who inherits from Time the banker those whose accounts are overdrawn. Death will gladly permit you to borrow if you sign the proper notes. But remember that payment is always made upon demand.
Fresh fruit. There is no diner on this train. Fruit.
Fruit. Can't stand the sight of it. Turns my stomach. You like fruit, mister?
It depends.
I used to like it once. Used to fill myself up to the ears with it. Bananas, apples, pears, and grapes. Now. Car smoker.
Sure.
Can light me up, huh? All you guys are the same. See a nice-looking pair of legs and you can't hold a light steady. But mine ain't bad, if I say so myself, so I don't blame you for looking. I was always careful about my figure. That's all the girls got outside of her brains. Oh, go on and laugh. You and the rest of the dopes. Men are pushovers for a gal who uses her noodles. That's what I tried to teach Millie, only she wouldn't learn. Millie was nice. As dumb as she was, I always liked her. We'd have the 2 to 10 shift in a roadside near Carson City. Cashlingers for 30 a week from Bluff. I can almost hear her now, calling out the orders the way she used to. Two on a raft and burn one. Two on a raft and burn one. Roger. Oh, need some help, Liz? No, I'm doing fine. Oh, gee, what a day this was. I'm dead on my feet. He'll be off in half an hour. Yeah. Stanley's calling for me. Again? I wish you wouldn't pick on him, Liz. You know how I feel about Stanley. You're going to marry him. Mm-hmm. He asks me. Then what? Well, then I'll quit this job and take care of our home. Oh, you mean instead of slinging hash for truck drivers, you'll do it for free for Stanley? Oh. Girl's got to get married sometime. Not to a lemon like him. Do you want to be squeezing nickels for the rest of your life? Marry Stanley. Oh. You want to keep wearing $7.98 dresses and $3 shoes? Marry Stanley. I just don't understand. I understand this much. I'm sick and tired of wrestling pots and flattening hamburgers. I do it here because I gotta eat. But when I walk out of this dump, I'll graduate. Oh, Stanley's got a good job. He makes $55 a week, and he has a car. He loaned it to me tonight to come to work. A car? You call that broken down jalopy a car? Oh, Liz. Please. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't rib you like that. Well, you're just tough, that's all. You don't believe in the things that I do. Oh, here, waltz this order down to your customer and stop breaking my heart. Millie. Yeah? Come over here to the window for a minute. Yeah? What's the matter? Take a look at that car that just rolled up. Oh, gee. Classy, isn't it? And look at the woman coming out. Oh, she's kind of fat. Sure, she's fat. She eats good. Oh, get a load of that coat she's wearing. That's mink, Millie. Mink. You see what I mean when I tell you to be smart? She must be 10 years older than he is. Oh, go back to your truck driver in the corner. I'll wait on these cookies. Oh. She was about 50 or 55. She had rocks on her fingers as big as doorknobs and a diamond choker around her neck. The guy was much younger. I'd say in his middle 30s. And it reminded me of a mouse. And he followed her inside as if she was a hunk of cheese. She looked around and sniffed with her nose in the air, then walked to a stool at the far end of the counter. The way Skinny wiped it off for her with his pocket handkerchief, you'd have thought the joint was infected.
Well, my dear.
Oh, what a dreadful place, Henry. Why on earth did you decide to stop here?
Why, I thought you were hungry, Victoria.
I'm not hungry enough to dine in a pig pen. What do you have, folks? Just coffee for me. And please make sure the cup is clean.
I'll have coffee and pile a mold with chocolate ice cream, please.
This place smells of onions. Oh, how can you be so irritating? I told you I preferred to dine at home.
I'm sorry, my dear. We'll leave in a very few minutes.
Young lady. Well, please change this spoon. And don't handle the next one with your fingers. Now, look here.
Let's have our coffee now, may we, please?
There you are. I'm not sure I like her.
Now, my dear. Let's drink it while it's hot, huh?
I don't usually like it, but I was so mad I swamped around to the coffee urn to pour myself one. I wasn't so mad I didn't see their reflections in the chromium and notice what he did. He pointed to something behind her back. As she moved her head around, he dropped 2 pills in her lava. And I had a hunch that 10 would get me 50. Those pills weren't saccharine.
Now, how much do I owe you?
That's 35 cents plus 1 for my uncle.
There you
Let's
are.
get out of here, Henry, before I become a little... Henry.
Yeah, Liz?
Give me the keys to Danny's car. What for? Don't argue with me. Hand them over. Business to attend to, and I'm in a hurry. I'll be back in half an hour. I kept right behind a gray sedan for 10 minutes while he stayed on the highway. But when he took a sudden left on an old dirt road, I dropped back a quarter of a mile and doused my light. Followed his tail light for another 5 minutes until it stopped near an empty field. Then I backed the jalopy around the bend of the road where I couldn't be seen and walked up another 100 yards on foot. He'd already dragged her across the field when I got close enough to see him, and he was working like a beaver to dig the hole. I got back in the car, drove back to the highway, and parked near the junction where I wouldn't be noticed. It didn't take him long, maybe 20 minutes. And when he hit the highway again, I followed him home. I took down his address and rode back to the greenery.
What's the big idea?
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, Stanley and I had a fight on account of you. You told me you'd be back in a half hour.
My business took me longer than I thought it would, but it was worth it.
Where were you anyway?
Out riding.
Give me back those keys.
What happened to Stanley? Did he leave you flat?
Oh, I don't know if he'll ever talk to me again. It's all because of you.
Well, I won't be around to give you the needles any longer, honey, so maybe it's all for the best.
What do you mean?
I'm leaving this flea-bitten rat trap tonight.
You got another job in it?
Maybe. And although the guy that's giving it to me don't know it yet, this one is permanent. About 5 the next afternoon, I showed up at Henry's house. It was a big joint with iron monkeys on the lawn. But I knew I could make some improvements as time went on. I was all smiles and flashy teeth when little Henry opened the door.
Yes? Yes?
Oh. Hello, Henry.
Well, who are you?
Liz Hawkins is the name. But we met before.
Sorry, but
Mind your manners, Henry, and invite me in.
What?
You and I are going to have a talk.
Well, exactly what is your business, young lady?
We'll come to that in just a little while. Oh, nice place you got here.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
I bet you got 20 rooms in this joint. Nothing like a cozy spot to park your hat.
Miss,
Hawkins.
Yes. I'm rather busy. I don't have much time, so kindly explain what you're doing here.
Oh. I came to see your wife.
My wife?
She is your wife, ain't she? At least she was wearing a wedding ring when I met her.
And when was that?
Last night, in the roadside meeting. You came in for a cup of coffee.
Oh, yes. Now I recall who you are. You work there.
You're getting right, Henry. Real sharp. Where's her bedroom?
Her bedroom?
Your wife. Want to see her clothes.
Would you like me to call the police and have you thrown out of here by force, young lady?
Try it, Henry. Go ahead and try it. Where's the phone?
All right. I will.
Just tell them to meet me where the state highway makes a junction. With number 9. For a second, I thought his eyes would roll out of his head like marbles. But he ran his tongue around his lips and tried to think of something to say. Then he followed me like a zombie as I turned around and walked upstairs. Which room was hers, Henry? Is it this one?
No. That one, over there.
Oh. Oh, nice. Look at all that perfume. Woo!
Look. What did you mean when you mentioned the junction with number 9?
Don't you know, Henry?
I know.
It's an old dirt road that nobody ever uses, and it winds up to a field of clover. Ever been there, Henry?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, go on, you're just bashful.
What are you doing in that closet?
Just looking, Henry. Oh, what a load of fancy clothes. Too bad she was such a tub, huh? None of these are anywhere near my size. Where'd she keep her furs?
What do you know? Tell me what you know.
What's in this closet here? Oh, baby, just look at those coats. Stone, Martin, Ermine, and Sable, too. It'll be worthwhile to get this stuff cut down to six. Too bad she was wearing that mink coat when you buried her. But you can always buy another one. For me.
You saw me?
Mm-hmm. Your back must hurt from all that digging. Is she heavy, Henry?
Oh.
Take it easy. Why did you do it, Henry?
Because I hated her. Like I never hated anyone. Until I met you.
Watch your temper, Henry. Nothing get rough. See, I got a letter in my safe deposit vault to be opened when I die. You don't want to let anything happen to me, Henry. Like what happened to your wife.
All right. What do you want?
Make me an offer.
Have you told anyone at all?
Am I crazy?
I'll give you $5,000 to get out of here and leave me in peace.
5,000 with all this inflation? That would just about cover the cost of one lousy mink.
Will you settle for 10?
15.
15. Well, then what do you want?
Just half.
Half? Half of what?
Whatever you got. You mustn't rush me. I didn't get through looking you up. But you're in the dough, no question about it. And I'm collecting as of now. Oh, this baby feels nice and neat. Remind me to wear it home.
All kinds of fruit. Get your fresh fruit here.
I wish you wouldn't keep walking through this car. Every time he mentions food, I get so mad I could spit. Light me up again, mister. He even gave me his house and moved to the hotel. Said he wanted to be alone because he was nervous. How do you think I had anything to do with that? I was certainly easy to get along with as long as he said his checks on time. And when Henry got forgetful, all he needed was a hint and a gentle reminder.
Hello?
Henry?
Yes.
What happened to my mail this morning? I didn't get a check.
I'll send one out to you today.
And another 5,000 this week, doll, for odds and ends.
Are you trying to break me?
Oh, you're far from busted, baby, so don't start to cry. I'll expect the bankroll in the morning and make sure it isn't late. Liz! Hello, Millie! Come on in.
Oh, when I got your message, I was so surprised. I haven't heard from you in months.
Take your coat off and have a drink.
Oh, you know I don't drink,
Well,
Liz.
then have a hunk of fruit. There's a whole basket on the table.
You're crazy about your fruit, huh, Liz?
I never get enough.
Oh, I remember how mad the boss used to get when you ate so much at the beanery.
How is the old slob?
Mr. Willis? Oh, I haven't seen him in ages. I'm not working anymore. I've been married for 7 weeks.
Stanley?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you poor dum-dum.
Oh, now, please, Liz. Remember, he's my husband. If you're going to start that all over
Oh,
again...
relax. Come on up and have a look at my clubhouse.
You mean this place is yours?
See anybody else around?
Oh, Liz. It's beautiful. I thought you were only working here as a pot wrestler.
Well, not me, hon. Here, take a look at this.
Oh, what is it? Rabbit?
It's ermine dough. It's ermine, and it came with the house.
Oh. How did you get it, Liz?
It was a present from a friend. Someone died. And I came into a lot of dough.
So happy for you, Liz.
You mean you're eating your heart out?
Well, I'm not jealous, if that's what you're thinking. I'm not jealous at all. You see, I'm happy with Stanley.
You must be crazy.
Well, he's good to me, and I've got security. That's what counts the most, Liz. Security. Knowing that what you've got's permanent, and no one can ever take it away.
Yeah, there's something in what you say.
Makes a difference, doesn't it? At least you're sure that nothing can change. But I don't have to tell you. You've got even more of that than me.
Not yet, I haven't.
Huh?
Something I overlooked. But thanks for reminding me, Millie. I want to let myself in for some permanent security right now. I waltzed over to Henry's hotel suite and found him sitting on the sofa with a bottle in his hand. Lately, he was getting to be a lush, as if he had something to worry about. But I could never figure out why. Well, cockeyed again, Henry?
What do you want from me now?
I've been thinking about security.
Security?
A girl's got to look out for her future. You know what security is, Henry. That's why you married your wife. She had connections. Big business connections, and she made you a lot of dough.
Don't mention my wife to me.
Watch your tone of voice, Henry. I might get sore.
I'm sorry.
Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, security. I've been thinking. Suppose something happens to you. What'll become of me?
Who cares?
I care, hon, because I'm the only one who worries about it. So I thought of a solution.
Oh, did you?
We can't get married, but you could mention me in your will. Just leave me your cash and all your real estate. Everything else you can give to charity.
You're crazy if you think I'll agree to that.
And you're even crazier if you think you won't. Put it in writing, Henry, and bring me a copy tomorrow night. I might do a little talking about the junction with number 9. Can I see you tomorrow, hon?
You know very well. I'll be there.
I went downtown on a shopping spree the next day that lasted until after 5. Then I had myself a lovely dinner and went back to the house to meet Henry. I waited until 9, but he didn't show up, so I gave him a ring at his hotel.
Hello?
Henry?
Yes.
What's the big idea?
I beg your pardon.
It's after 9, and we had a date.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Liz, my dear. I had some work to do. I'll be over shortly.
You got that, Will?
Well, no, not exactly.
Now, look, Henry, I'm a patient gal, but don't take advantage of my good nature.
Well, I have a better proposition for you, Liz.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. After all, a will is merely a scrap of paper. It'll give you more security than that.
How?
Just be patient, and I'll tell you. I'll be there in about an hour.
I had a funny feeling. I didn't like the way he talked. I felt safe when Henry was mad at me. This new act got me worried. So I grabbed a cab and rode out to the junction with number 9 and walked the rest of the way. When I got to the spot where he buried his wife, all I found was an empty hole. Henry!
I'm in here, my love. I've been waiting for you.
What are all them suitcases doing in the hall?
I'm moving in, Liz.
Yeah?
Yes, and you're moving out.
Now, don't tell me you're getting frisky.
I admit I'm feeling kind of surprised.
Before you dislocate your shoulder trying to pat yourself on the back, let me tell you I know all about it.
Do you?
I just came from your private graveyard, and I saw the empty hole.
Fine. Then there's very little I'll have to explain.
But you forgot something, Henry.
Oh, did I?
I can still do a little talking. And if you can't produce your right...
Haven't you overlooked one little detail, too? Remember that by keeping silent, you're an accomplice to the crime.
Henry, you're improving.
Oh, thank you.
You're almost bright enough now to get your diploma.
I learned very quickly from you.
Oh. Well, I tell you what we'll do. Let's compromise.
Oh, how?
50 grand in the first.
I'll give you 5.
Nothing doing.
Then you're at liberty to do what you like.
You're bluffing, Henry.
And so are you.
I'll sell for 10.
5, Liz, and not a penny more.
Start writing up the check.
Well, I must admit I admire your attitude. You're a realist, Liz, and a very clever girl.
Well, it was fun while it lasted, and there's no point in crying in my beer.
Just to prove there are no hard feelings, suppose we end this partnership with a drink.
Why not, Henry? I don't mind if we pass them.
All right. Just stay where you are, my love. I'll mix them myself.
Oh, Henry was subtle, as subtle as a kick in the head. I could almost see him reaching for his pills before he touched the bottle. And I knew the Mickey he was trying to slip me would last for a long, long time. He put the glasses on the table when he came back to the room, one for him and one for me. Only something new had been added to mine.
Now, what will we drink to, Liz?
How about your wash?
Oh, that's too morbid.
And let's drink to us.
Ah, splendid idea. We've had such a pleasant association. Incidentally, I brought you a going-away present.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. A steamer basket of fruit. You'll find it in the hall.
Oh, I was sweet of you, Henry.
Oh, not at all.
You must have been pretty sure I'd be on my way.
I was.
Well, I can be as big a sport as you are, Henry, so I've got a present for you.
Have you?
Remember that letter I told you I wrote?
The one that accused you of murder in case anything happens to me.
Well?
I'm going to let you have it.
Oh, you're very generous, my dear.
I took it out of my safe deposit box. You'll find it in the desk.
The study desk?
That's right, Henry, on the left-hand side. You can make out the check while you're there. Oh, you men are smart. You're weasels when it comes to business. And jerks and everything else. When Henry came back to the room with the letter in his hand, he was grinning from ear to ear. And when he gulped his highball and I finished mine, the poor chump nearly laughed in my face. Now, about that check, Henry.
Oh, yes, the check. Here you are, $5,000. Is that correct?
That's the bargain.
Too bad you won't get a chance to spend it, Liz.
Why not?
Because you'll never leave this house alive.
Are you kidding?
That drink you just had contained poison, my dear. And it'll shortly be taking effect.
And how do you feel?
Me? Why, I feel wonderful.
Henry, you're a bad actor. You just can't be trusted at all. That's why I switched our drinks on while you were out of the room.
You what?
How long does it take that stuff to work, Henry? I wouldn't want to hang around here all night.
Well, you robbed me.
Hurts much, Henry?
Get it done.
Henry. You might give my regards to your wife. I took my time about getting what I wanted because I don't like to miss a trick. After I lugged all the furs downstairs and packed his wife's jewelry, I went through Henry's clothes. He had $2,000 in cash that he wouldn't need anymore, so I helped myself. Then I took his ring and his diamond cufflinks and started to leave. As far as Henry was concerned, they'd list it as a suicide, but I didn't care either way. I'd be in Mexico before they found the body. Henry had his car parked in front of the door, which was something I counted on. I couldn't lug all that stuff away in my hand. But as I passed through the hall, I saw the basket of fruit, and I couldn't resist taking that, too. As I drove away, I was feeling pretty good, and I started to count the chips. I figured I could get rid of the furs and jewelry for $50 grand, and I'd sell the car to some Mexican fence. I felt so safe I didn't even worry when I saw the light. And they stopped my car and waved me to the side of the road. What's the matter, mister?
State Inspector, ma'am. Mind if I look inside your car?
What for?
Oh, just regulations. Now, what's this?
Well, what does it look like? It's a basket of fruit.
Uh-huh. Any more fruit?
No.
Let's have the key to your trunk, please.
My trunky?
Now, hand it over to me.
Well, I don't know what you want to make it snappy. I haven't got much time.
Jen, come back here. Okay, lady. Get out.
The idea of the gun.
You've got another passenger in the trunk of your car, and she happens to be dead.
It was Henry's wife, all right. Dope had stuck her in the trunk after he dug her up. With all her junk in my suitcase, they naturally pinned it on me. Say, what station are we coming into?
Ours, baby.
Easy, mister. Don't pull those handcuffs like that. Remember, you're tied to me.
Peanuts, get your pears, apples here, fresh fruit.
Now you know why I hate the sight of apples so much. I was eating one when I was stopped by that cop on the California border. How was I to know you couldn't bring any fruit across the line?
From Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear, and tonight stars Lorene Tuttle and Joseph Kearns. This evening's play was written by Lawrence Cleave. The Clock theme was composed by Bernie Green. Our musical director is Basil Anthem. Next week, same time, listen to The Clock. Reminder. Who knows? You might be telephoned to name the mystery melody on Stop the Music Coming up in just one moment over this ABC station. This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Career Man.
Charles Conley was in great form. He knew as he spoke that his words were making an impression on the 20 important businessmen seated around the long oaken table in the conference room. And to Charles Conley, the impression was the thing he wanted to achieve. The speech itself only the means to the end.
It's ridiculous to blame our police forces for the current epidemic of traffic accidents. It's too big a job for any police force to control the number of cars on the road today. But reckless driving must stop. And that's why each and every one of us, as self-appointed citizen police, must cooperate in bringing to a halt the wave of lawlessness.
20 important men, Charles. 20 business leaders. And you're making the most of a heaven-sent opportunity to impress them. And when it's over, the applause tells you that the message struck home, right down to the last hypocritical word.
Thank you, By George, Charles, you certainly told us. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. And I'm going to tell that boss of yours. He should have been here tonight. He ought to know what kind of a man he has in his organization. Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Frazier. Very kind. Oh, not at all. You deserve something for these ideas of yours. I'm going to talk to him tomorrow.
Sounds wonderful, Charles. I wish I could have been there.
Oh, I wish you could have been too, Sheila. I tell you, I've been waiting years for this moment. The biggest men in town were there.
Wonderful, Charles. But, dear, don't you think we should go home now? It's late.
Go home? In the middle of our celebration? We're going to have another drink.
No, I don't care.
Harry, you're neglecting us.
Be right there, Miss Conley. Please, Charles, you've had enough. Now, don't be foolish.
Oh, sweet little Sheila. Always worrying. It was the same when I got mixed up in that trial last year against Barney Cole. You thought I was foolish then, too.
I didn't want anything to happen to you, that's all. I wouldn't testify against anyone unless I was
Barney Cole was no good, Sheila. He deserved what he got. And
yes, I know, Charles. And you moved forward another step in your career.
Now, don't spoil it, Sheila. You should have been there tonight and heard my speech. Nothing can stop me now.
Oh, I wish you weren't counting on that promotion so much. I'd hate to see you disappointed.
Oh, not a chance. They liked me, Sheila. Everybody there. When it gets back to the company, I'm a cinch for a vice presidency.
But...
Yes, Mr. Conley?
Oh, 2 more of the same, Harry.
No, we're leaving.
Now, wait a minute.
The storm's much worse than it was, Mr. Conley, if you ask me.
Nobody's asking you. I know my capacity.
But, Charles, we've such a long drive.
Lots of cops out tonight, Mr. Conley.
What is this, a conspiracy? I said I wanted a drink. Mrs. Conley's in such a hurry, she can go home alone.
No. Bring him whatever he wants, Harry. I'll wait.
Charles.
Sheila, let go of my arm. I was in the ditch.
Slow down, Charles, please.
We're not going fast.
Then be more careful. Oh, I wish you'd let me drive.
Not in this storm. I know what I'm doing.
No, we shouldn't have stayed so long. The storm is much worse.
Will you stop complaining? We're only about a half mile to go.
Oh. But in all this rain, Charles, you've got to slow down. I can't... Charles, look out.
What are you doing?
There's a man on the road. You're going to hit him.
But it's too late, isn't it, Charles? Too late for the man in front of your speeding car to jump clear. There's a helpless skidding sensation as the car lurches across the wet pavement, and then a sickening thud. A moment later, you're out of the car, racing back through the darkness.
I'm sorry, old man. I'm sorry. Here, let me help you. Good Lord.
What is it, Charles? Is he... Oh.
He's dead, Sheila. There's nothing we can do for him.
Oh, Charles.
You'd better get back in the car.
What are we going to do? You'll have to report it right away, and they'll know you've been drinking.
Get back in the car, Sheila.
If only you'd listen to me. Charles, what are you going to do?
They're not going to find him here, Sheila. Not tonight.
What? But you can't move him. You've got to report.
I'm not reporting anything. The police can make up their own story.
Charles.
Don't you realize what it would mean? My chances with the company? They'd be ruined.
But it was an accident.
Police will know I've been drinking. You said so yourself. Now go on, Sheila. Back to the car. I'll take care of this.
You'll only make it worse, Charles. If ever they find out.
They won't. Now go on. Do as I say, Sheila. We haven't all night.
Charles, All right. I'll wait in the car.
You watch uncertainly as Sheila turns, starts back through the rain to the car. Somehow you're not at all sure of her, are you, Charles? But you're sure of what you must do, and you turn and lift the limp form of the man you struck, carry it across a narrow, rain-filled ditch to a thick growth of bushes, ease it in behind them. If he's found here in a week or a few days, it won't matter, will it, Charles? Because they'll never connect it with tonight and you. Walking back to the car, you're thankful that it happened away out here in the country. You're thankful, too, that you're so close to home and that it's pouring rain. There'll be no telltale footprints or tire marks in the morning.
Charles.
Yes?
I'm afraid we're doing wrong, Charles.
Forget it, Sheila. It's all over.
They can still see him lying
Stop
there.
talking about it. No one else saw him. Just pretend it never happened, Sheila. That's the best way.
It's easy to say, isn't it, Charles, that it never happened. But it did happen. And you can't shut it out of your mind when you and Sheila reach home. You toss nervously in bed, reliving the accident over and over again in your mind, wondering if you'll get away with it. Wondering if Sheila is going to be a problem. She didn't say much, did she, Charles? You wish you could see if she's lying awake now, thinking the kind of thoughts that you're thinking. Wild, turbulent thoughts, like the storm that continues to rage all night long. At last, you drift into a deep sleep. When you awaken, the sun is shining, streaming in through the windows. The sky is brilliant and clear. The storm has passed. You dress hurriedly, go down to breakfast. You can hear Sheila moving about in the kitchen. Wait for what she's going to say.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, dear. Breakfast ready?
In a minute. Here, I'll pour you some coffee. Charles, in case you've been wondering about what stand I'm going to take, well, you know that I love you very much.
Of course I know.
So that's all there is to it, Charles. You needn't worry about anything. Not ever. I think my mind has been made up for a long time.
Sheila.
You don't understand. It's just that I had dreams once, Charles. About what we were going to do. Where we were going. Together.
And don't you worry about us. We're still going places.
Yes, Charles. Wherever you want us to go.
It isn't just me.
It's all right, dear, really. It's been all right for a long time, but I guess I only became aware of it last night.
You're not unhappy.
I'm your wife, Charles. I want to be with you and help you.
Oh, Sheila, you're wonderful. You know, I was nervous about you for a while.
You can forget it now.
I know. Well, let's have breakfast. Nothing like it. Well, company.
Charles, you don't suppose...
It's nonsense. It's probably the mail carrier.
This is Sunday. There's no mail on Sunday.
Well, then, perhaps it's our good neighbor, Mr. Carson.
Charles, I'm afraid.
There's no need to be. Not since we understand one another. Just relax, dear. Go on now. See what it is.
Yes?
Mrs. Conley?
That's right.
Who is it, darling?
Why, it's an officer, dear. A state highway patrolman.
With the prologue of Career Man, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, some facts for drivers about an item for which you spend about $100 a year, gasoline. To make sure you're choosing for your car the gasoline that's tops in quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. Mileage is the best yardstick of gasoline quality, and I'll tell you why. There's only one way any gasoline can put superior performance and extra driving pleasure into your car. And that's by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you see proof of it on your speedometer in mileage, the very thing Signal gasoline is famous for. So there you have it, the reason we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. And the reason we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Charles, it seems like it's all over, doesn't it? You stand there, the state highway patrolman at your door, your mind groping for answers. How could he know so soon? How could he have found the body of the man you ran down last night in the storm? It doesn't seem possible, does it, Charles? And yet the patrolman is here, and you can't think of a single other reason that would bring him to your door.
I wonder if I could step inside, Mrs. Conley?
Yes, of course.
As Sheila lets him in, you can only think of one thing, Charles, your career, and how it's about to be destroyed. You'll never get that promotion now, will you? Your big speech last night on reckless driving. alongside the accusation that the patrolman is about to make, will sound like mockery.
Charles, this is...
Donovan, Sergeant Donovan.
The police? But what?
Oh, I didn't intend to alarm you folks. Just thought you and your wife could help us.
Help you?
Yes, there was an accident last night out on the highway. A man was run over and killed.
An accident? We didn't hear anything.
Well, with the storm and all, it's quite possible you didn't. Were you folks in all evening?
No, we weren't. I made a speech on safety at a conference in town. Mrs. Conley met me afterwards, and we drove home.
I see. You didn't notice anything unusual? Pass anyone on the highway, perhaps?
No.
It was raining so hard, officer. Charles had to drive so slowly and carefully that...
Yes, I understand.
Did they identify the man?
Yes. His name was John Martin. You didn't know him, did you?
John Martin? No.
We thought he might have been visiting someone in the neighborhood. We're checking every place along the road.
I see.
Well, sorry to bother you folks.
Well, I'm sorry we can't help.
Thanks, Mr. Conley. Hope I don't have to stop by again.
Well, any time. It's, perfectly all right.
As suddenly as the state policeman came, he's gone. And a surge of relief sweeps over you. You sink down on the living room sofa. Your knee is weak from the strain of the officer's visit. And then a new thought hits you. His manner so casual and matter-of-fact. You wonder if he actually suspects and is trying to draw you out. You hurry to the front window.
What is it, Charles? What's the matter?
I don't like it, Sheila. The way that officer acted.
He seemed perfectly natural, dear. I thought...
Wait a minute. Yes, he is stopping again. They're checking all the houses.
Charles, it's simply that it's on your mind. You've got to stop thinking about it.
Oh, you're right, dear. Thanks, Sheila. Thanks for standing by me. I just hope they won't be back. It's only 10 o'clock. Can't we go for a drive or something?
All right, Charles. I'll get my coat.
I can't stand being cooped up in this house any longer. Sheila.
What is it?
They're back. Look, another patrol car.
What does it mean?
I was right. They do suspect something. They're trying to break us down.
Charles, they wouldn't do that.
We can't admit anything, no matter what happens. Remember that, Sheila.
If you still want to go out, we could take the back road.
No, we'll keep the car in the garage. There might have been tire marks or something.
In all that rain?
I don't want to take a chance. We've got to stay here, Sheila. Act as if nothing is wrong. It's the only thing to do now.
Yes, Charles, it's the only thing to do. But it isn't easy, waiting, pacing the floor, going back and forth to the window, wondering, racking your brain for some other reason for those police cars. As the hours move by, the pressure begins to tell on you, on Sheila. You almost want to run outside, scream at them, ask them why they're there, what they're waiting for. As it begins to grow dark, it's Sheila who gives way first.
Charles, I can't stand it. We've got to talk to him.
No, Sheila, stop it.
It's like I told you last night. We should have gone to the police and told them it was an accident.
Be quiet, will you? Do you want them to hear us?
Charles.
Quiet. Oh, we're all unnerved, Sheila. It's only Frank Williams.
The hired man at the Carson place.
That's right. I'll let him in. Well, good evening, Frank.
Evening, Mr. Connolly.
Oh, come in, Frank. Don't stand outside.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Connolly. Oh, thank you. I will step in for a minute or two.
Was there something special you wanted, Frank?
Anything wrong at the Carsons?
Oh, no, Mrs. Connolly. Things are fine over there. All right if I sit down, I suppose.
Something on your mind?
Uh-huh. Turkeys, Mr. Connolly, turkeys. I lost one last night in the storm.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, isn't it? Oh, well, no matter. I ran across something that'll make up for it.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, Mr. Connolly. You know, you folks are well thought of out here. The Carsons think you're a fine neighbor.
That's nice to hear, Frank.
You should have heard how they praised you to the police. Suppose they dropped in on you?
Oh, the accident last night. Yeah, the police were here.
Certainly are a curious bunch, aren't they? I hate to let them go on wasting their time.
I don't understand.
All right, Mr. Conley, I'll make the picture clear for you, and I'll get right to the point. I dropped by to ask you for $5,000.
Charles, have you any idea what he means?
And, just what am I buying, Frank?
Well, let's say a turkey, Mr. Conley. The one that got away last night. It got hit on the road. But it wasn't the only thing that got hit.
You were?
Oh, yeah. I was out there looking around at the time.
Charles!
Oh, poor Mr. Martin. You know, it's a shame.
It was an accident. Can you understand that?
Of course it was. Only you didn't leave it there.
I couldn't afford to.
Your position? Oh, certainly, Mr. Conley. That's what made me think that you'd understand my position, losing that turkey. I thought that we could be neighborly about the whole thing, you know, helpful to one another, you see. Mr. Carson will take the turkey out of my salary.
But this is blackmail. You can't get away with it.
If I can't, then Mr. Conley can't get away with hit-and-run driving.
Why, you...
Charles, don't.
Your telephone, Mr. Conley. You better answer it.
Oh, just be a minute.
I'll be right here, Mr. Conley.
Yes?
Hello, Charles. This is Ballinger. Are you all right?
What do you mean? Am I all right?
Well, I thought I'd better tip you off. It seems I was right about Barney Cole.
Cole?
Yes, that day at the trial, when he said he'd get you.
What are you talking about?
They're keeping it out of the papers, but he broke out of jail. Suppose you've noticed the police around.
The police? Why? Well, yes. They've been passing up and down in front of the house all day.
Oh, good. You can be thankful, Charles. They're doing it to protect you.
What?
Well, they didn't want to alarm your wife, but I thought you'd feel better knowing about it.
Oh, yes. Thanks a lot. I do feel better.
You stand there for a moment after hanging up the phone, and then it hits you. It's perfect, isn't it, Charles? The police there to protect you. Barney Cole determined to kill you for sending him to jail. And only one man who knows the truth about your hit-and-run accident, Charles. One man who can ruin you forever. Rip the career you've struggled for out of your hands. The gun feels comfortable in your hands as you take it from the desk drawer. Start slowly back to the living room, running over the story you'll tell the police. The unguarded back road. Barney Cole approaching the house unseen in the darkness, bent only on vengeance. It all fits, doesn't it, Charles? And as you walk back into the room, the gun carefully concealed in one hand at your side, you know exactly what to do.
Frank.
Yes, Mr. Conley?
About that turkey.
Yes?
You said $5,000?
Well, seems a fair enough price to me.
And, if I decide not to buy?
Well, in that case, it's up to us public-spirited citizens to see that things like this are reported. We've all got to do our duty, you know.
Yes, I know. Only you're a little late, Frank. Look at the window.
The window? Well, I don't see it.
It's our only way out, Sheila. Now listen to me. We haven't much time.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, in place of the message about Signal gasoline usually heard at this point, Signal Oil Company has asked me to devote this time to a chat with you about the Community Chest Drive. Well, frankly, I'm sure there's very little that needs saying. Everyone benefits from the Community Chest. Almost 1 out of every 2 families directly, the rest of us indirectly through better community conditions. Community Chest services include clinics, hospitals, maternity homes, and day nurseries. Children's Aid, Boy and Girl Scouts, Campfire Girls, the YMCA and YWCA.
Also, aid to the handicapped, Home for the Aged, the Salvation Army, countless other worthy institutions too numerous to mention here. And who pays for all these services? Everyone who is fortunate enough to have a penny or a dime or a dollar to spare for those who are less fortunate. And you know, there's a wonderful thing about money that you share in this way. Money you spend on yourself brings happiness to only one person. But money that you share with the needy brings happiness to so many, including yourself. And now back to the Whistler.
So, a cold-blooded murder was the only way out, Charles. The decision was automatic. It was Williams or your career. And for you, of course, the answer was obvious. Yes, the nightmare that began less than 24 hours ago with a man named John Martin dead on the highway near your house is about to come to its climax in the next few minutes. You had the strength to kill, Charles. You know the same strength will stand by you now when you go out to face the officers. The unknown quantity, of course, is Sheila.
Charles, how could you? Why did you do it? Why did you
Get hold of yourself, Sheila.
Charles,
Now remember what I told you. Barney Cole, you understand? Barney Cole came up to this window here. Wait, I'll break it. You saw him clearly. He shot Williams through the window thinking it was I. You got that?
Yes, Charles, yes.
All right. Come on now. Here we go. Help! Help! Please! Here we are, officer. Oh, thank heaven you were out there. There he is, officer.
Yeah, he's dead, all right. Shot in the back. You say you
Sheila saw him. I was just coming in from the kitchen.
Yes, I recognized him, officer. I tried to warn Mr. Williams, but it was too late. He raised his gun and fired. It was Barney Cole, the man...
Barney Cole? He must have escaped from prison. I got a fair look at him, too, officer. I'd know him anywhere.
Are you sure?
Positive. I think he took off down the back road to the other highway.
I don't think he took off anywhere, Mr. Conley. You know, it's odd that you bring up Barney Cole. I was on my way here to give you the news.
What news?
We've been staked out here because we figured this is where Cole would head after his escape. Well, I just heard from the coroner we were wasting our time. Cole made one stop before he came here, Conley.
But he did come here.
After he'd murdered a man named John Martin and taken his clothes and identification papers.
Charles!
That's right. It was Barney Cole who was run down on the highway last night. Now suppose you two tell me who really killed Mr. Williams here.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Willard Waterman and Mary Lansing. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Rena K. Green, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in half an hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Man of distinction.
Before he was halfway through the discussion, Tony Gardner knew he held the woman in the palm of his hand, that the red sold tag was as good as on the $20,000 antique dining room set she'd come to inquire about. But he didn't press. He didn't appear eager. He carefully kept it on a plane far above that. Of course, antiques were his first and only love, and Mrs. Fletcher's one extravagance was antique furniture. That was enough. They were soulmates.
And I hope you realize, Mrs. Fletcher, what a delight this is to me.
Really, Tony? Why?
To talk to someone at long last who really appreciates a genuine antique. There's so many of the other kind, you know. I talk to them all day. People who don't care whether it's original Duncan Fife or Grand Rapids, so long as they can tell their friends how much it cost them.
Well, I'm flattered.
As a matter of fact, Mrs. Fletcher, I really shouldn't be in the business of selling things like this set here. I love it so much, I can hardly bear to part with it.
Well, it'll be in good hands, Tony.
Believe me, there aren't many people I'd give it up to.
I guess I am rather lucky.
Indeed you are. Well, suppose you come into my office. I have to work out the delivery arrangements and so forth. You're quite sure now you've made up your mind to take this?
Why, of course, Tony. You don't think for a moment I'd pass up an opportunity like this, do you?
And that's all there was to it, Tony. You give her a cordial handshake and watch her leave, holding her check for $20,000 in your hand. It's an important moment, isn't it, Tony? The end of one thing, the beginning of another. The end of the long years of struggle which laid the foundation for this moment. The Madison Avenue shop, the wealthy clientele which follow Mrs. Fletcher's lead. The end of the years of struggle which made you an expert in the style and finish of fine furniture. And the style and finish of the fine women who bought it. But there's an anxious wait ahead, Tony, after that fabulous dining room ensemble is delivered. Yes, if it passes the inspection of the people you know will examine it. If it stands up under inspections as rigid as those you put it through, the way will be clear, the possibilities limitless. But only time, days of anxious waiting can tell you that. Meanwhile, there are other customers, like the fresh-looking young woman who drops in a few days later.
Well, good morning, miss.
How do you do? Are you Mr. Tony Gardner?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Oh, Mr. Gardner, I wonder if you can help me. It's the entry hall in my country house. You see, it's so large and kind of awkward that I'm having trouble with it.
I see. Well, as it happens, I couldn't do much today, but
I'm a
perhaps
friend
if
of
you come
Mrs.
back...
Fletcher's, if that makes any difference.
Did you say Mrs. Fletcher?
Yes.
Oh, well, let's see. An entry hall, you say. Big, huh?
It's immense, with 4 doors.
Well, it's hard to tell without seeing it, of course. How about something large, dramatic? This Charles II chair, perhaps.
Maybe. What about that big piece in the window, the bookcase? It's beautiful.
Oh, the break front. Oh, yes, very striking. Italian Renaissance, you know, but...
It'd be perfect, just exactly right.
Oh, I'm sorry, it just isn't for sale. It belongs to my refinisher, Mr. Fennig.
Oh, I'm so disappointed, Mr. Gardner. I have to admit now that I really came for the break front. Mrs. Fletcher said today...
Oh, you were out there today?
She had a regular open house to show off that perfectly gorgeous dining room set you sold her.
She liked it then, eh?
She loved it. Oh, we were all so impressed. You know, she wouldn't even let the servants dust it until the insurance people had been there.
Really? Did she get her policy?
Well, why not? She told me the underwriter said it was undervalued at $20,000. Oh, it was really quite a bargain.
Yes, that's what I told her. At $20,000, it was really a steal.
With a wonderful feeling of relief, you slump down on the love seat. The insurance men have come and gone, Tony. The risk is over, and you can step off the razor's edge onto solid ground. And the hours of work, the nights you slaved away in the private shop at the rear of your apartment were well spent. The dining room set has passed the microscopic examination of the experts. The first set of faked antiques you ever attempted to pass as genuine in the big money class has come through with flying colors.
Don't you think you might be able to, Mr. Gardner?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't listening.
Well, I said I wondered if you could persuade your refinisher to sell the break front.
Oh. Well, Miss...
Stafford, Claire Stafford.
Miss Stafford, I've been thinking. I have a better idea.
Yes?
Fennig won't sell. I know that. But I think I can obtain the matching piece to this one.
You mean there's another one just like it?
Oh, yes. You see, the Renaissance craftsmen sometimes made their best pieces in pairs.
Oh.
I think I might get my agent to locate the other one. I must warn you, it will be rather expensive.
Well, I was afraid of that. When can you get it?
Well, let me look into that. Excuse me a moment.
You hurry out the back entrance down the alley to the shop, hoping Otto Fennig will be as easy to persuade this time as he was before with Mrs. Fletcher's genuine 18th century dining room set.
I told you before, boss, that piece is not...
I know. It's not for sale, Otto. I know. I like it so much, I want one for myself. I simply want you to make a replica of it, that's all.
Oh, like I did the dining room set, you mean?
That's right. When could you have it?
Oh, 10 days.
Oh, no. Make it a week. No finish or anything.
Okay, boss. 1 week.
2 weeks? Why, that's wonderful, Mr. Gardner.
It's in Milan, according to my agent's last report. We can get it aboard the Count Liguria. Sails tomorrow. I'll cable my man right away.
You have quite an organization, Mr. Gardner.
And it takes money to operate it, Miss Stafford. As I told you, this will be a little expensive. No one hates big prices more than I do.
Oh, how much?
$25,000.
$25,000?
In round figures, that is.
That's a lot of money.
But I can guarantee you'll be satisfied. All I need is a few hours to make sure.
Well, all right.
Ah, good.
I'll call back from my apartment. No, better yet. I'll come by again, say at 4 o'clock.
Fine. 4 o'clock.
You're back in stride again now, Tony. The salesman again and loving it. There's nothing to fear now. You've passed the highest test, and the big stakes are there, waiting for you to pick them off. In a matter of minutes after Claire Stafford leaves, the genuine break front is back in Otto's shop, and he's at work on the copy. An hour later, you dash down to 8th Avenue and 27th Street to consult with your Italian representative.
A radiogram, understand? I want it filed in Rome tonight and delivered through the usual channels.
Well, I don't usually do this kind of work.
Well, there's $50 in it for you. How's that?
It's not bad. It's not good. I'll do it. Go ahead.
All right, then. I'll take this down.
Shoot.
From the Anthony Gardner Campagna, 24 Via Porto, Roma. Have break front. Stop. Personally supervising loading Naples, Count Liguria. Forwarding documents to cover ship.
Well, you really work fast, Mr. Gardner.
Well, you see, there's no question about delivery. None at all. Here, take a look at this radiogram.
Oh.
Supervising loading Naples. Count Liguria. Well.
I'll have it in your hands in 12 days.
Oh, I wish I knew more about furniture. You're sure it'll be as nice as the one you had in the window?
Oh, the exact companion. My agent always checks those things matter of routine. Of course, Miss Stafford, if you don't want the piece, I wouldn't dream of pressing you.
Oh, no, I'll take it.
Well, then.
What about the deposit? Will 1,000 be all right?
Oh, yes, good. With the balance due on arrival. Let's see. I have some blank checks around somewhere.
$1,000. You watch her write it on the check, smile and thank her as she hands it to you and walks back out the door. As you pick up the checkbook from the counter, you realize she's absent-mindedly put the radiogram in her purse. You start toward the door, and then decide she'd think it odd if you followed her out onto the street. And it won't matter now anyway. As a matter of form, of course, you must call Mrs. Fletcher.
Tony, I know it was horrid of me not to call you about the dining room set.
Just the same, I want to thank you, Mrs. Fletcher. I do really appreciate...
Nonsense, Tony. What did you sell? Something nice?
Well, rather. A break front. $25,000 worth.
Marvelous, Tony. Who is it?
Friend of yours, Claire Stafford.
Oh, yes, the young business girl.
Business girl?
Attractive person. I suppose she has a rich friend. Nice customer for you, Tony. Works for an insurance company. That's all I met her, you know. She's an antique expert. Oh, exciting, really. Investigates frauds and all that sort of thing. Tony? Tony, are you still there? Hello, Tony? Tony?
With the prologue of Man of Distinction, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, in place of the message about Signal gasoline usually heard at this point, Signal Oil Company has asked me to use this time to deliver some important information to men between the ages of 17 and 35. If you can spare one evening per week, you can now turn it into welcome extra cash and extra pleasure by training with your local National Guard unit. The cash is the excellent pay you receive based on the new Army pay scale, plus the training you receive in subjects that will help you advance in your present civilian job. And the pleasure? That comes in the many sports and social activities you'll enjoy, with former service buddies and friends and neighbors, plus the honor of being a member of one of America's most respected organizations. Incidentally, there are still many opportunities for ex-servicemen to enlist in grade, which means even higher pay. But the best opportunities are naturally going fast during the National Guard's current campaign to recruit a man a minute. So don't delay. Get full information now by contacting your local headquarters of the National Guard. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Tony, you've been so sure of yourself, so certain you were completely safe. But you can add it all up now. It makes sense, very good sense. Claire Stafford came into your shop this morning for one reason: to trick you into selling her a fake piece of antique furniture as the real thing, to reveal you to the world as a fraud. That's why she seemed so gullible, so wealthy. And that's why she was careful to put that false radiogram in her purse. You thank your lucky stars it's not too late, that there's still one way out, one way to preserve the reputation you've built up so carefully with 10 years of hard work, one way to save you from ruin. You take a cab across town to her apartment.
Well, Mr. Gardner, I was just leaving.
Miss Stafford, I must speak to you. It's most important.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm awfully rushed.
Please, it's about the break front.
Well, wait a minute. I have an idea. Why don't we have dinner together? I'm due at the Lido at 8, but there's...
Good. Well, let's go.
so glad you came here, Mr. Gardner. Wonderful atmosphere.
Yes.
Nice music.
Now, about the break front, Miss Stafford, I'm terribly upset.
So I noticed. Now, what is it?
I'm afraid I can't get it here in time for you.
But it's on the ship. The radiogram.
I know. It seems the ship isn't sailing. There's been a delay of some kind.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. I checked.
You what?
Yes, I called the Marine Exchange. She sailed today on schedule. Oh, I was so thrilled. I wanted to make
Miss
sure.
Stafford, I'm terribly sorry, but I just can't deliver that piece. That's all. I brought your check along, and I'll be very happy to give it back to you.
Now, that's no way to act, Mr. Gardner. We've made a deal. I have your assurance and your radiogram that the piece is on the ship. You have my deposit, and that's that.
Yes, but I tell you, it'd be
Mr.
much...
Gardner, there's nothing wrong with our transaction, is there?
Wrong? Why, no, there isn't.
You have such a fine reputation, you know. I'd hate to think that, well...
Yes, of course. Very well, Miss Stafford. You'll get your Renaissance break front.
She changes the subject, and you make no effort to bring it back during the rest of the meal. You know now that you can't back out without making some damaging explanation, that the only way is straight ahead. The next morning early, you walk into Otto's workroom.
Hey, morning, boss.
Otto, how's it coming?
What?
What? Why, the break front, of course. What? Good Lord, is that all you've done?
What's the matter, boss? Something wrong?
Wrong. You haven't even got the front panels finished.
But I only started this morning. Boss, what is the
You're
matter?
dawdling, Otto. That's what's the matter. You're dawdling. I want that break front, and I want it fast. Do you understand? Now get to it. Get to it.
There's no other way, is there, Tony? With the Count de Liguria having sailed from Italy yesterday, you have just 12 days, less than 2 weeks to create an imitation so perfect it will fool an expert. It doesn't seem possible, does it, Tony? But you've got to try. And while Otto is working on the replica, there's something else to take care of.
The shipping papers?
That's right.
Why, on something coming from abroad, they'd consist of a shipper's receipt in duplicate, clearance papers, the captain's receipts, bill of lading, duty certificate.
I see. Well, look, I want to know that things are being done right in my company. Could you give me a complete set of sample blanks, please?
Oh, sure, mister. Glad to.
Thank you.
Yellow boxes, you say?
Yes, you know, one of your old packing cases with the labels and all still on it. See, I'm going to build a little bar in my home, something different.
Oh, see, I think I'll find us something, senor.
Well, there she is, boss. All finished. Not bad, eh?
Yes, it's fine, Otto. It's fine.
I'll call the moving man to deliver it to your apartment, yeah?
No. I'll attend to that, Otto. Now, you run along home and get some rest.
You long for rest yourself, don't you, Tony? But for you, the work is just beginning, the real work. It starts when you transfer the imitation break front to your own apartment, lock the doors, and leave word that you're not to be disturbed. You have 5 days left, Tony, before the Count de Liguria docks in New York Harbor. You pray that it's enough. You spend the first few hours steaming out the dowels that hold the piece together. Most of the day is gone before you finish. Then you put each section of wood to soak in oil. Waiting for it, you stretch out for an hour or so of fitful rest. It's early morning as you start the painstaking process of warping the lintels. Evening of the second day as you treat the dowels with caustic, prepare to crack the panels. You're on your nerve now. No sleep, no rest. Just waiting, working, black coffee and cigarettes. You've forgotten there are such things as sunlight and fresh air when you finally reassemble the entire piece. Paint it with acid and wrap it in a winding sheet of cotton batting so the acid will bite in. Then more waiting, worrying, hoping, before you can even start the laborious grind of final rubbing. You work over the wood, pressing down until your hands are swollen with blisters, your back strained to the breaking point. And at last it's finished. You step back almost sobbing with weariness, but it's there, Tony, complete, right down to the last artificial wormhole. You try to compare it with the original and decide that no matter how tired you are, you've got to have one more look at the original in Otto's shop.
Tony Gardner.
Otto.
My boss, Tony.
Why, Otto, you're drunk.
Yeah, drunk. Why not? My boss, such a good man. So good. Everybody trusts my Tony.
What are you doing here at this hour, anyway?
No. We have Italian representative now, yeah? Radiograms he sends about breakfront in Milan.
Otto, what are you raving about?
Yeah. Miss Claire Stafford says she is buying breakfront like mine.
Stafford? She was here?
Yeah, this afternoon.
What did she ask you? What did you tell her? What did you tell her?
Nothing. Let go. Let go. I'll tell her nothing. I figured it out myself.
Oh, you poor fucking fool.
Fool, eh? You think the police say I'm fool, yeah?
The police? Well, Otto, you're in this just as deeply as I.
No. I only take orders. I never make fake antique snappy in my life. I tell the police.
You're not telling anyone anything. You're not telling anyone anything.
Tony, boss, I never tell them. I only tell you. Please, boss, please.
It's over very quickly, isn't it, Tony? Your eyes move from Otto's body sprawled on the floor to the break front. You stand for a moment undecided. It's yours now for the taking, if only...
Hey, what's going on in there?
Open up! But there isn't time. Someone's at the front of the shop, and Otto can't be found like this. You whirl around, kick out at a can of inflammable varnish. It spills across the floor as you back away. Your last act before slipping out into the alley is to strike a match. Toss it gently into the varnish. The workshop bursts into flame as you hurry away from it, running down the alley. You're thankful for a heavy fog that has settled down over the city, hiding your flight back to the apartment.
Just a minute.
Morning, Mr. Gardner.
Oh, hello, son.
The manager sent me up, sir. He thought you'd want the morning papers about the fire at Jewelry Finisher's shop.
Fire? What fire?
Oh, we thought you knew, Mr. Gardner.
No.
The story's here on page 2.
Here, let me see.
That poor old guy, Otto Fennig, dying in a fire like that. It's in the far column.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, it's right here. Man killed in accidental blaze. Why, this is terrible.
We're sorry about the fire, too, Mr. Gardner. I guess that'll be quite a loss.
Oh, yes, but Otto, I'm thinking about poor, faithful old Otto. Well, thank you, son, for letting me know. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Gardner, and if there's anything we can do...
Yes, sir. I'll let you know. Poor, faithful old Otto, indeed.
City transfer.
Good morning. This is Tony Gardner.
Yes, Mr. Gardner.
I want you to send a truck over to my apartment right away to pick up a piece of furniture. Delivery to Miss Claire Stafford, Gotham Arms.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a question. What gasoline is known as the Go Farther gasoline? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time, you know that Signal is known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of Signal's famous mileage. But even more so, we're proud of the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which makes such mileage possible. For when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and smoother knock-free power, the things which make driving more fun. That's why folks who want superior performance, as well as those who insist on mileage, are both switching to Signal. They've discovered that to get the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Tony, you can relax now. For the first time since you learned the truth about Claire Stafford. It doesn't matter that it was necessary to destroy the finishing shop after killing Otto. There'll be a bigger shop now, won't there, Tony? No more teetering on a razor's edge of worry, suspicion. Just solid ground now, Tony, and solid customers. Later in the morning, you go down to the shop, poke disconsolately around in the alley, your face set in an expression of appropriate bewilderment. As you stand in the swirling fog, watch the fireman hose down the last steaming embers of what had been Otto's workroom.
An unfortunate situation, Mr. Gardner. Very unfortunate.
Oh, yes, it's too bad. I don't care about the shop, but...
But poor, faithful old Otto. Is that it?
Why, yes.
You know, as far as I'm concerned, you're pretty convincing, Mr. Gardner.
What?
But, then I just do what the lieutenant tells me.
The lieutenant?
I'm a detective. Name's Tyson. Got a warrant to pick you up.
To pick me up? Why, this is insane.
Well, maybe, but the lieutenant doesn't think so. Seems this Otto Fennig owned a valuable antique, and this morning a bellboy saw the same piece of furniture in your apartment. Did you have to kill him to get it, Gardner?
It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Tony? The sudden panic that surges through you. And you know that an awful choice is facing you. Yes, Tony, you can confess your whole clever fraud or go to the electric chair for murder. Of course, there's only one answer.
Oh, wait, there's another explanation to all this. Very simple one. If you'll just get in touch with Miss Stafford.
Oh, the dame you had the thing delivered to? We've been talking to her all morning.
You have? Then she must have told you. Why, that piece of furniture's a forgery. I faked it myself.
We took a short run up that alley, too.
What?
The piece is the real McCoy, all right, but both Miss Stafford and some other experts you brought around said they'd stake their reputations on it.
But they're wrong. I antiqued that counterfeit myself.
Well, they're ready to swear it's the one from the shop here, and their judgment's good enough for us.
Now, wait a minute. If you're so positive it's genuine, the Count Liguria, the boat, you see...
Oh, no, I wouldn't try to hand them that, Mr. Gardner. Because that's what started the whole investigation.
What do you mean?
We couldn't understand how Miss Stafford received the break front when the ship it was coming over on has been fog-bound off Sandy Hook for the last 24 hours.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Joseph Kearns and Sarah Selby. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Jackson Gillis and Robert Eisenbach. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Kill Me Again. You ever hear anybody say, I'd sell my soul for this, that, or the other? Not very many people really mean it when they say it. Unfortunately, I did. And I found a buyer. No, nothing very exciting. No crashes of thunder, no red fire. Now, the doorbell just rang, and when I opened the door, there was a worried little-looking man standing there. I said, well?
I understand you have some property for sale, Mr. Davis.
Who are you?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Hellman, Mr. Davis. May I come in?
Mr. Hellman came in. Mr. Hellman sat down nervously. Mr. Hellman didn't have much time, it appeared, but Mr. Hellman had the $1 million in currency that I had named as my price for my soul. And he also had a bill of sale, neatly typed in triplicate. No, it didn't seem odd at all. That's why I suggest you never mention aloud that you'd be willing to dispose of your own immortal soul for this, that, or the other thing. Well, Mr. Hellman gets around. And he's a mighty sharp businessman, for all his apparent nervousness. So Mr. Hellman got up and went to the door.
Well, good night, Mr. Davis. It's a pleasure to do business with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hellman.
I'll be seeing you soon, then.
Hey, close the door, Mr. Hellman. But Mr. Hellman had gone on out, and me with $1 million in currency, well, I hopped at the door to close it fast. Not fast enough, though. Well, there were two men there with revolvers. I didn't get a chance to say a word. They both fired, and I saw them run down the hallway with my beautiful new $1 million. I tried to yell, but I couldn't. And I turned around. There I was, lying on the floor, all bloody. Mr. Hellman spoke to my ear.
Well, I guess you can come along now, Mr. Davis. I kept my bargain. Now you keep yours.
So that's how come I was sitting a little while later in a little dark room with Mr. Hellman. There wasn't much light in there. What light there was seemed to come from way up high near the ceiling and sort of flickered, like the light that comes from a fireplace. Mr. Hellman was sitting at a desk looking at me, and his eyes seemed to dart all around the room, but, well, maybe that was from the flickering light. He didn't say anything for a long while, and just sat there and bit his fingernails. And then he spoke.
Well, Mr. Davis.
This is a dirty trick you pulled on me.
The contract didn't say anything about your keeping the money, Mr. Davis.
Oh, yes, but I assumed...
Now, Mr. Davis, you must never assume things when there's a written contract. You should have read it.
Well, I hadn't any idea you were going to pull this kind of a trick.
Most people who deal with me haven't.
Well, I won't stand for it.
You won't?
No, I won't.
You can't do anything about it.
Why, that contract wouldn't hold up in a court of law.
What court of law?
Well,
Now, come, Mr. Davis. You're going to be here a long, long time, and you might just as well get used to doing as I say.
Well, what do I have to do then?
Yes, well, I must confess I acted rather hastily in your case.
You mean you're going to let me out of here then?
Oh, my, no.
But I haven't done anything.
Well, that's what's got me puzzled, Mr. Davis. My. Why don't I think?
Think what?
Well, I may as well confess. You see, most of the people who make an arrangement with me about their souls, as you did, are due to come here anyway, eventually.
I don't get it.
I mean, they've already committed a crime or a sin or whatever you like, enough to qualify them for our little institution. And so the transaction really doesn't mean anything except to expedite their arrival. Do you see?
You mean you cheat them? You gyp them?
Oh, come now, Mr. Davis. Business is business.
I suppose so. But what's that got to do with me?
A great deal, Mr. Davis. Your soul belongs to me, according to the terms of our contract, you see. But you haven't committed any sins, according to my records. So you're in a very strange position.
I don't get it.
Why, you see, you're a regular inmate now, Mr. Davis, but I can't send you out to the fire department or any of the other departments like the rest of our guests because you're not qualified. It's very, very distressing.
Yes. Yes, it must be.
Yes, it's very, very, very distressing. I am really ashamed of myself.
I feel awful sorry for you, Mr. Hellman.
Dear me, I've been running this place for so long, and I've never had a slip-up before. Believe me, if this gets around... Mr. Davis, promise me one thing.
What?
Promise me you'll never say a word about this to anybody around here.
Well, that depends on how I'm treated, Mr. Hellman.
Oh, dear, I knew you'd take advantage of me.
Well, I'm a businessman, too, Mr. Hellman.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
You said you never had a slip-up before?
Never once. Never once in ever so many years. Never once.
Well, how about Dante? He was down here.
Dante. Oh, you mean that Italian fellow with the long robe?
Or a wreath of leaves on his head.
Oh, yes, I remember him. I remember him quite well. This place was a mess for weeks after he was here.
Well, you let him out.
I had to. He was a visitor, you see. He was alive.
I see.
And you know what that man did? He wrote a book about this place. And what that book did to business. Why, do you know business fell off 13% the very first year?
That's awful, Mr. Hellman.
You have no idea what I went through.
I am a writer, too.
Mr. Davis, allow me to call your attention to the fact that I have a very special department in this place for writers.
Oh?
A very, very special department. Yes, remind me to show you someday the lovely little apartment in there that I fixed up especially for Mr. Dante.
Well, isn't he here?
That city, he didn't have the basic, ordinary human decency to afford me an opportunity to welcome him back. Not Mr. Dante. He lived an exemplary life and died full of virtue, the coward.
Well.
Yes, but that doesn't solve my problem with you.
I can wait, Mr. Hellman.
Yes, well, doubtless I'll find something for you to do, Mr. Davis. And in the meantime, just feel free to go anywhere. I'll let you know when I want you.
You won't let me off, then?
Oh, dear, no, Mr. Davis. Dear, no. Business is business. The same here as everywhere else. Yes, it's the very devil, isn't it, Mr. Davis? Yes. Well, bye-bye. I'll see you later, and don't get into any mischief.
Well, I felt quite perky as I wandered around Mr. Hellman's remarkable institution. Well, who wouldn't? Well, I'd had a pretty tough time on Earth. There were plenty of times when I'd wondered where the next meal was coming from. Well, I had $1 million, even if it was for only a few minutes, and there aren't very many people in the world who can say that. Then, now, here I was, a non-paying, permanent guest, and Mr. Hellman himself admitted he couldn't do anything about it. Just that alone was enough to make me feel pretty smart and pretty smug, especially when I'd catch Mr. Hellman's expression occasionally out of the corner of an eye. You know, Mr. Hellman's a very hard person to outwit. Well, people have been trying to do it ever since. And now look who did it. Little old Joe Davis, the guy that never had a nickel. The guy that sold his soul and made a profit on it. Well, I was smart to do my laughing early. No, Mr. Hellman's ingenious. When I think of some of the things he had people doing. My, oh, my. Well, I'd seen enough of the place to decide that I was a very, very lucky fella. And also to wish I'd never made this deal. So I can say definitely that I wasn't happy. Mr. Hellman saw that, too. And he talked to me about it.
Mr. Davis, you're not happy.
No, I'm not, Mr. Hellman.
Well, I'm not either.
Well, yes, but you can do something about it. I can.
You're a disturbing influence here.
Well, I can't help that. You brought me here.
You're ruining the morale here.
How?
Well, you keep telling my staff members how you outsmarted me on this deal.
No, I don't. I tell them how you outsmarted yourself.
Well, I want you to stop it.
Mr. Hellman, I'm an unwilling guest here, you know.
Don't I know it?
Well, why don't you do something about it?
I want you to stop carrying tales about me, or...
Or what, Mr. Hellman?
Mr. Davis, you want to get out of here, don't you?
I certainly do.
Now, Mr. Davis, if I let you out of here, would you stop being mean to me?
Oh, trying to bribe me, huh?
Yes, I am, Mr. Davis, on a purely business basis, you understand.
Okay. Okay, what's the basis?
Well, of course, I should expect something in return.
Well, I said I wouldn't talk about you if you'd let me out.
You will have to do a little better than that.
Well, anything within reason.
Good. Now, see here, I do have a contract with you, don't I?
As if I'd forget that.
Yes, quite. We mustn't forget it. Now, Mr. Davis, tell me, have you ever considered murder?
Murder?
Exactly.
No, I've never considered murder, Mr. Hellman. And if you think you're going to suck me into committing a crime so you can put me out there with the other boys and girls... Oh, no, Mr. Hellman, really, I did think you were smarter than that. Why, even after the way you messed up this other deal between
Now,
us.
don't rub it in, Mr.
Well,
Davis.
I mean...
You see, I could give you leads. All you'd have to do is appear on Earth and sort of stick around, giving these various people an opportunity to murder you. And then, well, you see, they automatically qualify for a place here.
No, I got murdered once, thank you.
You're quite welcome, I'm sure. Now, what about it? Solves both our problems, doesn't it?
Well, what happens after I get murdered?
Oh, you come back here until I have another assignment for you.
I come back here?
Of course. I want this to be a home for you, Mr. Davis.
No.
You have a very nice, comfortable apartment, Mr. Davis, and no work whatever to do, you know.
Yeah, I don't like it, though.
Why, Mr. Davis, you might have to give up your comfortable apartment, you know, if you're not cooperative.
Oh, threatening me, huh?
Oh, no. But the shortage, you know.
You'd kick me out in the cold.
Oh, not the cold, dear. No, Mr. Davis, not the cold.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Mr. Davis, do you remember what strawberry shortcake tastes like?
Oh, God.
Do you remember the blue sky with white fleecy clouds floating in it on a summer afternoon? Green grass, trees. Remember the sound of dogs barking at night?
Going swimming in the ocean. And snow. Beautiful white snow.
Rain. Lovely, cool rain at the end of a hot August day.
A new suit of clothes. Apple pie.
Listening to music with a beautiful girl by your
Going
side.
fishing at Tomahawk Lake.
Radio, movie. Oh my, I shouldn't have said that.
A cold glass of beer.
What do you say, Mr. Davis?
Mr. Hellman, you've sold a bill of goods.
Just sign here, Mr. Davis. Why, Mr. Davis, you're back so quick.
Why, John, and I never had a chance. Is this the kind of a deal you made with me? I'm done, Hellman.
Oh, Mr. Davis, but you did beautifully.
I just opened the door and the guy plugged me.
I know. He was much hastier than I expected.
I didn't get a chance to do a thing. Just bang, bang, that's all, and I'm saying hello, Mr. Hellman.
Yes, that's too bad.
Well, I haven't been gone 15 minutes.
Well, you got excellent results. He'll be down here before you know it, and you and he will have a good many laughs over it before I give him his assignment.
Yeah.
Well, now, shall we try again, Mr. Davis?
We shall not.
Oh, but, Mr. Davis, I'm afraid you'll have to.
What? Why?
You signed an agreement, Mr. Davis. My, will you never learn to read things before you sign them?
Well, this time it wasn't so bad. For a while. Well, I was smart. I never went near the fellow for 2 months. And I lived like a king. I will say this, Mr. Hellman, he's generous with an expense account. course, some people say that all the money there is belongs to him, but, well, they're willing to take it regardless. Mr. Hellman was all right about it. He didn't rush me. And I'd begun to wonder how long I could get away with it. Well, I say I had a lot of money. I went a lot of places, putting this thing off as long as I could. And I was having fun. I got ideas. Well, you see, I'd met this girl. Oh, sure, a girl comes into any story sooner or later. I never had a girl in my previous life before Mr. Hellman, so I was nuts about this one. I remember I got very sentimental with her. Kind of forgot, I guess. It was a beautiful night with a million stars. We'd been dancing on an outdoor terrace. I really did forget who I was.
Sure is a beautiful night, isn't it?
The stars.
I could just reach up and touch them.
Make you feel romantic?
Kind of.
Me too.
Let's stay out here a while.
I was hoping you'd say that.
You were? Why?
Don't you know?
'Cause it's cool?
No.
'Cause you're tired dancing?
No.
What?
You.
Me?
Yes. I love you.
Oh, now look. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not. I love you.
Oh, listen, dear.
I love you.
Listen, I said.
Well?
Look, you're nice to be around with, and you spend your money, and you take me places, and I have kind of fun with you. But that's as far as it goes.
Well,
No, skip it.
Well, I tell you...
Why do you have to be so serious? Don't spoil everything.
But I thought that
I know what you thought. You thought I was falling for you. Well, I'm not.
Darling, I want to marry you.
Marry you? Why, you old fool. Marry you.
Darling, please listen to me.
Look, Pops, I don't want to be mean to you, but after all, you're old enough to be my father. And I don't want to hear any more about it. Now, do you want to go back in and dance, or do you want to get me a taxi and let me go home?
And as she stood there laughing at me, I thought I heard someone else laughing, and it sounded like Mr. Hellman.
You're wasting time, Mr. Davis. Better get to work, hadn't you?
So I went to see my prospect. And it wasn't very hard feeling the way I did. I'm old enough to be her father, am I? It wasn't very difficult to taunt him into drawing a revolver. So I got murdered for the third time, and Mr. Hellman had a new inmate, and it didn't hurt very much after all. And I wondered how that girl felt about it. Well, I had a nice apartment down there in Mr. Hellman's place, but I didn't get much time to use it. That's one thing you want to remember about making a bargain with Mr. Hellman. Well, the bargain part of it is always on his side. I brought in 26 new customers, and, well, then I thought it was time for a vacation. Well, after all, you try getting murdered 26 times. Why, it wears you out. I had scars all over me. So I spoke to Mr. Hellman. Mr. Hellman, I said, I need a vacation. I've been working awful hard, Mr. Hellman, and I'm worn out. Why, Mr. Hellman, I said, I've got so there isn't any place left to shoot me without going through an old bullet hole.
Why, I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Davis, but a bargain is a bargain.
But look, I tell you...
Sorry, Mr. Davis, but business is business. You cost me $1 million.
But I never got a cent of it.
I'm sure you realize that that's not my fault, Mr. Davis.
Are you sure about that, Mr.
I
Hellman?
don't care to discuss it, Mr. Davis. Now, here is another very good prospect that I want you to see just as soon as possible.
I won't do it.
Mr. Davis, must I take steps? Now, about this black market chap.
Well, I hadn't had any rest for so long. I was so fed up with this Mr. Hellman and the job he forced me into. I said to myself, I'm going to double-cross you, Mr. Hellman. I'm going to get some rest somehow. Somehow. So I walked into this black marketeer's office. He seemed to be a rather nice fellow.
How do you do, young man? What can I do for you?
I don't want anything.
An automobile?
No, thanks.
Well, a washing machine.
Now, what could I do with a washing machine?
Change a $1,000 bill for you?
No.
Well, An apartment, maybe.
An apartment? Say, that I could use.
It's a deal, sir. Just look at this. 4 rooms. Bath newly decorated, daily maid service, modern kitchen. Finest apartment in the city. How about it?
How much?
Strictly ceiling price, sir. Long-term lease.
I'll take it.
But,
Yes?
You'll have to buy the drapers in the apartment.
Oh, that's all right. How much?
Oh, that'll be, let me see, $10,000.
I was standing over him with the smoke still wreathing its way upward out of my revolver, and he was as dead as a doornail on the thick green rug. The door opened, and I turned around.
Well, Mr. Davis.
Hellman.
Mr. Hellman Davis. Well, now you have been and gone and done it, haven't you?
Did you hear what he was trying to sell me?
Mr. Davis, I hope you realize that your days as a guest in my institution are over.
You mean I don't have to go back now?
My, he certainly is dead. You're a very good shot, Mr. Davis.
Well, he made me so mad.
Yes, indeed. What were you saying about not having to come back?
Did you mean I don't have to come back now, Mr. Hellman?
Why, Mr. Davis.
What?
Why, Mr. Davis, don't you see what you've done? I knew eventually you'd do something like this. Temper, Mr. Davis.
What are you talking about?
Why, Mr. Davis, I knew someday you'd commit a crime, commit a sin, Mr. Davis. Why, certainly you're coming back, Mr. Davis, after the law gets through with you.
Mr. Hellman, listen, sir.
I'm afraid you're never going to be a businessman, Mr. Davis. I have such interesting things for you to do the next couple of million years.
Who's that?
Why, that, Mr. Davis, I suspect is the officers come to take you to jail, where they will eventually send you back to me.
No.
I'll be seeing you, Mr. Davis. Kill me again. Kill me again.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Mr. Davis, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Mr. Hellman was played by James Monks. The girl was played by Peggy Stanley. And the black marketeer was Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Gene Carrasso. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week's story is a simple story of a man and a woman who loved each other and what happened to them. It's called In Memory of Bernadine.
And so, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please came to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come on in. Come in, join our happy little community. And if you're not very careful, maybe you can stay. It's happened to some of our nicest people, and believe me, they've never regretted it. As they always say, it's a place to rest your bones. Remember, ours is the only community that has no taxes, no housing problem, no inflation, and no politicians. Of course, it might seem a little dead to you, but that's the idea, isn't it? Suppose we get down to brass tacks. And I do mean the ones that go around the edge of a coffin. Huh? Oh, don't sneer. I've heard better jokes myself. But remember, he who laughs last laughs best. And, brother, when we in the inner sanctum laugh, we're laughing last. Meet Laura, a nice girl in her 30s who had an uncle and worried about it.
It was a pleasant life at Green Tower. It was pleasant being mistress of the huge, time-worn house and the fertile acres that surrounded it, and the money that came in regularly. Always. It was pleasant being married to Tony, who was very handsome and very gay, and who, they said, had married me for my money. Well, perhaps he had, but he was fond of me anyway. I'm sure he was, even though he was younger than I. For only a very little younger. It was a pleasant life. Until Uncle Edward came home. Tony had gone out to the village, I think, to pick up something or other. I was alone. Tony, the door's open, darling. You know I never lock it. Did you have a nice time buying things, Tony?
True, my dear Laura. It's Tony.
Oh, Uncle Edward.
Yes, but I haven't returned from the grave, my sweet.
I didn't think you had. Hello, Uncle.
That welcome could very easily be warmer and still not be overwhelming. I've been away a long time. And for a change, Green Tower seems attractive.
Does it?
Which is rather a pity.
What do you mean?
Selling it.
You're not going to sell Green Tower?
Oh, yes. Yes, I need the money.
Uncle, you can't sell Green Tower.
Well, it's mine. Of course I can sell it.
But...
And who is this Tony?
Tony is my husband.
Oh, really? Well, my congratulations. And I take it he thinks you own Green Tower.
Yes.
And thinks you have money as well.
Yes. Uncle, I
thought I saw someone in the garden.
Uncle, please.
Be still. It's so infernally dark out there, I can't see. Might be some burglar fellow.
He was standing with his back to the room, peering out into the garden. Uncle Edward, who had been away a long time and who had come back at last to shadow my life. He was not a very big man, my uncle. And when I came close to him, I realized that he was barely as tall as I. Uncle.
I can't make out a thing. After shadows.
He was looking out into the garden for an imaginary burglar, while I stood behind him with the old French paper knife my mother had left me. I tried again. Uncle, please.
Now, it's no use, my dear. No use. Go away and stop bothering me.
He didn't even turn around when he said that to me, which made it quite easy when I saw the knife went in smoothly. It kept on going into his back until I thought it would never stop. But the handle broke. Uncle Edward's body stiffened for a moment and leaned back intolerably against the knife. He groaned, and he fell. After a moment, I bent over him. He was very silent. As silent as the dark garden. As silent as death. My uncle had come home more than he knew. He wasn't very heavy. And he didn't bleed at all, which was nice. As I dragged him through the French doors into the softness and darkness of the garden. I hurried, because Tony would be coming home. The ground would be softest, I knew, under the rosebuds that I left so. It was there that I dug a grave for Uncle. And it was there that I buried him. Under the lovely roses that would bloom again and again, not knowing or caring who lay beneath them. There was the sound of our car pulling up at the front door, but I was finished. Uncle was under the roses, with a paper knife still in his back. And I was in the drawing room, at the piano, when my darling came in.
Oh, my love?
Oh, Tony, my dear.
Anything exciting happened while I was away?
No, Tony. No. Nothing ever happens here. Nothing. Oh, it's pleasant having breakfast in the garden, isn't it, Tony?
Mm-hmm. Except for, look.
Oh, dear. Mr. Stokes.
Mm-hmm. All windbag.
Well, he's a very nice old gentleman, but he does talk a lot, and...
Good morning. My, what a lovely sight you two make. Charming.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes.
Well, Laura, your roses are almost as lovely as you are.
They're much lovelier, you know that.
And where is your Uncle Edward this fine morning?
My Uncle Edward?
Well, Laura, you upset your coffee.
Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? That was very careless of me. Well, Mr. Stokes, I suppose Uncle Edward is still abroad.
Oh, my dear, I saw him last night here.
Here?
But on his way here, at any rate. I was driving. It was quite late. I saw him coming down the road.
Oh, it wasn't Uncle Edward.
No? No, well, isn't that funny? Well, I thought I could have recognized him anywhere.
It wasn't Uncle Edward.
Well, yes, of course. You know better than I, of course. Well, I must be getting old, eh? Well, that reminds me. Mrs. Stokes will have my head if I don't hurry back home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who's Uncle Edward, Laura?
My uncle.
I could have guessed that.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, my mother's brother.
A poor relative?
Why do you ask that?
Well, you seemed so upset when Stokes mentioned his name.
Oh, well, he is a bit. He's sponges.
I wouldn't have liked him.
No, I don't think you would. So, isn't it lucky it wasn't Uncle Edward? That you, Tony?
Yeah, I'm going down the road to the Carter. Do you want to come along?
No, dear. I better go through this mail.
Good old mail. Lots of checks coming in, huh?
Lots of them, darling.
Hey, Laura.
Yes?
Well, why aren't you using your paper now?
My paper? It needed cleaning, and I sent it away to have it cleaned.
Well, it's a pretty thing. Glad you haven't lost it. But I thought I noticed it around last night.
No, I sent it away a few days ago. When I went into town.
Well, I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye. Until later. And please, Tony, please forget about my paper knife. Please, Tony, forget about it. Hello.
Hello. You're the niece, huh?
The niece?
Mind if I come in?
Well, no, not at all.
Very nice. Very nice.
We like it.
Bet you do. Now, where's Ed Cheney?
Ed Cheney?
You can tell him his old pal Travis here in waiting.
Oh, I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
There's no Mr. Cheney here.
Look here, my girl. This is Green Towers, isn't it?
Yes?
You're Laura?
Yes?
And tell your Uncle Ed I'm here and waiting.
Well, he isn't here.
He got here sometime yesterday. Asked me to come in today. But I'm here.
I'm terribly sorry, but he's away. He's abroad. He is not here.
Oh. I was with some money.
Oh, he does.
Yes, 5,000.
I see.
I don't care whether I see him or not. What I care about is the money.
But
I'll wait for him.
Well, you
told me he was coming here yesterday. He hasn't come. Oh, can't wait.
Oh, well, it might be very awkward. Suppose...
Yeah?
Suppose I gave you the money.
Yeah, we'd be all right.
Then you would go away? You wouldn't wait for Uncle Edward?
I'd go away.
All right, I think I may have it here. I always keep quite a bit of cash around. Expenses, you know. Yes, I do have it. And here you are, Mr. Thrale.
Thanks.
Well, you didn't count the money.
I trust you.
Thank you.
You know, I like this part of the country.
Do you?
Yes. And I just changed my mind.
What about?
Going away. I'm getting on in years. Maybe I'll spend the rest of them here.
You said you'd go away.
I did, didn't I? That was before you gave me the money.
Well, you can't be very long on that.
There'll be more, won't there, Laura? Well, I'd better be running along. Find myself a nice place to live near the village.
But,
You see, our brother Uncle Edward did come here last night. And he didn't throw me any money. I was trying to get a job from him. Oh. But this way is even better. Au revoir.
Oh, no.
Well, gents, getting late. I'll be gone. My new little gray home in the west, eh? That'd be nice. Old man Thrale will be back, Joe. Buy all the drinks you can stand. Hey. I didn't see you. You're dark. What you want? I said, what you... Don't you stand there looking at that knife. Put it in there. No! I can't.
Well, you're all here waiting, eh? What's the matter? You brave or something? Oh, you are. Then suppose you crawl out from under that sofa and listen to the tale of Laura, who planted her Uncle Edward under the rose bushes in the garden with her favorite paper knife in his back. A Mr. Thrale tried to blackmail her, but one dark night, Mr. Thrale lost interest in worldly matters, lying down in the street with a knife in his heart. The next morning at Green Towers...
Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, darling. Started breakfast already?
I'm too hungry to wait. Pull up a chair and go to work.
All right, I will.
What's the matter, Laura? You're a bit pale.
I'm all right. Tony, who put those roses on the table?
I did. They're blooming. I know how you love them.
Well, thank you, darling.
Say, terrible thing in the papers this morning.
Oh? What?
Man stabbed to death in the village.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Stranger hereabouts. He was at the village bar, throwing a lot of money around. Walked out. Somebody evidently wanted the rest of his money, so he got a knife stuck into him.
Oh, how dreadful. What was his name, Tony?
That was a funny name. Hard to remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thrale. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, what's wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. I do think, though, that those roses have given me a headache. Their odor's so strong.
Oh, that's a shame. But I'll get rid of it.
Oh, will you? Thank you. I'll go and lie down for a while. Maybe my head will feel better.
Yeah, you do that.
Yes, I may even be able to sleep again.
Laura?
Yes, sir.
Stop wandering about the room.
Oh, I'm just a bit restless.
Got your paper knife back from the cleaners yet?
Paper? Oh, no, not yet.
It's taking an awful long time, isn't it? Hope they haven't lost it.
I hope not. Tony.
What?
There are no roses in this room, are there?
No.
Well, then why is the odor of roses so strong?
Laura, I'm worried.
Why?
Because there is no odor of roses in this room.
Good night, Tony, darling.
Laura, are you sure you don't want me to stay with you tonight?
No. Run along to your own bedroom.
You're not looking well.
I'll be all right.
Well, yell if you want me. Good night.
Good night, Tony. Good night. I'll be all right, if only the roses will go away. The heavy, sweet odor of roses always in my nostrils. The deadly, decaying odor of roses. For goodness sake, I was asleep. And it was nothing. No. Oh, no, I don't hear anything. The voice is coming from the garden. Good. I've got to get out of bed and see. Now, there's nobody in the garden. Nobody at all. There's the plum tree, just as it always is. And the vegetable patch. And the lawn where we play croquet. And there are the rose bushes, too. The rose bushes. And out of the rose bushes, a man is standing up, and it's my uncle! No! Tony, what did that doctor say? The consultant, I mean.
I don't know. He's stopping by in a little while.
He seemed a very strange man.
Oh, psychiatrist, I mean...
I knew he was a psychiatrist, darling. Tony, do you think...
Of course not.
Because it's only that I smell roses when they're on.
You're not crazy, Laura, for heaven's sake. That must be the doctor now. Now, you be a good girl. I'll see him, and I'll be back very soon. You try to sleep?
Yes, darling. But I couldn't sleep. The odor of roses was so terribly strong. I thought, darling, perhaps if I got out of bed and maybe lay down on the floor where the fresh air from the air conditioning machine was stronger, perhaps there I'd be more comfortable. But... I thought it was funny as I crawled about a bit on the floor on my hands and knees until I found the place where the fresh air was supposed to come. Then I began to laugh. And I laughed. That night I waited till Tony slept. And I went downstairs into the cellar. And straight to the air conditioning machine which kept the house so fresh. And there, in front of the blower which drove the air through the pipes into my bedroom, I found a little bottle. It was a lovely little bottle with a crest on its little fat belly and the words, Attar of Roses on it. The bottle, you see, was open. And then I knew that I wasn't mad. And I also knew that the time had come for me to find my paper knife again. I'm awake, Tony.
Brought you your breakfast.
Thank you, darling. Put it down. I won't eat it just yet.
All right. Hey, you had a good night?
I had a wonderful night. Tony, I think I'm going to be well again.
Good.
Help me out of bed, darling, will you?
Sure, all right.
Just put your arms around me.
All right.
There, up. Oh, don't Don't be in such a hurry to take your arms away, darling. Hold me close.
Oh, Lord.
Ooh. Darling, I forgot to tell you.
What?
My paper knife came back.
The what?
Yes, I have it now in my hand. The hand that's behind your back, Tony.
Claude.
Yes, Tony, here is my paper knife. You can take your arms away from me now, Tony. It was quicker with Uncle Edward, but I think you'll die anyway, Tony.
Yeah. Good doctor. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe.
Oh, no, doctor.
Why?
I found the bottle of perfume you had placed in the air conditioner that you were using to drive me mad.
Bad. Bad luck.
Very bad luck, darling. You saw me kill Uncle Edward, didn't you? You were the one in the garden, weren't you?
Yeah, saw you.
And then when Thrale came, you knew about him and you killed him, didn't you?
Boy, couldn't afford to have you give him money. It was going to be mine.
Oh, Tony. Oh, Tony, didn't you know it was yours anyway? Everything I had was yours. Why did you have to torture me and try to drive me crazy?
You would have cracked then. And the money would have gone to... Yes. Uncle Ed. I played it safe.
But you didn't, Tony, did you? Play it safe. Because now you're dying. And when you're dead, I'm going to bury you with Uncle Edward. Right in the garden under the rose bushes. I've already told everyone that you're going away, and you are. But not very far. Although it's far enough, isn't it, Tony?
You've won.
Thank you, darling.
And you've lost. What? Know what that is? It's an ambulance. For you.
Why?
You're mad. Yesterday, 2 doctors signed certificates of lunacy. I authorized.
I am not insane. I can prove it. The odor of roses was a fake. I can show them the perfume. I can explain it to them.
But how will you explain me? Or Uncle Edward? That's it, Laura. How will you explain her?
Tony! Tony. Tony! Wait! Wait! Oh. If I prove I'm sane, they'll hang me. And I don't want to be hanged. If I say nothing, they'll think I'm insane and they'll send me to the asylum, and I don't want to go to the asylum. And they won't go away. They won't go away.
Well, that's the end of poor Laura, who was a handy girl with a paper knife, but who didn't do so well with her spring planting. Oh, and while I amble down to Green Towers to find out whether Laura's spending the winter in a padded cell or at the morgue, let me give you a bit of earnest advice. Never plant your uncle in the rose bushes if you're allergic to pollen. You might get a bad case of sleigh fever.
Sanctum has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Voice of information and education.
my hobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. This week I've selected for our drama case history number 134 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Goes Before Pride. Murder is something you read about, usually with your eggs and coffee at breakfast. Murder is something that usually happens to someone else. It doesn't come to you or your friends. Usually, that is. But not always. Take the case of Vincent Martin and his wife Isabel, for instance. And that morning that I received the call. Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Isabel.
Isabel?
Isabel Martin, sir.
Oh, yes, of course, Isabel. How's Vincent these days?
Fine. Bart, I wish you'd do me a tremendous favor.
Anything within reason, my dear.
Well, we're having a weekend at our place in the Adirondacks. I do wish you'd join us.
Oh, well, that's awfully nice of you, Isabel, but a friend of mine and I were planning a little fishing trip up in the Poconos. I hate to disappoint him.
Bring him along. There's excellent fishing here.
I don't know. He's a policeman, Inspector Noah Danton.
All the better. There's an outside chance we may meet him.
Don't tell me this is something serious, Isabel.
I don't know. Something pretty nearly impossible to believe is happening. I have a decision to make. I need the advice of some sensible person.
Well, all right, at least I'll ask the inspector.
Oh, thanks, Bart. I'll tell you all about it when... Oh, I have to hang up now, Bart. Someone's just coming to watch the phone. See you in a moment, Bart. Bye.
Oh, just a minute, Isabel. It could be... No, maybe the inspector will like the Adirondacks better than the Poconos anyway.
The one thing I like best about you, Bart, is your plan.
Yes, Inspector?
Yes, indeed. Just look at that lake. Dark, both houses. Just smells of fish.
Yes, and Martins really have a nice place.
That was darn nice of this girl to invite me along. Ain't often a cop gets a rap at a beach like this.
I'm sure you enjoy having you, Inspector, as much as you enjoy being here.
Who are these guys, anyway?
The Martins?
Yeah.
Oh, Vincent Martin is a consulting engineer, a big man in his profession. Comes from a proud old family.
Yeah?
He's kind of stuffy, all that family stuff and so forth. But his wife Isabel's a peach.
Well, I hope this isn't just a big cocktail party. I want to get in some fish.
This is the right place for it. Oh, you know, Vincent Martin is an expert fly casting champion and all that.
I'm not so bad myself.
No?
Only once in a while I like to use worms.
Well, I wouldn't advise you to tell that to Vincent. This is it, Inspector.
Some dump.
Say that again.
And some danger. I don't blame you for coming.
That's not Isabel, Inspector.
No? Well, who?
I haven't the slightest idea. I've never seen her before. I'm sorry, miss, you got me wrong.
Oh, thank you for coming, Doctor, but it's too late. Mrs. Martin is dead.
I hadn't expected you, Bart.
That's strange, Vincent. Isabel invited me down by phone last night.
Yes, she just arrived last night. The servants won't be here until noon. Oh, by the way, this is Ted Baker, Mr. Drake, my research assistant.
I thought you were the doctor.
Yes, I called the doctor. I can't understand why he hasn't arrived.
Oh, you'll throw, Doctor. You never can depend on him.
You know Stuart, Bart, Harold Stuart. Isabel and Harold were on the municipal housing committee together.
How did you say?
Who's this guy with you?
Inspector Noah Danton of the New York Police.
Police?
And now that you've complied with all the niceties, will you please tell me what happened to Isabel?
She's dead, Bart. Drowned.
Good heavens, no. How?
Well, there wasn't anything to do this morning, so Isabel decided to go canoeing. I got out some tackle out of the boathouse and was fly casting down there in the point. You can see it from here, Bart.
Yeah?
Isabel was just a little distance offshore, right opposite me. Suddenly, I don't know what happened, but Isabel screamed in the canoe and over. She was in the water. It was awful, Bart.
Couldn't she swim?
No, she couldn't. You know that, don't you, Bart?
Yes, I remember.
Well, why didn't you go in after?
Why, I tried to. I had on hip boots. I tried to unbuckle them. I got them all fouled up, so I went in anyway. Water was too deep. I couldn't reach her. It was impossible for me to swim with my boots on.
Yes, I could imagine.
I had to fight to get back to shore. I finally tore off the hip straps and got them off. When I swam out to the canoe, Isabel was gone. I dove down and finally recovered her body, but it was too late.
What about you, Miss Baker? You and Mr. Stewart, where were you? Could you help?
Well, I was sitting on the porch. I saw Vincent down there on the point casting. I heard her scream. And I saw Vincent trying to get his boots off. I didn't know what was wrong until I saw Vincent plunge into the lake, and then I ran down there. But there was nothing I could do.
What about you, Mr. Stewart?
Oh, what difference does that make now?
Simply that the authorities will want a complete report. It'll help you get your story straight now.
Well, okay. They must know I was up in this blues station. Try and make something out of that. Hey, what's the matter with that guy?
Harold's been drinking a little.
Well, that's a funny way for him to act under the circumstances.
Oh, that must be the doctor. I just heard a car drive up.
You're certain she died by drowning, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Yes, there's no question about that.
What about this bump here in the back of her head?
Well, I doubt if it would have caused unconsciousness. Probably hit her head on the side of the canoe when she went over.
Yes, I guess you're right.
Well, there's nothing I can do. I'll notify the coroner.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
That's pity. I knew Mrs. Martin very well.
That Harold Stewart guy gets me going, right? I don't get his pissed.
Yes, he does act odd. I'm wondering if he's trying to tip me off to something, or he's trying to find out something. I can't figure out this.
He's a drunken bum, if you ask me.
Inspector, here he comes now.
Yeah, he's been at the bottle again. All right, Copper. You've been asking me questions. Now it's my turn.
Yeah?
How does it happen that you and your cop friend happened to drop in here just at this time?
We were invited, Mr. Stewart.
Yeah? By whom?
Isabel invited us. She called me up on the phone last evening.
You know why she called you?
No, sorry, I don't.
Okay, I'll tell you. Did you ever hear of unrequited love and pride? It's a bad mix.
What do you mean?
Well, it does things to otherwise intelligent people. Oh, here comes Jim. I'll be going.
Now, wait a minute. No, this is very interesting, Mr. Stewart. I'd like to know more about this.
Yeah. I imagine you would. I thought you were famous for things like that, Mr. Drake. What more do you need? He's a nasty guy.
You have to excuse Mr. Stewart, gentlemen. He's been drinking.
That's obvious. And if he don't watch his tongue, he's going to talk himself into a good smack in the chop.
What is Mr. Stewart doing here, Vincent? Is he a special guest?
I thought I told you. Isabel and Harold were on the Municipal Housing Committee. Harold was chairman. Isabel was secretary.
You say were?
Yes. Isabel had resigned. He invited Harold up for the weekend as a sort of a parting gesture.
Had Harold Stewart been drinking when you arrived here last night?
Well, I don't know. Yes. I guess he had been at that.
Vincent, which of those canoes down there on the dock was Isabel using?
Why, the blue one. Why do you ask?
I think the inspector and I will go down and have a look at it.
What are you trying to do, Bud? Stir up something?
No, not particularly. There's something I haven't told you, Inspector.
Yeah?
When Isabel called me last night to invite us up here, she was worried about something.
Yeah?
No. She said she had to make a decision. It's something impossible to believe had happened to her. She invited me up here because she wanted advice.
Hey, why didn't you tell me that before?
Well, I wanted to see what would turn up first.
You know, Bud, I wouldn't be surprised, but there's something pretty fishy around here. Hey, there's that Baker Dave standing down there in the pier.
Good afternoon, Miss Baker.
Oh, it's you, Bob.
Aren't you lonesome down here all by yourself?
I had to wait. Isabel's death was such a shock.
Yes, it was. However, I'm glad you're here. I wanted a few words with you alone.
What about?
Do you know just where Harold Stewart was when the accident happened?
Well, I don't know exactly, but I guess he'd been fishing. Because when Vince and I brought Isabel's body up to the house, he came in all wet and muddy. He was carrying his casting rod.
Hey, so he was wet and muddy, was he?
What do you know about Harold Stewart, Miss Baker?
I don't know a thing.
What do you know about Stewart and Isabel?
I don't know anything about them either. If you're going to talk that way about Isabel, I'm going to the house.
Just a minute, Miss Baker. Did you know that Isabel called me last night?
No. No, I didn't. Now let me go.
Just what?
Now stop asking me questions. I don't know a thing.
Well, why my beard? What do you know about that? What hit her?
I don't know. But I do know one thing, Inspector. One of the three of them is lying.
What do you figure that is?
When Isabel called me last night, someone came into the room and she was phoning. I heard her speak to the person. As the servants haven't arrived yet, it must have been one of those three. And so far, none of them have admitted that they knew Isabel's phone me.
Yeah, I guess you got something there.
Yeah. Well, Inspector, let's take a look at that canoe.
Well, I can't figure why everybody's lying over just a simple accident.
This blue one's the one, Inspector.
Yeah. No, nothing here.
A few scratches on the side here.
Yeah, but there's lots of scratches. All canoes get scratched up.
Yes, I think you are right. Well, I guess we might as well go back to the house. I want to have another talk with that Stewart chap.
Hey, Bart, look at this.
What, Inspector?
This fishing rod leaning up against the boathouse. Ain't it a high?
Yes, indeed it is, Inspector.
Must be the one Martin was using when his wife was drowned.
What makes you think that?
Well, the line's wet, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'll bet that reel cost at least $50.
Mm-hmm.
Me, I'd still rather use worms. Those slugs with all those hooks on them don't give a fish a sporting chance.
Yes, Inspector. That silver wiggler is what is known in the best fishing circles as a killer.
What was that?
Another killer, Inspector. It came from the house. It took the inspector and I about 15 seconds to get to the house. As we rushed in the door, Vincent Martin was just running down from upstairs.
Bart, did you hear it, too?
Yes, Vincent.
It sounded like a shot. I think it came from the living room.
Well, come on, let's go in.
It's Stewart.
Yes. And I'm afraid he's extremely dead.
Oh, no.
Got some close range. Powder marks all over his face, pistol in his left hand. That's it. There he is.
Oh, no, not Stewart, too.
I thought I was shot. Stewart.
Yes, Miss Baker? Harold Stewart.
I've got it down.
Right here, Miss Baker.
Thank you.
Where were you, Vincent, when you heard the shot?
Upstairs in my room, Bart.
And you, Miss Baker?
I was up in my room, too.
How about that pistol in his left hand? Is this Stewart guy left-handed?
How about that, Vincent?
Why, Yes. Yes, perhaps he was.
Well, as a matter of fact, he was. I noticed that much myself. I saw him light his cigarette with his left hand.
Now that you mention it, I'm sure he was.
Do either of you recognize the gun?
Just a minute, I'll...
Hey, don't pick up that gun.
I'm sorry. It's too late now.
Oh, you dumb off.
That's all right, Inspector.
It's one of my guns, gentlemen. I have several around the house.
Well, I guess that's it, Bart. The guy killed himself.
Oh, this is too much. First Isabel and then this. What a fine mess this is going to be for the paper. Scandal, disgrace. Why? Why did this have to happen to me?
I think a better question would be, why did Harold Stewart kill himself?
I refuse to answer that. Enough harm's been done already.
You better tell them, Vincent. You must tell them.
No.
If you don't tell them, I will.
That, I forbid it.
But there'll be less scandal if you make a clean breast of it, Vincent.
Oh, very well. Suppose you're right. Might as well know the whole dirty mess. At least they'll get it straight.
That's better, Vincent.
Stewart was madly in love with Isabel. He forced himself on her to the extent that she had to resign from his housing committee.
And you still invited him up here?
That was a misstatement. He didn't invite him here. He followed Isabel here. He insisted that she have a talk with him. Isabel refused. That's why she went for that canoe ride this morning in order to avoid it.
Now, we're getting somewhere.
The rest seems fairly evident. Stewart had been drinking heavily.
Yeah, and he was probably brooding over Mrs. Martin's death. That's why he was so grumpy.
You've asked me why he killed himself. Well, I suppose he gave way to a drunken impulse.
Yeah, I've seen it happen lots of times.
Yes, indeed. You know, it's strange how an ordinarily intelligent mind can go to pieces under the impact of a crisis with which it's not very familiar.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Drake?
I mean that murder is always unintelligent.
Murder?
Just why did you take so long in getting downstairs after the shot was fired, Miss Baker?
Why,
And you, Vincent, what took you so long?
Why, I came downstairs at once.
Oh, no, you didn't. You were coming down the stairs when the inspector and I came in the house. We had to come all the way from the boathouse.
What's the idea, Bart? What is it?
Why were you so long coming downstairs?
Oh, what difference does it make?
The difference between being guilty or not guilty, Vincent Martin.
I'll see here, Drake. I'm not going to stand for this. You're just a publicity-seeking meddler. I'm going to call a local police. I'll get the constable up here. Then we'll see who pushes who around.
That's up to you, Vincent.
Just who do you think you are, Barton Drake? Why would either Vincent or I want to kill poor Harold? Why?
I think I know why, my dear. What I've got to find out is who.
I'll see about that. Hello? Get me the constable's office. Hurry. I'll sue you, Drake. I'll sue you for every cent you've got. Hello? Constable's office? Send a man up here right away. Who? Where? Vincent Martin's place in Lake Maple. Yes, thanks. There. I'll get the real law around here. I'll chain you out of the country, Drake. I'll kick every book of yours off the bookshelves.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
I think I do, Inspector.
But there's something in what this guy says. I can't see that you have any proof.
Can't you, Inspector?
Besides that, anybody can see that the guy committed suicide.
Yes, I suppose that could be. Miss Baker, would you step into the other room with me, please?
Now, wait a minute. You'll stay right here as long as you're accusing us. She doesn't have to.
It's all right, Vincent. I don't mind.
Well, thank you, Miss Baker. I can trust you to keep an eagle eye on Vincent, can't I, Inspector?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Good. Well, I'm a bit surprised that you came willingly, Inspector.
Bart, cut it out. Call me Pat.
Of course, Pat.
I wanted to come. I wanted to talk to you where Vince can't hear me.
Oh? Fine.
You know how proud he is. You know how much his social position, his professional reputation means to him.
Yes, Pat. I know that.
Well, this is the truth, so help me. Isabel and Harold Stewart have been carrying on a shameful affair.
Isabel and Stewart?
Poor Vincent was crying. He begged Isabel to stop, to give up Stewart. He just laughed at him. Taunted her.
Well, why didn't he ask her for a divorce?
He did. She said, oh, no. He wouldn't give up the ancient, honorable Martin name and the money that went with it. You understand, don't you, Bart?
I understand that you're a very desirable woman, Pat.
Oh, thank God.
All right, my dear. That's enough.
Bart,
You can sit down now, my dear.
Bart,
I'll break your pretty little wrist if you don't give me that pistol in your pocket.
Why, you beast!
Nothing like a fond embrace to find out what a woman is wearing in her jacket pocket, is there, my dear?
I could kill you, Bart.
I'm sure you could. I found out something else, my dear. You yourself are in love with Vincent.
I am no such thing.
Oh, yes, you are. And you'd do anything to stop me from having him arrested, wouldn't you? Or having yourself arrested.
You're crazy.
Or perhaps you're just stalling for time. Trying to get a break, any break.
I don't see how you can...
It was your lie about Isabel that tipped your hand, my dear. You failed to consider the fact that I knew Isabel. She wasn't the sort of person to carry on such an affair as you suggest, lady. If she'd fallen in love with Stewart, she'd have divorced Vincent just like that. Oh, now, stop. Don't make it any worse by putting on a mask, my dear. Come on. We'll go back in the other room and have a talk with your lover.
Oh, this guy's been raising that, Bart.
Yes, I rather thought he would, Inspector.
He tricked me, Vincent.
Why, the dirty...
Now, Vincent, be careful. Your pride, old man. Don't forget your pride. Inspector, I've got the answer.
Well, you'd better have it. You don't want to be sued for everything in the book.
All I needed was a motive. Miss Baker supplied that.
In fact, you didn't
No,
tell...
she didn't tell on you, Vincent. She just stopped being intelligent and resorted to a bunch of lies.
I don't get it.
You recognize this pistol, Vincent? I took it from Pat's pocket.
Yes. Another one of mine.
Do you know why she had it in her pocket, Vincent? For one reason. To kill you if necessary.
What? Why?
I didn't.
This pistol explains why Pat was so late coming downstairs after Stewart was shot. She went back to her room or some room to get it because she thought she'd have to kill you, Vincent, in order to save herself.
No, please listen to me. I'll tell.
Break, you dirty skunk. I'll break you if it's the last thing I do.
It probably will.
What do you mean, torturing Pat? You're vicious, absurd. You know Pat didn't kill Isabel. Isabel was drowned.
Yes, Isabel was drowned, but it wasn't an accident. It was murder.
That's preposterous. You've gone mad, Drake.
I don't know, Bart. For once, I'm afraid you're about 9 miles off the beam.
Isabel couldn't have been murdered. There wasn't anybody anywhere near her.
Go on.
Pat was up here in the porch, and I was down there in the point casting. Isabel was at least 200 feet offshore.
And where was Harold Stewart?
He was out fishing too, I guess. Anyway, he came back after the drowning, all wet and muddy, carrying his fishing pole.
He had his pole with him when he came to the house, I mean. You're sure of that?
Of course I'm sure.
Exactly. And you were afraid he'd seen you murder your wife, weren't you, Mr. Martin?
Drake, I've had enough. I'm going to kick you out of here.
Not before you hear the rest of this, you're not. Watch him, Inspector.
You bet.
You were more afraid when you overheard Stewart talking to me out in the hall. When you heard him say, I thought you were famous for things like this. What more do you need? You were afraid he'd already told me. And when the inspector and I went down to inspect the canoe, you were certain of it. So you killed him.
Ridiculous, Drake.
So, is it?
Yes. You're just like any other cheap hack writer. Inspector Jansen, can't you knock some sense into his head?
Well...
Isabel was in the canoe well offshore. I was standing down there on the edge of the lake in plain sight of Pat up here in the porch. How in heaven's name could I have touched Isabel?
But Pat couldn't see the canoe. It was behind some shrubs. Isn't that right, Miss Baker?
Yes.
By the way, you stated you were busy casting. Am I right, Vincent?
Of course that's right.
What?
Huh?
What were you casting?
Fly casting, I told you that.
Do you usually cast flies with a casting rod and a silver wiggler plug on the end of it? A plug with 3 sets of triple hooks?
Right,
That had to be your pole down there at the boathouse. You'd already said that Stewart brought his to the house with him.
Now, look here.
It'd be a very simple matter for an expert like you, Martin, to cast out and hook the far side of your wife's canoe. Then one good steady pull would do the rest. And poor Isabel. Isabel couldn't swim.
Hey, Clark, that's right. And those scratches on the side of the canoe. I refuse to answer.
And do you know why Pat thought she might have to kill you, Vincent? Do you know why she ran back to get that pistol? Because she saw you run upstairs after you shot Stewart. Because you knew that she saw you. My idea is that Pat ran out of her room when she heard the shot. Oh, she knew you, Vincent. She knew you well. She ought to after your affair. She knew then that you'd killed Stewart. And after that, she suspected that you'd also killed Isabel. And she knew your terrible pride. She knew that you couldn't let her live, knowing what she did. Isn't that right, Pat?
Yes.
Stupid imbeciles, all of you. You knew she might slip someday, Vincent. Her conscience might make her tell, and that would be a blot on your spotless name and reputation. That's why you killed Isabel, you know. Isabel found out about your affair with Pat, and she threatened to divorce you, but you couldn't stand the thought of scandal, could you, Vincent?
Ridiculous, stupid, mad!
So, but they may hang you for Isabel's murder, and they may not. I'm not sure, but they're certainly going to hang you for Stewart.
Theories aren't proof, Mr. Drake.
No, but a paraffin test is. And I'm certain that a paraffin test of your hand will prove that you fired that pistol.
You got him, Bart. Doggone it, I wish it was in my own jurisdiction. I wish I was in New York State with this guy.
But you aren't, my friend.
Hey. Where'd you get that gun?
Yes, the place lousy with them. Don't you remember, Inspector?
I'm leaving, Mr. Drake. I'm walking out of here, and I just hope you're foolish enough to try and stop me.
I'd put down that pop gun if I were you, Vincent. Don't look now, but there's a man standing just outside that window with a star on his coat and a pistol in his hand.
I know that one too, Mr. Drake. That's some more of the stuff you write in that drivel of yours.
Okay, my friend. I was just warning you, that's
Trying to
all.
make me look behind me, huh? That gag so old it's got whiskers.
So is the constable, Vincent. You know, really, it's all your own fault. You insisted on calling in the local law, and my foxy friend, here he is.
Lake Maple. Fine lot of fishing I did.
Oh, calm down, Inspector. You enjoyed the weekend. You know you did.
Oh, I see enough crime every day. You know, if people didn't fall in love, there wouldn't be half as much.
Half as much of love, Inspector?
No, crime.
Oh, crime.
How did you figure out that love motive, anyway?
Oh, it was simple, Inspector. Pat tried so desperately to cover Vincent with her lies about Isabel that it all tied in with that conversation I had with Isabel. The decision she had to make was whether or not to divorce Vincent.
And Vincent was the guy who walked into the room while she was phoning you.
You're so right, Inspector. He knew we were on our way up here, and he had to kill her before we got there so she wouldn't do any talking.
Sure, and Martin should have been in the living room when Stewart was shot before we got up from the boathouse.
Sure.
That's it, exactly. Instead, he ran back upstairs and came down again to make it look good.
Sure.
And he picked the gun up out of Stewart's hand so he got his prints all over it.
Sure.
That was to alibi the prints he'd gotten on it before. Prints he hadn't had time to wipe off.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Hey, can't you say anything but sure?
Sure.
Hey, that left-handed business.
Mm-hmm.
Martin must have known all the time that Stewart was left-handed. He pretended he didn't just to make himself look all the more innocent.
Sure. Inspector, the next time you go fishing, I suppose you really will go to the Poconos, huh?
Sure.
Well, I still think I'll catch the biggest fish by keeping mystery for a hobby.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Today we're going to delve into the strange story of a Chinese bell. A bell whose ringing is a summons for the dead to live and the living to die. As you shall see in the story I call Death is the Judge. Our story begins in a small curio shop in New York's Chinatown. Dr. John Williams, one of the finest brain surgeons in the Middle West, and his wife are celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary by a trip to New York. They have stopped in at this curio shop for sentimental reasons, just as they did on their honeymoon 20 years before.
Oh, John, it's the same. It's exactly the same as it was. Doesn't look as though a thing had been sold since we were in here last.
It certainly doesn't. If it wasn't that old Ki Wong is dead now, I'd be tempted to believe we'd gone back 20 years when we came through the door.
Even the smell of incense and ginger's the same. We must buy something, John, even if it's only a trinket, just for sentiment's sake.
If you want to trinket, how about this statue of Buddha here, huh? It only weighs about 3 tons.
Oh, silly. But what about one of these bells, John? We need a dinner bell. How would this one do?
That would be better for a temple gong, darling. Better try again.
All right, John. Oh, I have it. This lovely little bell of rose crystal. Why, it's the exact color of that rose crystal pendant old Ki Wong sold us on our honeymoon.
The lady has found something that pleases her?
Yes, this crystal bell. How much is it? And please don't make the price too high.
The price is not high, but the lady would not want it.
But I do want it. Why should you think I wouldn't?
Once it was a most unlucky bell. Now it is broken. My honored father, Ki Wong, broke it to break the evil fortune that followed it.
Broken? Where? Looks all right to me.
It is broken because it will not ring. The clapper is gone. That's right, Mary. The clapper is missing.
But I could easily have a new clapper made.
It is not possible. Only the clapper carved when this bell was carved out of the same block of rose crystal will make this bell ring.
But that's ridiculous. I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, we can test it easily enough. Suppose I tap it with this silver pencil. That ought to make it ring. I am happy to have you try. That's odd. It won't make anything but that dead sound.
I'll bet I could make it ring.
You're welcome to try, my
dear.
dear.
I don't mean now. I mean once I got it home.
When my honored father took out the clapper, he meant that this bell should never ring again. And it never will. But why, Sankey? Because bell was stolen, and so carried evil fortune with it. And because it is a bell of life. It came from a temple in Tibet. Only lamas were permitted to lay hands on it. But obviously someone else did. That is why it is unlucky. When my father received it 20 years ago, he took out the clapper and disposed of it. I do not know where or to whom.
But why? Just what was he afraid of?
He dare not risk having this bell ring, for it belonged to the High Lama of a tribe that believed the ringing of this bell will bring the dead back to life.
You mean this bell?
Yes. You look skeptical, but it is true. When someone died whose life was too precious to spare, this sacred bell was rung beside his body, and death let go his hold. The dead return to life.
You mean you really believe that?
It is true, but I have not told the whole story. This carving here upon the bell, it is Tibetan. It says, "Who rings this bell cheats death, but death will not be cheated." A little cryptic, I'd say. It means that when the bell is used to rescue someone from death, another whose span of life is not yet over is taken by death instead.
You mean that the Grim Reaper keeps his quota filled, even if he has to take somebody who's not on his list?
It is so, Doctor.
John, you're talking as if you believe the whole thing. It's just nonsense, of course. But what a lovely topic for conversation it'll make. I just simply won't leave without this bell now.
But if it won't ring, what good is it?
I'll make it ring. Leave that to me.
If the lady wishes the bell, the price is $5.
Well, the lady wants it, so she'd better have it, I guess. Oh, I don't want to risk breaking it while we're traveling, though. Can you mail it to our home address?
Of course.
The name is Dr. John Williams, 1766.
And so, a week later, shortly after Dr. Williams and his wife had returned home, a small package reached them. As he unwrapped it, Dr. Williams' curiosity was stirred again, and in his study he tried once more to make the strange bell of rose crystal ring.
Curious. It really won't ring, no matter what I tap it with.
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Mary.
You're home from the hospital early, dear.
Yes, I felt a little tired today. But look what just came in the mail.
Oh, why, it's my crystal bell. Oh, John, it's lovely. It's even more beautiful than I remembered it.
Yes, but I'm afraid Sam Key was telling the truth when he said only the original clapper will make it ring. I've tried everything I can think of.
The trouble with men, darling, is that they're not logical.
What do you mean?
Well, if the ball is of rose crystal, a rose crystal clapper should make it ring, shouldn't it?
The logic is perfect, but how can we test it?
By using my rose crystal pendant, of course. I'm wearing it this afternoon so we can try it out right away. Here, see?
Now what?
You hold the bell, and I'll tap it with the pendant.
All right, tap away, but I bet it doesn't ring.
You'll see. Now listen. There. What'd I tell you?
It did ring.
Of course it did. I was sure it would, even if Sam Key's story was true. John, don't you see?
Don't I see what?
Well, my crystal pendant is the bell's missing clapper.
The missing clapper? Mm-hmm. Good heavens, I almost believe you're right.
Well, I am right. As soon as Sam Key told us how his father took the clapper out of the bell and sold it 20 years ago, well, I was positive he'd made it into the pendant that he sold us 20 years ago.
It should be impossible, but it certainly looks as if it must be true.
After all these years, the bell and the clapper have come back together again. You know, I knew there was something queer about that bell the minute I saw it. Queerest feeling came over me that I just must have it.
I'm not sure that I like that thought, Mary.
Silly. I know you half believed that story Sam Key told us, but I didn't. Now, I have my bell complete. Now, all I have to do is unfasten the pendant and attach it to the bell again.
But, Mary...
Help me do it, John. Look, the pendant's loose. It'll come off the chain if I twist it. Here it is.
Mary, are you sure this is wise?
Now, if I tie it inside the bell with this thread... Darling, please hold it so I can see what I'm doing. There. Now, it's as good as new again. Listen.
Mary,
John, what is it?
I don't know. I don't feel well.
Oh, you're tired, darling. Now, please sit down. Sit down here.
I will. I feel better now. It was just a moment's dizziness.
You're working too hard at the hospital. That's what's the trouble.
Well, maybe. I admit I had a strenuous day. I spent 2 hours on a brain operation. Splendid boy. He looked a lot like our David. But he'll be good for another 50 years now, with luck.
Just the same, you must take it easier, John. Now, you sit still here while I fix you some spirits of ammonia, and then...
Well, that's probably for me.
Now, you sit still. I'll answer. Hello? Yes, Dr. Williams is here. Who's calling, please? The hospital? Oh. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Mary, what's happened at the hospital?
It's an emergency case, John. Another brain operation. And, oh, darling, you are so tired.
Can't be helped. I'm the only brain surgeon in town these days. Help me get into my coat, will you? Where's my hat?
Oh, here you are, dear.
Thanks.
Now, let me straighten your tie.
Good.
There, you're ready. Now, I'm going to drive you over, and you can relax until we get there.
All right, then, but let's get going. Almost 5 miles to the hospital. Nurse, another sponge, please.
Here, Doctor.
Dr. Williams, the pulse is very faint. The breathing has become dangerously weak.
I'll have to try adrenaline. The hypodermic, nurse.
Yes, Doctor. I'll get it ready.
The patient has stopped breathing, Doctor. And there's no pulse.
Quick with that adrenaline. We've got to get the pulse started again.
Oh, Doctor.
Good. Yeah. That ought to start the heart action again.
There's still no pulse, Doctor.
We'll try artificial respiration.
Yes, Doctor.
Oxygen, nurse, quickly. Keep the pressure steady, nurse. Johnson, any pulse yet?
Not yet, Doctor. The adrenaline doesn't seem to have taken effect.
Well, it must. Nurse, give him more oxygen. I'm going to continue the artificial respiration as long as there's a single chance.
I'm afraid it's no use, Doctor. No sign of a pulse at all.
Dr. Williams, please rest now. You've done everything that anyone could. But he hasn't shown a sign of life, not for half an hour.
Yes, I'm afraid we're beaten.
If anyone could have saved him, you'd have done it. But death had, well, too strong a grip on him for anyone to bring him back.
Too strong a grip. Yes, I do rather feel as if I'd been wrestling with someone for this poor fellow's life. And lost.
Well, Doctor, don't feel too badly. In room 8, there's a boy who has a full life ahead of him, thanks to you.
I suppose I have to look at it that way. Well, help me off with these things, will you, nurse?
Of course, Doctor.
There's the gloves and the jacket. Now, what did I do with my coat? I just threw it down somewhere when I arrived here. I was in such a hurry.
I've got it, Doctor. Let me help you.
Oh, thanks, Johnson. What the deuce have I got in this pocket? It's that bell. I must have jammed it into my coat without thinking in the rush to get here. Oh, look out. Catch it.
Oh, I have it. Ooh, that was close. Might have smashed on the floor. Here you are, Doctor.
Thanks. I almost wish it had broken, though. For some reason, I hate the sound of it. But my wife...
Dr. Williams?
Yes, nurse?
The patient. The color's coming back in his face, and I can feel a pulse now.
What? Now, let me see. Yes, you're right. His heart's beating again.
Look, he's beginning to breathe.
Quick, start the oxygen again. I'm going to give him an injection of plasma. Make the preparation, please, Johnson.
Yes, Dr. Williams.
How is the pulse now, nurse?
It's getting stronger, Doctor.
And his respiration is gaining, too.
Yes, Doctor. What? I've never seen anything like it.
It's almost a miracle. Now, where's that plasma?
Here, Doctor. I have everything ready.
Good. Nurse, disinfect the arm, please.
Right away, Dr. Williams. Oh, here comes Dr. Bronson.
How's it going, Williams? Been having trouble?
Oh, hello, Bronson. Yes, a little trouble, but I think we're in the clear now. For a while, I thought the patient was gone, but now he's going to pull through. I'm sure of it.
Good. Doctor, I'm afraid I have bad news for you about your other patient, though.
What do you mean?
The boy in room 8. The one you operated on this afternoon.
Yeah?
He died suddenly just a couple of minutes ago. Just went like that for no reason at all.
Dr. Williams' second patient, who had come back seemingly from death itself, did live. But when the operation was over and Dr. Williams was driving back to his home with his wife, he was strangely silent and preoccupied, so that when his wife spoke to him, he did not seem to hear her.
Don't you want me to drive, John? John, I'm speaking to you.
Oh, what, Mary?
I said, don't you want me to drive?
Oh, no, thanks, Mary. I'm perfectly all right. It's just that I was thinking.
About that operation? Yes, the nurse told me about it. It was wonderful that you saved him.
That's just it. I didn't save him. He was dead. Dead, do you hear? Then for no reason whatever, he came back to life.
But you injected adrenaline and...
I injected adrenaline half an hour before he showed signs of life. Then he revived. For no apparent reason whatever.
Well, perhaps the adrenaline took a delayed effect.
Perhaps. But there was no more reason for it than there was for the boy in room 8 to die suddenly as he did.
But you have said yourself, John, that in medicine, nothing is ever absolutely certain.
That's true, but just the same, that boy's sudden death bothers me. I want to know why he died.
Well, an autopsy would tell you, wouldn't it?
An autopsy? Yes. Mary, I'm going to turn around and go back to the hospital right now. I'm going to perform that autopsy myself.
John, you mustn't turn here. There's too much traffic here.
There's nothing coming now. I'll just swing around.
John, look out! A car coming around the turn! Look out!
Stand back, all of you. Come on, get back.
Now, lady, drink this. It'll make you feel better.
Thank you, officer.
You were in an accident and knocked out for a couple of minutes. But you're coming around all right. Just drink this and lie quiet.
An accident? Yes. My husband, where is he?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, he's hurt. Where is he? I must go to him.
He's right here, ma'am. When I come along on my motorcycle after it happened, I pulled you both out. But he wasn't breathing.
John. John, speak to me.
It's no use, ma'am. I'm afraid he's gone.
John. John.
Come on, get back, all of you. Get back, I say.
Now, ma'am, the ambulance will be here in a minute. If there's anything to be done, they'll do it.
There's nothing. I've been a doctor's wife long enough not to know death when I see it. Just let me sit here. Where I can see it.
I know how you feel, ma'am, and I hate to bother you. But if you could just tell me how it happened for my report. You see, the other driver says...
It wasn't my fault. I couldn't help it. He pulled right out in front of me. He didn't even signal.
Now, take it easy, mister. Or you'll make that bump on your head worse.
Officer, where's my bag? There's some smelly salt in it. I feel faint.
Well, here's your bag. I took care of it.
Thank you. I'll feel better in a minute.
And here's something that was in the bag, ma'am. Fell out, and I put it in my pocket. It's a bell. I'll put it in your bag if you like.
Mary.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Mary. Where are you?
John. John.
Was that a bell ringing? Seemed so loud and clear. Like an alarm waking me up. What's happened, Mary?
There was an accident, John. But you're all right. You're all right.
An accident? Are you hurt?
No, John, no. Please lie still.
He's trying to sit up. And only a moment ago, he was dead.
Gee, I'm glad he's okay, even though the accident wasn't my fault. Hey, mister, I'll give you a hand. Officer,
What's wrong? I told you to be careful. You got quite a bump on the head.
I feel so weak, so dizzy.
Oh, he's keeled over. Where are those smelling salts?
Here, let me look at him. I'm a doctor.
John, you shouldn't exert yourself.
Now, please, Mary.
How is he, Doc?
This man is dead. Though Dr. Wilson protested that his injuries were not serious, he returned to the hospital where Dr. Bronson treated him, finding nothing wrong save a slight concussion. His wife took him home in a taxicab, promising to see that he stayed in bed for a day or two. That night, however, neither Dr. Williams nor his wife could sleep, though they remained awake for different reasons. 11, 12.
Mary, is that you?
I was counting the strokes. It's midnight.
You should be asleep.
Can't go to sleep. Not until David gets home.
David? Where is he? The movie?
No, he came to me this afternoon and said there was a party at his fraternity tonight. He asked me if he could borrow the old car for the evening, and I let him have it. But he's not back yet, John. I can't help worrying. Especially after what happened to us.
Well, I'll give him a talking to in the morning. A boy of 17 isn't old enough to be out until all hours.
You ought to be asleep yourself, John. How's your head?
It's all right. Just throbs a little. All I had was a slight concussion.
John, are you sure?
Of course I am. Didn't you hear Bronson say so? What are you getting at?
The bell. The crystal bell.
Well, what about the bell?
Your first words were about hearing it ring like an alarm wakening you. And it had just rung.
Well, what of it? It rang, and I heard it as I was regaining consciousness.
But at the hospital, the bell rang in the operating room, and your patient came back to life. He heard the bell ring, too.
Don't be silly, Mary. My patient revived for natural reasons. As for me, I was just knocked out.
But both times, somebody else died, John. At the hospital, the boy in room 8. And after you returned, the driver in the other car died.
Pure coincidence. The boy probably had a blood clot on his heart. The driver had a fractured skull. It's a common occurrence for men with fractured skulls to keel over without even realizing they're hurt.
But Sam Key told us that when the bell rang, the dead would return to life. And someone living would die.
Stuff and nonsense, Mary. You've been a doctor's wife long enough to know that such thing isn't possible.
But, John,
No buts about it. It's impossible, do you hear?
Yes, John. course it's impossible. Oh, I do wish David would get home. I feel so uneasy about him.
He'll be home any minute now. He knows that he's supposed
to. The telephone.
Well, I'll answer.
No, let me.
No, stay in bed. I'll answer.
Oh, all right, John.
It'll only be a moment. Hello, Dr. Williams speaking. The police? What is it? What's happened? An accident. My son? Where is he? Is he badly hurt? The car turned over and burned. And my son? I see. The Rockford Village Morgue. Yes, I'll come at once.
John, what was it?
Mary, I told you to stay in bed. It was just an emergency call.
It's David, isn't it? Yes, it is David. I can tell by your face. Where is he? What's happened to him?
He's been in an accident, Mary.
David is dead. Is that it, John?
Yes, Mary.
Take me to him. Oh, John, you got to take me to him.
This is the place, mister. The Rockford Village Morgue. Cross the pavement, go down those steps, then along the walk to where you see that little light over the door.
Thank you. Mary, you must wait in the cab for me.
I want to come with you.
No, you mustn't. Promise me you'll wait here.
I want to come with you. I want to see my son.
Not yet. Promise you'll wait for me.
Oh, all right, John. I'll wait.
Be careful of those steps, mister. They're pretty steep, and it's awful dark.
I'll be careful. I'll only be 5 minutes or so, Mary.
Here comes your husband back now, ma'am.
John. Oh, John. Was it David?
Please get back in the cab.
No, John, I must know. Was it David?
Yes, Mary, it was David.
Oh, I have to go to him.
Mary, stop.
No, let go of me. I'm going to David.
Mary, stop struggling. You can't go to
I
him.
must. I must.
Mary, don't you understand? You mustn't see him.
I'm going, John.
What have you got in your hand?
It's the bell, the crystal bell.
What are you doing with it? Here, give it to me.
No, I'm going to ring it.
Oh, give me that bell.
No, I won't. I'm going to ring it, I tell you. There, I've rung it. I've rung it. David! David, did you hear?
Mary, you're out of your mind.
I'm not. I know what I'm doing. David! Can you hear me?
Now, give me that bell. There. In heaven's name, what are you trying to do?
It brought back your patient. It brought you back. And it'll bring back my son.
Mary, come to your senses. It's just a bell.
It's not. I know it's not. You were dead. And I saw it bring you back to life.
You mustn't believe that. And even if the bell were more than a bell, don't you understand? The car turned over and burned. I had to identify David by his fraternity ring and the driver's license in his wallet.
I don't care. He's my son. David! David!
Mary, get into the cab.
I won't. Not until I have my son back. David!
Mary, won't you please?
Mother! Mother! John, listen. David.
Mother! David.
Mother! Dad! Where are you? John, let go of me. It's David. He can't find us. I've got to go to him.
Mary, don't you understand? He was burned horribly.
Mother! Dad! Where are you?
Mary.
Let go of me. He's my son, and I'm going to him. David! David!
Mary, come back. Mary, don't go down those steps to the morgue.
David! David!
Mary, come back. Come back.
Hey, mister, watch yourself. Look out for them steps.
Mary! Mary!
Mister, look out! Mister, are you hurt? Yeah, she fell all the way down the steps. Mister, are you all right? Here, let me help you.
Dad, here I am. I'm all right. I was
wasn't in the car at all. It was one of my fraternity brothers. I lent him my driver's license and... Dad, what is it? What's wrong?
He started this way and fell down these steps.
But why is he so still? Dad, speak to me.
John, speak to us. David's all right, dear. David's come back to us. He's come back from the dead. She doesn't answer. He isn't breathing. David. He's dead.
Yeah, lady. I guess he is. You see this glass bell he was holding? When he fell down, it broke. Looks like one of the pieces of it went straight into his heart. The bell killed him.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Yes, Dr. Williams was dead, but his son is alive and well, even today. Although it wasn't because the bell rang. Of course not. Anyhow, the bell is broken, so there's no way of proving whether or not it had strange powers of life and death, or whether it was just a coincidence that each time it rang, one of the dead lived and the living died. But if I were you, I'd certainly play safe. If you hear a bell ringing tonight, don't answer it. It might be ringing. Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train each week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Totland, Cameron Prudhomme, Eleanor Phelps, Donald Buca, Juan Hernandez, and Mort Lawrence. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Meet Me at the Morgue.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Ralph Paul speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
One, two, three, four. Da-da, 1, 2, 3, 4. Da-da-da. Oh, bother, I can't get that step right. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Bravo. Quite nice work here.
Why do you come sneaking in like that? You got me a fright.
I like to take you by surprise. I often wonder what you do with yourself while I'm away.
What do you think I do?
It would be nice to think that you spend some of your time at the window eagerly watching for my return.
You? I spend most of it dreading the sound of your key in the door.
Well, you'll have a happy release from my presence for a while, my dear. I'm going away.
Going away?
Yeah, doesn't that please you?
Yes, it does.
There's one thing I always like about you, Hetty. You never pretend to do anything but hate me.
Why should I? Isn't everything about you hateful and vile?
Is it?
Everything. I didn't think it was possible for anyone to be as low and beastly as you.
And yet I think you'll miss me while I'm gone.
Miss you?
Yes. Evil has a sort of horrid fascination about it, you know. At first it turns us sick. Then we have to look again just to make sure our eyes didn't deceive us. Then we keep on looking. And after a while we find we rather like the terrible sensations. It's like a strong drug. At first it's agony, and then we crave for it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me put it this way. I believe that the beautiful face of Henry Jekyll would seem colorless after mine.
What can a beast like you know about Henry Jekyll?
I know he's going to be married in a few weeks' time.
Married? He's getting married?
Yes, to such a charming girl. She's in Paris now, buying her trousseau. That's why he and I are going away for a while. His last days of freedom, you know.
What? You and him going away together? He's out of his mind to be even seen with you.
He won't be seen with me. But we'll be together for all that. Together all the time. He'll not get away from me for one moment.
What do you mean? What power have you got over him? You're always hinting and suggesting things. You say you're his friend. You couldn't be a friend to anyone. You're too vile, too horrible. You've got him in your power, that's what it is. You make him give you money, pay for this place here. You're blackmailing him.
Blackmail. Who else accused me of that? Oh, yes, Mr. Utterson, the father of the young lady Henry's going to marry. I hate that man. Someday I'll square accounts with him.
Stop it. Don't look like that. I can't bear to look at you.
You needn't be afraid, Hetty, my dear. I'm not thinking of squaring accounts with you. Not yet. And that reminds me, while I'm away, you'll continue living here. I've arranged for you to get everything you want from the usual shops.
And what else?
What do you mean?
Well, aren't you going to lend me any money?
What do you want money for?
What if I want to go out?
I'm not going to lock you up.
You know what I mean. You've given me food and clothes while I've been here, but never a penny of money. I'm like a slave, that's what I am.
Or a prisoner. But I imagine this is a rather superior sort of jail. Still, if you prefer the other...
I'm not sure that I don't. Anything would be better than you.
Remember, you've got another 2 years of your original sentence to serve. And you'll get at least another 2 years for breaking out of jail the way you did.
Yeah, you've got me, I know that.
Well, of course I have. And I can keep you here, or I can hand you over to the police. But just to prove that I can temper justice with mercy, I'm going to leave you this check for £100. It's yours, and you can spend it as you please.
£100?
Yes, it seems like a fortune, doesn't it? But don't deceive yourself. It won't take you far. You can run away if you like, but when you've spent your money, what will you do then, eh? Don't forget your previous attempts to keep yourself.
I know.
So you'll be here when I get back. Goodbye, my dear, darling little Hetty.
Take your hands off me. Get away.
Oh, such passion. Well, I'd rather have it that way. Hate is a strong sensation. I know it well. I hate people, too. Good people, wise people, hypocrites and liars. People who commit their sins in the dark and hope they won't be found out. Without the courage to be really good or really bad. Oh, I despise them.
Stop your raving and get out of here if you're going. Go on, get out.
You're not little Hetty. That's what I like about you. I've thrashed you, but you aren't coward. You hate me, but you're not afraid.
Hate you. If you only knew how much.
That's right. That's right. That's the look I like in your eyes. They're big and full of fire. Perhaps I'm making a mistake in going away. What can the fat peasant girls in Caravina have compared to you?
And where's Caravina?
In Austria, my dear. That's where I'm going for the festival in the spring.
I didn't see you lying there behind that tree.
It is warm here in the sun. The sheep are grazing peacefully on the side of the hill, so I thought I'd practice a new song for you.
I brought your Mittagessen, fresh bread and cheese and some of Father's beer. He said it's very good this time.
Oh, let us try it then. Sit down beside me and talk a while. You haven't got to hurry away, have you?
Mother said I had to be back in time to help her with the baking. There's pies and buttercream and no end of things to be got ready for tomorrow.
Oh, let the other girls help her. I want you to stay with me. Come, sit down beside the grass here.
We're only betrothed, you know.
Oh, but this time next week we will be married. Well, you will be sorry to leave your father's inn and come to live in a shepherd's hut with me.
But you will not be a shepherd all your life. Your uncle said he would like to have the wool off his sheep this year for being such a good worker and looking after his flock so well.
Oh, but suppose he changed his mind, would you still marry me?
Franz, you know I would. I like you best of all the men in the village. I told you so.
Oh, there's no one like you, Gretel. Even that time when I went down to Linz for the big fair, I didn't see anyone as pretty as you, or with such long golden plaits or white skin. You'd be a beauty no matter where you went.
Well, I'm going to stay in Caravina and marry you. Because you're handsome, and you dance well, and you play me little songs on your flute, and I love you.
Oh, that is as it should be. You wouldn't catch me marrying a girl whose heart didn't beat fast when I kissed her.
Franz, how many girls have you kissed?
Oh, dozens.
But I believe you did carry on with someone else when you were in Linz.
What makes you say that?
I noticed a difference in you when you came back.
Well, as long as I have improved.
You are a wretch. How do I know what you were up to? And all the time I was sitting waiting for you to come back. And not a soul to take a scrap of notice of me, because everybody knows I'm promised to you.
Do you think I am the strongest man in the district for nothing?
Franz, if you were ever jealous of me, would you beat me?
Would I beat you? No. Although I am so strong, I wouldn't beat you. I would never hurt a hair of your head, sweetheart. But you'd break me right in two if anybody ever came between us.
Silly. As if that could be possible. Have we not been sweethearts ever since we were children? Do you remember how you used to carry my bag to school and do my sums for me when the teacher was not looking?
And how you embroidered me my first jacket to wear to church.
And how you danced with me almost all night at our first festival.
And you let me kiss you when I took you home. Do you remember that kiss, Gretel?
I remember. What is that?
Hello. What has frightened the sheep? There must be a stranger about.
Yeah, I can see him. Look, coming round the side of the hill.
Why, he looks like a foreigner. I wonder what brings him here.
He might be that Englishman who was here last year.
Oh, no, this man is taller. We'll soon know. He's seen us. He's coming this way.
How does my hair look? I'm sure you've rustled it and it looks terrible.
Oh, you look so beautiful with your cheeks as rosy and your eyes like stars that I think I'd better send you away before the stranger sees you.
Silly. Call him over.
Hello there.
Hello.
Where are you making for? Is that Conavina down there in the valley below? Yes. Where have you come from? Well, I've been on a walking tour. Do you think I could get a place to stay at in your village? Well, there is the inn. Gretel's father is the owner. We have a room for you. That's fine. How do I get down to it? Just follow this path?
Oh, there is a shorter way than that. I will take you down if you like.
Oh, but surely I can find it myself. Will you just turn off where you reach that big rock about halfway down and takes you right to the center of the village? Good, I'll go down then. Do you plan to stay for a while? Well, a friend of mine was here last year. He told me how beautiful it was.
Oh, you mean the Herr Dr. Lanyon?
Yes, that's right. So, you remember him, huh?
Remember him? Oh, he was charming, so gay and such a dancer. We all hoped he would come back again.
Well, he sent me instead. I hope I'll be able to make a good impression, too.
I
Then I think you need worry about that, Mynheer.
Well, if you go right the way, you should go down and be in time for the midday meal. Gretel has just brought mine to me. Then don't let me keep you from it. I suppose I'll be seeing you later on.
We have our festival next week. You've come just at the right time.
At the right time for what?
For dancing, singing, all sorts of good times.
Oh, that's what I've come for. All sorts of good times. Well, goodbye until I see you again.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who is he, I wonder? He's much better looking than Herr Lanyon.
All the same, I'd rather Herr Lanyon's red, good-natured face than this man's for all his good looks.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but something about him makes me feel uneasy.
Unsolved Mysteries. An old saying is, dead men tell no tales. Nothing could be farther from the truth. In the United States alone, there are several cases on record in which the police, after finding no clue upon which to work, have been led directly to the murderer by a force which, for want of a better name, we call supernatural. Washington Square, an old residential district which has stood still and aloof as the rest of the city has rushed on in the mad whirl of modernism. The houses still have iron railings before them. The street lamps are few and far between. The causeway is cobbled, uneven and hard to walk on. Not a house but has its 5 or 6 steps leading up to the front door. And full bells have not yet been replaced by the shrill ringing electric bells. A soft snow falls, softening the harsh outlines of the buildings, sidewalk and street. Parking lawn and these are all one, a wavy blanket of glistening white. A light shows in number 21, where Jack Hunter addresses a strange company of guests. Now, everyone please make yourselves as comfortable as possible. Cigarettes in that lacquer box, cigars in the humidor. You'll find drinks to your taste in that cabinet. I'm going to stand here, if you don't mind, and explain this, rather unusual situation.
I've simply been on pins and needles ever since I received your letter.
Yes, I can believe that. Putting it as simply as possible, every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, has at some time or another lived in this house. Sometime during the past 32 years.
I lived here in 1911 for exactly 4 nights.
Well, that's 1 night longer than I would stay. I insisted that George move me out the 3rd night. I couldn't stand it.
I believe that I'm right in assuming that each and every one of us has had the same experience.
I lived here 1 whole year, so possibly I did experience a little more than the rest of you.
Yes, Mr. Strange. According to my records, you have lived longer in the house than anyone else. Suppose you summarize.
Well, the first night I slept here, nothing happened. But the second night, I woke with that strange feeling that something was in the room. I was about to turn up the light when I came to a realization that it wasn't necessary, although it was quite dark. I could see figures. They were ranged along the sides of my bed and across the bottom. I couldn't tell about the top because, frankly, I was too frightened to move.
That's just exactly what happened to me.
I saw them the first night. They just stood there and stared. They never said a word, and I couldn't.
That was my experience, and it happened no less than 103 times in 1 year. Gradually, I got used to them. Used to speculate to myself that some of them were more dense, more material than others. Especially one who very often came by herself, a woman.
May I interrupt?
Certainly.
The woman is the key to the whole problem. May I take the story from there?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Almost any minute now, Mr. Crawford will arrive. He wrote to me and said that he had the solution to this visitation and that he'd be here tonight. Until he arrived, I'll tell you about the woman. It was 1909. I lived about 1.5 miles from here. And one morning, snowing, wintry as could be, I left the house to go downtown to my office. I was walking along past Cortlandt Park, and the officer on the beat, Pat O'Malley,
Top of the morning to you, sir. And it's a right brisk morning that it is, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, yes, Pat, like the old days when we were kids going to school.
Yes, sir. Them was the days. We never appreciate them till we have to be up and going in the mornings and off to work. Why, sir? What are you looking at?
Look, Pat, over in the park. Doesn't that look like the outline of a body there under the snow?
Sure, and that it does, sir. And we'll be after going and satisfying ourselves that everything is all right.
Yeah, if we can open the gate. I'll bet it's frozen stiff in this cold.
Then we'll just have to climb the railing, and that we will. Oh, sure now, and don't you be spoiling them good gloves of yours, Mr. Hunter. I'll open them gates.
Yeah, they're opening.
Oh, well, whatever it is, it must have lain there all night. There's not a trace of footprints or anything else.
Yes, Pat, and now that I'm close to it, it looks more like a body than ever.
Well, we'll soon be after finding out that we will. Ooh, all wet and sticky.
And red. She's been murdered, Pat.
And that's no lie. For never yet did anybody stab themselves in the small of the back like this one's been stabbed. Well, I'll call the patrol and we'll take her to the bar.
I don't know if any of you remember the affair.
I do. There never was a trace of the murderer or anything. The papers were full of it. Called it Philadelphia's Unsolved Mysteries.
Correct. I appeared at the inquest. But today, no one but myself knows any more than they did then.
You say no one but yourself?
Yes. I moved from where I was living about 5 years later and came to live here. The first night, I went to bed dead tired from all the hustle of moving, and just as soon as I'd set my alarm clock, I fell sound asleep.
Midnight. The bedroom fills with ghostly, shadowy shapes. Wisps of an intangible something formed in the likeness of human forms. Transparent. Horribly transparent. They ranged themselves about the bed, and in ghastly silence they stared down upon the man Jack Hunter lying there. Jack stirs uneasily in his sleep, turns and tosses, twists himself about, and opens his eyes. Frozen with fear, he lies staring with wide eyes. His lips form words, questions, but nothing that he can do, no effort that he can make will force words out. Another shape enters the room. A woman. Those shadowy nothings about the bed look at the newcomer, and one by one they melt into nothingness. The woman advances to the bed.
You can help me.
What? What is that you said?
You can help me.
I was murdered. I cannot rest until my murderer is known.
The woman. The murdered woman I found in the park.
Yes. You found me in the park. You know my murderer.
I know your murderer.
Yes. Come with me. Follow me to the living room. You will help me. You will let me rest.
Jack Hunter follows the woman through the archway into the living room. She stops before the grand piano, turns her ghastly eyes upon him, and then pointing to a portrait, his wife's portrait.
He murdered me.
Jack claps his hands to his eyes, rocks to and fro, and with a crash falls to the floor in a dead faint. It was almost daylight when I came to. I was pretty groggy.
Oh, what a horrible experience. To find your wife accused of murder.
The horrible part of it was true.
What? You can't.
Yes. My wife had been in a private institution for the violently insane for years. She escaped. I knew nothing about her escape, but I investigated. She returned to the institution 2 days later, her clothes bloodstained. And the institution management glad to get her back so easily. Never said a word.
But why? Why in the name of heaven has all this happened in this house? To the rest of us, we've never done anything for which we should be haunted. Not by one ghost, but by dozens.
I think that ring at the doorbell is the answer we're seeking.
Mr. Crawford?
Yes, Mr. Crawford. I'll go and let him in. Make yourselves comfortable.
I'll be damned if I know what to make of it.
No lie. I'm just as puzzled as I was when I lived here.
Well, we'll see what Crawford has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crawford.
How do you do this?
I have told them, Mr. Crawford, the story to date.
About your wife?
Everything.
In order to understand this, you must realize that Washington Square is very much changed from what it was back in the 80s. Over where the hotel stands today is where the old courthouse used to be. Down there where the gasoline station stands used to be old Meeker's stables. The jail used to stand where the hotel stands now.
This house, that's what we want to know.
Yes. I've been on pins and needles. I still am.
This house used to be the morgue.
After you've heard from your sponsor, a solution to the Washington Square mystery will be given. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you've been waiting.
You said, Mr. Crawford, that this house used to be the morgue?
Yes, I did.
But that still doesn't explain it.
It does, as far as I'm concerned.
You see, when you begin dealing with the mysterious realm beyond the practical and concrete things of life, things that can be weighed, seen, felt, and otherwise measured, you start dealing with situations that can only be investigated by comparison.
What do you mean by comparison?
Comparisons of happenings of a like nature. Comparisons with the experiences of thousands of reputable people who have testified to similar experiences.
You mean that if someone is emotionally upset in a certain house, the imprint of that emotion will be left in the house, almost like a photograph?
That is the claim of many.
Even if people know nothing of what has happened?
Yes. Have you ever walked into a house and had an unexplainable feeling of dislike for the place?
Why, yes, of course.
What causes it? Well, there are many people who say it's an invisible influence left by the previous occupants or previous happenings. It is easy to imagine the heartbreaking scenes in this morgue, the air of gloom, the constant stream of people walking through this building. There's nothing in their mind but the identification of persons who have been murdered or otherwise met violent death.
Then these things which we saw and heard are, well, our own sensitive natures becoming aware of what you call invisible photograph of previous happenings.
Yes, that is a theory advanced. In that state between sleeping and waking, these previous happenings took on an almost tangible form. And when you came back to consciousness, fully aware of what had happened and fully convinced that you had been quite awake the whole time.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. John Lund in The Man in the Room, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Carlo, what's the best bait to use for bass?
I don't know, Hap. Better ask an ichthyologist.
An ichthyologist?
An ichthyologist, an expert on fish. When I need information, I believe in going to an expert.
That go for spark plug information, too?
Sure. And who knows more about the best spark plugs for your car than Autolite ignition engineers, the men who design and build complete ignition systems, used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars.
You mean they know how to build into spark plugs the best in quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage, eh, Hollow?
Of course, Hap. That's what made Autolite the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. And it was Autolite engineering know-how that made possible the development of the Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Man in the Room and the performance of John Lund, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
When I was 10, I first read Edgar Allan Poe's story of the miraculous room. The room whose terrible walls closed slowly in upon their prisoner. Made a deep impression upon me. My most persistent nightmare was that I was the poor devil in the story. I didn't know then that he had been impressed by it too, and that someday I would actually be the man in the room. Excuse me. Can you tell me what floor Miss Markham is on?
Miss Markham? What do you want with her?
Well, I wanted to do some work for me. She does typing, doesn't she?
Third floor. Stepping.
Thank you.
You're a writer?
Yes.
What do you write?
Stories, mostly.
Tell 'em?
Occasionally.
She's down at the end of the hall where you see the door open.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miss Markham?
That's right. What can I do for you?
I saw your ad in the paper. I thought perhaps you could do some work for me.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Typing? Mimeography?
Typing. Manuscript.
You're a writer?
Yes.
Oh. Would you shut the door, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thanks. You'll find that I do absolutely perfect work, and at the most reasonable rates. I've had many years of experience, although not in this city. I've just recently moved here. Would you have much for me to do?
Well, that depends. Frankly, Miss Markham, the price is a factor with me. You see, I'm a freelance writer, and at best, that's a precarious occupation.
I see. Well, is 30 cents a page too much?
Why?
25?
I was about to say that 30 seems extremely reasonable.
Well, I've already said 25, so we'll leave it at that.
You're very kind.
Not at all. Excuse me, please.
Was that the elevator man running down the hall?
Well, no, I didn't see anyone. It's been a lovely day, hasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it has.
I think the weather is so perfect here. I know I'm going to love this city. It's so difficult coming to a new place and trying to establish oneself, especially so late in life. But I think things are going to work out fine.
I hope so.
Would you like to leave your manuscript now?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yes, 40 pages. I'll have that ready for you day after tomorrow.
Oh, that'll be fine. I'll come back and pick it up then. I left the office and rang for the elevator. The old man who ran it didn't speak to me on the way down, but I stood in the back of the car and looked him over carefully. He was a funny little old duck, almost dwarf-sized, with shoulders so rounded he was nearly humpbacked. I was sure he was the one who had been listening at the door upstairs. But, after all, it was none of my affair. 2 days later, I returned to the old office building to pick up my manuscript.
You come to pick up your typing?
Yes.
Here it is. She left it for you.
Oh. Well, I've got to go up anyway. I have some more work for Miss Markham.
I'll take it. She don't want to be disturbed.
Well,
Just give it here.
All right. I gave him the manuscript and left. Several days later, when I returned, he had the completed work ready for me, down on the first floor. That's the way it went on the other occasions when I had typing for Miss Markham to do. The old man took it from me downstairs and had it ready for me when I returned. There was always a reason for me not to go upstairs. Miss Markham was working, didn't want to be disturbed. Or she just left for lunch. Or she wasn't down that day because of illness. One day, when I came to pick up some material, the elevator was not down on the first floor, and my curiosity got the better of me. Instead of ringing, I took the stairs and walked up to the third floor.
Oh, it's you.
Where's Miss Markham?
She ain't here. You can see she ain't.
Yes. Are you typing?
Sure. I help her out sometimes. She's sick today.
Oh, I see.
I just finished your story.
That's fine.
It won't sell, though.
What?
I said it won't sell. It's clumsy.
Oh, you think so?
Yes. It's all hodgepodge. You write too fast.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like it, but if you'll just put it together, I'll send it off anyway.
All right. But it won't sell.
That night at home, I'd been working for hours on a plot for a mystery story. Was having absolutely no luck. I simply couldn't concentrate. Then I had a thought. How would it be to use Miss Markham and the elevator man as a basis for a story? Just take the situation as it stood now and fabricate the rest of the plot from there. Let's see. The old man could have murdered her and hidden the body. Possibly he'd done it immediately after I'd seen her last, and she'd been dead all this time. I even made up a fine name for the elevator man. I called him Draklin. But for the life of me, I couldn't build a story. Why had he killed her? What had he done with the body? The plot wouldn't move. Yet somehow I couldn't discard it and try another. I knew that I was stuck with it until I worked it out. Well, how about the reality? What had happened to Miss Markham? Why hadn't I seen her for over 2 weeks? The only thing to do, I decided, was to find out more about the real situation. Perhaps I could evolve something from that.
Hello?
Hello, George? Bert.
Oh, how are you, Bertie, old boy?
Fine. Listen, George, who does your typing?
My typing? Why, Harrison Lewis.
Oh, yes, at 50 cents a page. I forgot you were rich.
Why?
Well, I thought perhaps you'd seen the same ad in the paper that I did. Miss Markham. She's been doing some work for me.
Markham? No, I didn't see it. Well, why? Is she any good?
Oh, yes, she's very good.
Well, what does she charge?
30 cents a page.
Hey, that is cheap. Maybe I'll switch. Where's she located?
202 West Olive. Why don't you go up and see her anyway? Let me know what she says.
All right, I'll go in the morning.
Fine. Goodbye, George. The next morning, I called information and got Miss Markham's office number. It was not yet listed in the directory. I called the number, somehow knowing there would be no answer.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Miss Markham?
Yes?
Well, this is Mr. Freeland. I heard you were ill yesterday. Just thought I'd call and see how you were.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. I'm feeling much better today.
Oh, I'm glad. I expect to have some more work for you at the end of the week.
All right. Just bring it in.
I will. And, oh, yes, Miss Markham, I haven't received a bill from you yet. Would you send one soon?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Markham.
Goodbye.
I hung up thinking, well, there goes my plot into a cocked hat. I realized then that I had begun to believe something had happened to Miss Markham. Talked myself into it, I guess. Confused the fiction with the reality. But just because she was alive and well, that was no reason why I couldn't still build a good story from the same idea. Now, let's see. Gracklin had killed Miss Markham and hidden the body. But when I called up, she answered. No, I couldn't use that. But wait a minute. Why couldn't I? Why, certainly, there was the twist. Sure. Gracklin gets another woman to impersonate Miss Markham. The only ones he'd have to worry about would be the people who had seen the first Miss Markham. Well, that's the way my story would go anyway. I sat down at my typewriter and made it sing for a couple of hours. The story was coming along fine. Only thing I needed was some background on Gracklin. Well, nothing like the source. At about 4:30 that afternoon, I was down on West Olive Street near the 202 building. At about 5, Gracklin came out and started up the street. He got on a bus, so I looked around for a cab. Cabby, you taken?
Nah, hop in.
Good. Listen, follow that bus, but not too close. I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay.
He stayed on that bus all the way to the end of the line. I got out of the cab about a block before the final bus stop and saw the old man get off. It was almost prairie here. Large vacant lots and only a few scattered houses. He entered one of them. After about 20 minutes, when it was getting dark, I walked slowly up to the place. There was a light around and back, and I went quietly along the side of the house to the window. I looked in. There sat Gracklin, bent over a table, writing with a quill pen. But it was the room that surprised me. The walls were filled from floor to ceiling with books. Heavy, scholarly books. And then I saw it. On a smaller table against the wall stood her picture. She was younger in the photo and prettier, but it was unmistakably she. Miss Markham.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. John Lund in The Man in the Room. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
ichthyologists and zoologists have anything in common?
Well, in a way, Hap, you see, any kind of an ologist is an expert in his field.
Well, I guess that makes you a spark plugologist, eh, Wilcox?
Well, not exactly. I'm more of a gabologist. The real experts are the Autolite ignition engineers. They design and build complete ignition systems for use as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. So naturally, they've built spark plugs that will work as a team with the ignition systems. Spark plugs that are unexcelled for quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage.
Sounds logical.
Of course. And these same Autolite engineers developed the famous Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
They're experts, all right, Harlow.
So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, John Lund, in The Man in the Room, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
In the next morning's mail was her bill. There was a mistake. She charged me 40 cents a page. So I put on my coat and started downtown. As I walked up Olive Street, I wondered if Draxton would let me up to see Miss Markham. If it were in my story, he couldn't, because I'd immediately recognized her as another woman. 3, please.
Watch your step.
Miss Markham is in today?
Yep.
You know, I haven't seen her for some time. She's always been out or sick or something.
That's so?
Certainly it's so. You were the one who kept telling me.
Oh. Well, I can't remember everybody who comes in here.
Oh, I shouldn't think it would be too hard. I'll bet not over 10 people a day come in here. This is the most deserted office building I've ever seen.
Well, sometimes it is a little quiet. You know where it is?
Yes.
Come in.
Miss Markham. You are Miss Markham.
Yes, of course. What?
Oh, no reason. I'm a little confused. Been writing too much lately, I guess.
Oh.
Well, the reason I came down is because of your bill.
There's a mistake.
But don't you remember you said you were going to charge me 25 cents a page? But your bill says 40.
Oh, yes, I do remember now. That's right, 25. The error is mine. I'll change it. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't worried about it. If you'd like to refigure it, I can leave you a check right now.
Do you possibly have the cash?
Well, let's see. Yes? Yes, I think I do. Would you prefer that?
If you don't mind.
I paid the bill and went home. Back to my story. My story that had turned out to be pure fiction after all. Miss Markham was alive and well and back in her office, looking just as she had the first time I saw her. Well, I had used all of the real situation I could, and from now on I was operating on pure imagination. Let's see. Hey, wait a minute. Just because she looks the same doesn't mean she's the same woman. She was a twin, see? The first Miss Markham's twin sister. And Gracklin was, their brother. Why had he killed the first Miss Markham? Well, for money, her life savings. That was always a good motive. And the twin sister was in on it and would split with him. Fine. I rattled off the story, and the next morning brought it in to be typed.
Good morning, Mr. Freeland.
Good morning, Miss Markham. Got another story for you.
Oh? Well, I'm not sure that I can start on anything right now. I'm closing up the office, you know.
Oh?
Oh, yes. This climate doesn't agree with me at all. As a matter of fact, I never did like city life.
You've evidently changed your mind about things.
I beg your pardon?
Remember the first day you came up here? You were telling me how well you liked our city and the weather?
Oh, yes. Well, you can always depend on a woman, can't you?
Yeah, I guess so. I really wish you could finish this story for me. It's not very long.
Oh?
Only about 28 pages.
I see. Well, perhaps I can rush it out. I sort of feel that I owe you something anyway.
Why?
For being so nice about that mistake I made on your bill.
Oh, that was nothing.
Well, leave the manuscript here, and I'll try to have it done by tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's my last day. Come in about 2 o'clock.
Right. And thanks a lot, Miss Markham. The next day was Saturday. And if the building had seemed deserted on other days, it had really been a beehive compared to 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Now it was a morgue. When I entered Miss Markham's office, she was standing there holding a sheaf of papers.
Mr. Freeland, where did you ever get the idea for that story?
Oh, well, I hope it didn't disturb you, but I was desperate for a plot, and I guess I just let my imagination run wild.
I see. Well, I'll just put it in an envelope.
Thank you. And I'll pay you now because I probably won't see you again.
That's right. You probably won't. Well, I guess I'll just say goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Markham, and good luck.
Thank you. And the same to you.
Drackman was waiting for me there on the 3rd floor. He had probably just stayed there while I was in the office. I got in the elevator, and he closed the door.
Get your story, Mr. Freeland?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Not a bad story. Miss Markham let me read it.
Oh?
But it needs rewriting.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. Like I told you before, Mr. Freeland, you write too fast. You aren't careful enough with reality.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, now that part about hiding the body in the elevator shaft, for instance, you almost had a good thing there, but I could tell you've never been in an elevator shaft. Have you?
I know. You passed the 1st floor.
Let's go down a bit. I'd like to show you something. This is the basement.
Yes. Yes, I see.
You notice how the air gets closer as you go down? It's little touches like that that make a story real.
Ah.
Sub-basement. Mr. Freeland, would you like to see what an elevator shaft looks like?
Well,
Come on, it's very interesting, especially for a writer.
All right.
Fine, follow me. Now, we'll just go down these stairs on your left. There's only a few of them, but they're kind of dark. Be careful.
I will.
Wouldn't want you to fall. Now, we go through this little steel door. After you, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you.
I see. This is what the bottom of an elevator shaft looks like.
Yes, it is interesting.
You could make all kinds of noise down here and no one would know.
Well.
Now, about your story. You had me, Drackman, bury the woman in the floor of the shaft. Now, that would never do.
No?
No. If you dug a grave down here, the inspector would find it in a minute.
Oh.
Ah, yes. The inspector's very sharp. Very sharp. But in the wall.
The wall?
Yes. See those bricks? Now, if I go to exactly the right place, look, I can pull several of them right out. And after I've got all the loose ones out, there's a regular cavity been dug out behind them. Come here. Look for yourself.
Miss Markham!
Yes. See how snugly she fits in there? I spent a long time digging that hole.
She's dead. You killed her.
Yes. Didn't you really know? I'll just put these bricks back now. You had some of the things quite right. The woman upstairs is really her twin sister. This one's name is Dorothy. I married Dorothy, but I should have married Millie. You see, Mr. Freeland, I am a writer, too. More than a writer, a poet. But I didn't sell anything, and Dorothy lost faith in me. She typed stories for hats like yourself, while I had to turn to running an elevator. She caused me to lose faith in myself. Finally, Dorothy left me and came here. I followed her and got a job in the same building. At last, I did what I'd wanted to do for years. I killed her. When I told Millie, she said I'd done quite right, and she came here to help me.
You're insane.
No, Mr. Freeland. I am a poet.
I'm getting out of here.
No, I don't think you are, Mr. Freeland. Are you surprised how strong I am? I've done many things in my time, even lifted weights in a circus.
You madman.
No, don't try to get up, Mr. Freeland, or I'll just have to knock you down again. You see, I've got something quite interesting in store for you. You remember Edgar Allan Poe's wonderful story about the man in the room that got smaller and smaller until it would crush the life out of him?
What are you talking about?
There, Mr. Freeland, I have such a room. You're in it now. The walls won't move, but the ceiling will. Look about you. Most elevators won't go all the way to the bottom of the shaft, but this one will. I fixed it.
Get out of my way, you lunatic.
I warned you, Mr. Freeland.
He hit me a crushing blow, and I dropped to the ground, stunned.
And you were wrong on my name. It's Al Jones.
Then he jumped out of the door and slammed it shut. I staggered to it, but there was no knob or latch of any kind on the inside. It was smooth and flush with the wall. I heard his footsteps running up the stairs. Then I heard them above me, in the elevator. Then came a sound that drove me to panic. Racklin! Stop! You'll never get away with 2 murders. You'll go to the electric chair. Racklin! Listen. I won't tell anybody about Miss Markham. I'll tear up the story. Racklin! I sank to my knees till it came on. And I fell flat on my face. And still it came closer and closer, only inches away now. Desperately, I flung out my arms to flatten myself close to the ground. And my hand touched the bricks of the wall. Found one of the loose ones. Without knowing what I was doing, I clawed at the loose brick and pulled it out a little. Then, miraculously, the elevator hung suspended. The side of it caught on the brick. I knew it wouldn't be stopped for long. Already the side of the elevator was grinding into the brick, and in a moment it would break it and come pressing down upon me like an ant. But then I heard a new sound. The elevator stopped crushing into the brick now and hung motionless. He'd evidently shut off the power. He was trying to make up his mind what to do. Suddenly, the elevator lifted. I saw it going up and up, away from me. And then, I don't remember. I must have fainted. The next thing I knew, 2 policemen were holding me up, asking me questions. I told them something of what had happened, and then I asked them about the elevator man.
Oh, him? Well, we sent him off in the wagon. That was a funny thing. You see, there was this guy from some publisher, I think he was. Came here to tell this elevator guy they'd won some big poetry contest. Well, this fellow from the publisher waited around upstairs and finally started pressing the buzzer. When the elevator came up, the old man jumped out, knocked the publisher guy down, and then went running out into the street. That's when we got him. After we sent him off, we came back to investigate. And we found you.
Really? Really? Well, that's about all there was to it. Except that old Racklin really was a pretty good writer, I guess. Because I made the changes he suggested. And you know what? I sold the story.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. John Lund.
Hello. Got another poem for you.
Okay.
Harlow Wilcox, the car owner's delight, awoke one night from a deep dream of
Autolite. But let's be more specific, Cap. I dreamed that every car in America was equipped with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And you know, spark plugs are only one of more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Miss Claire Trevor. The play is called Angel Face, and it is, as we say, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Man in the Room is an original play written for radio by William Idelson and Mary Castle. John Lund is currently being co-starred with Barbara Stanwyck in the Paramount picture No Man of Her Own. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Charles Boyer, Edward G. Robinson, Jack Carson, and Dennis O'Keefe. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Claire Trevor.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite Sta-Full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
In spite of better food supplies, millions are still starving in Europe and Japan. The need is particularly acute in Free Berlin. Send your contributions to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Miss Claire Trevor in Angel Face, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
The flowers are blooming this spring. Tra-la. Have nothing to do with it.
Hey, Hap. You better save that for the bathtub or consult a voice expert.
Seems to be an expert for everything these days, Wilcox. Everything from voices
to spark plugs. Take Autolite spark plugs, for instance. They're designed by Autolite ignition engineers. The men who engineer spark plugs, just as they engineer coils, distributors, wire, and all the other important parts of the ignition system to work together as a perfect team. Why, the skill of these ignition engineers has made Autolite spark plugs world famous for their quality and dependability.
Ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you might say.
Yes, sir, and these same Autolite engineers developed the famous Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
Real experts, eh, Wilcox?
Right you are, Hap. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Angel Face and the performance of Claire Trevor, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Whom did you wish to see?
I see her already, if you don't mind. Out of my way.
But, Mama.
They've got a doorman downstairs in this building. You're supposed to get yourself announced, honey.
The name is Wheeler. Does it mean anything to you?
Wheeler?
I had caught Ruby Rose Redding, the noted burlesque queen, at breakfast time. Hers, not mine. 2:45 in the afternoon. Breakfast was a tomato and lettuce, untouched, and a glass of bromo seltzer. She banged her cigarette to death against an ashtray and looked me up and down, like auditioning me for her chorus line.
Wheeler, what's it supposed to mean? Are you his mother?
I'm a little young for the part, but I'm the only one he's ever had.
Oh, now I get it. The big sister act. Okay, run through it once, then get out of here.
Sure. I don't mind coming right out with it in front of your maid if you don't.
Yeah. Suzette, take Crystal around the block a couple of times.
Madame, I took him once already.
Well, take him again. Maybe you can get him tomorrow already.
But, Madame...
Get out of here.
Oui, Madame.
Well, I'll give it to you short. I want you to lay off my brother.
Your brother? Now, let's see. What am I supposed to have done to him?
He's been spending money like wild. Money that doesn't come out of his salary. And another thing. He started wearing a gun about 2 weeks after you started wearing him.
Did I teach him to shoot it, too?
No, but I think some of your friends may have.
Oh, you've been reading the gossip columns. Well, I read them, too. Some big gun from Philly is supposed to be paying my rent. Forget it, honey. That's my publicity. Now will you get out of here and let me get my massage?
Look, give him a break, will you? Pick on someone your own size.
Well, of all the... Hey, I've heard of wives pulling this bit, and even mothers. And once in a picture, it was the old man. Now it's his sister. Well, send Grandma around tomorrow. I'll beat it.
I walked out past her. If she'd touched me, I think I'd have murdered her.
Oh, sis. Where you been?
Oh, I went for a walk. Why aren't you at work?
I quit my job.
You did? Chick, you aren't going to Chicago with that dame, are you?
Why Chicago?
Well, it's in Variety. Ruby Rose is opening a club there. It also says a big-shot gangster from Philly is backing it.
Oh, what?
Well, does he know about you?
What are you trying to do, scare me off?
Oh, no. You're such a big shot, that wouldn't work.
All that about that guy, that's nothing but publicity. Ruby told me all about it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, look, sis, you don't know her like I do.
Oh, Chick, I'm not going to let you get mixed up with this.
No cracks, Jerry.
Look, Ruby Rose Redding makes good money, all right, but the rent on that plush-lined rat trap she lives in, if you can call it living, is around $3,000 a month. Now, somebody's paying those bills.
Oh, nuts. What do you really know about
More
her?
than you ever will.
Please.
I'm in show business, too, you know.
Oh, lay off, will you?
Chick, wait, listen.
I heard enough.
Chick, please.
Get away from the door, Jerry. I never raised a hand to you in my life, and I don't want to now.
I won't let you go, Chick. Not for her. Not for something that ought to be washed out of your hair with gasoline.
Get out of my way, Jerry.
Oh, don't go, Chick. You're heading straight for the 8-ball. Chick, don't go to her. Dissolved 2 girl sitting at kitchen table playing very solitary solitaire. About 4 that morning, I was looking for an aspirin when the doorbell buzzed. Chick,
You're Jerry Wheeler, aren't you?
He was nice. I found out his name later. Lieutenant Nick Burns. The other one had a face like one of those cobblestones they dug out of 8th Avenue when they tore up the trolley tracks.
Your brother. What time do you leave here this evening?
I really couldn't say. My clock's out of order.
Miss Wheeler, your brother was going to Chicago with Ruby Rose Redding, the dancer. You knew that, didn't you?
Oh, now, why would he go anywhere with anyone with a name like that?
Your brother went to the Alcazar Apartments at 8:15 tonight and beat up this Redding dame.
What?
Then he put his 2 big thumbs on her throat and throttled her until she was dead.
You're just saying that. He's just saying that, isn't he?
That's the way it is, Angel Face.
Well, he didn't do it. Please, he didn't do it. All right, I did know about him and Ruby Rose, but he couldn't have done that.
I've been on the squad 8 years, Angel Face, and we never in all that time caught a guy as dead to rights as your brother. He showed up with his valise in the foyer of the Alcazar at exactly 12 minutes past 8 tonight. He said to the doorman, "What time is it? Did Miss Redding send her baggage down yet? We've got to make a train." Well, she had sent her baggage down, and then she changed her mind. She had it all taken back upstairs again. There's your motive right there.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
The doorman rang her apartment and said through the intercom, "Mr. Wheeler's here," and she gave a dirty laugh and sang out, "I can hardly wait."
I don't see that. So what?
So she was alive at 13 minutes past 8. The doorman went out for coffee at 8:15. At 8:20, Ruby Rose asked the operator to give her the police. She was shrieking with fear. At 8:32, I arrived. Your brother was crouched over her, shaking her, and she was dead.
Oh, no.
There were 2 thumbprints on her neck, as well as the marks of a big signet ring where she'd been pummeled. The initial, W, for Wheeler. Is that a case, or isn't it?
Was Chick wearing that ring when you arrested him?
No, but there's a ring mark on his right third finger where he got rid of a ring he'd been wearing a long time.
He pawned it. He needed money.
Told us he lost it.
Well, even if he did hit her, how do you know somebody else wasn't in that apartment just before Chick showed up? Where was that French maid of hers?
Discharged. Got her notice and 2 weeks' pay and left around 6. Story checks.
Did Chick confess?
Oh, no. He was crouched over, shaking her, trying to restore her, he said.
All right, I'll tell you everything. Write it down.
Yeah, that's more like it.
I went there this afternoon and told her if she didn't lay off my brother, I'd kill her. I came back home, found Chick packed up, ready to leave. I tried to stop him. He hit me. Ask the neighbors. They heard us rowing. He struck me, and I couldn't stand it. I beat it up to her place in a taxi. Got there first, went in the back way, and gave her one last chance to leave him alone. She wouldn't take it. She was all soft and squashy, and I just grabbed her by the neck and pushed hard. I've got big thumbs, too.
Mm-hmm. Got all that, Coley?
Yep.
Well, that about puts the lid on it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, Angel Face?
Aren't you going to take me?
Who wants you?
Oh, you think this is one of those phony confessions. Well, maybe the newspapers won't think so, and they'll be right.
Maybe you did do it at that. Maybe I'm underestimating you. What was she wearing?
Pajamas.
You're right. That was a good guess. See you later, Angel Face.
The way he said it, I couldn't tell whether it was a threat or a promise. I never saw him again until after the jury had found my brother guilty of murder in the first degree.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Claire Trevor in Angel Face, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello, speaking of experts...
Experts, did you say? That reminds me of Autolite Ignition Engineers, the men who design and build complete ignition systems, used as original factory equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. They're ignition experts. So naturally, they know how to build Autolite spark plugs so they'll work as a perfect team with all the other important parts of the ignition system.
That means they know how to build into spark plugs the best in quick starting, smoother performance, and gas mileage, eh, Harlow?
Righto, and say it's the skill of these same Autolite engineers that made possible the development of the Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
Edgewise.
How's that again, Hap?
Just trying to get a word in edgewise, Harlow.
Well, here's the last word, Hap. See your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Claire Trevor, in Angel Face, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I was coming out of the courtroom in a wet hen frame of mind, and guess who had an umbrella?
Hello, Angel Face.
Get away from me, you butcher.
The girl, feeling better already, huh?
Just keep out of my way.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Angel
Let
Face.
go of me.
You need help, baby. I'm trying to give it to you.
All right. Tell me the name of the little man who wasn't there.
Wasn't where?
In that courtroom, standing trial for her murder in place of Chick. Can't you see it's got to be another... Oh, what's the use of trying to sell you?
Oh, go on. Sell me. Convince me your brother didn't do it, and I'm with you up to the hilt.
Well, why did you wait till now to say that?
Well, you didn't give me anything to go on. Nothing but that phony confession of yours.
Well, it was better than the perjured testimony of that doorman and that phony French maid. And you sat up there with your face hanging out and put in your 2 cents worth.
Look, Angel Face, I was sent by my superiors in answer to the patrolman's call that night. Questioned Chick and put him under arrest. Don't hold that against me.
What do you care whether I hold it against you?
You really don't know?
No.
Look in the mirror sometime and find out.
Right then, I decided to stop holding it against him that he was a detective. I kind of liked the guy, and maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to help clear my brother. And over a couple of Manhattans and a cheery little bar, I told him so.
Uh-huh. Well, you got a plan, Angel Face, or are you going into it blind?
I think I'll start with that French maid.
Why her? She left 2 hours before the murder. That's level.
Yeah, maybe so, but she was greased plenty to soft pedal the one right name that belongs in this case. She may not have been there, but she knew who to expect around. She may even have tipped him that Ruby Rose was throwing him over for Chick.
But if she's been paid off enough to commit perjury, what makes you think she'll tell you anything?
I'll club it out of her if I have to.
Wait a second. Here. Try this first. Use a little intimidation with it. It may work.
$150.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, aren't you married or anything?
Not yet, Angel Face. Now, here's her address. Suzette LeBlanc, real name Susie White, 435 West 54th.
The street had been roped off, and there was a block party or something going on. Anyway, it was noisy. I elbowed my way up the steps of 435 and found Susie White's name on the bell panel. I broke my best fingernail on the button. No response. I pushed into the hall past the drunk, falling out.
Pardon me.
And fought my way through the fumes to the stairway. Her door was standing open. The lock was broken, and the molding was a mess of splinters. This was the point where the private eye always finds the dead body, but I didn't find anything. Somebody had taken the room apart. I wondered if they had found what they were looking for. When I hit the street again, the ugly-faced drunk I had passed coming in was standing by the front steps. And there was a fresh wood splinter clinging to the elbow of his coat. I remembered the splinters on the broken door upstairs. I stopped next to him and made like straightening my seams. I looked good that way. Then I started walking. Fast. So did he. I paused in front of some steps leading down to a basement apartment and waited for him.
Hello, beautiful.
Well, how are you?
Just fine. Is this your house?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, how about a little drink, baby?
Uh-huh.
Invite me in.
Sure. You go first.
Yeah.
He hit the iron railing with his head on the way down, and the paving stones at the bottom did the rest. It was right there in the first pocket I looked in, behind his wallet. A letter addressed to Ruby Rose Redding and postmarked Philadelphia. Nick, here I am, over here.
Oh, hello, Angel Face.
Nick,
I know you didn't find her. I may as well tell you why. She doesn't live there anymore.
What?
They fished her body out of the Hudson about a half hour ago.
Oh. Well, what are you smart detectives calling it? Suicide?
I might as well.
Listen, she was being paid off to keep quiet about a certain friend of Ruby Rose's.
Wow.
He must have decided he didn't dare leave any bets uncovered.
What certain friend, for instance?
This certain friend, for instance. I watched his face as he read it. I knew every word of it by heart. It said, Dear Ruby, I hear you've been running around with some punk. I don't believe a word of it, but you better get rid of him before I hit town. We'll be in New York Friday night. Milk. P.S. The Chicago deal is off. I'm giving you featured spot at the Calcutta instead. About that punk, drop him or I drop you.
Milt. So that's the missing name. Milk Miletus. Plays rough, too. Runs the Calcutta Club.
And Friday night, Nick. The night she was killed. Miletus. The initial on that ring could have been M as well as W.
Yeah, I never thought of that. But Miletus spells real dough, baby. Your brother wasn't even car fare to Ruby Rose.
Oh, maybe she was scared of Miletus. And maybe she wanted out.
Well, could be. You could sell me, but I convince easy from you, baby. You're not selling it to the grand jury.
She had something on Miletus, and that's why he couldn't afford to lose control of her. Well, what Ruby Rose Redding could squeeze out of a man, I can.
Yeah, what he squeezed out of her, he could also squeeze out of you. Namely, your breath.
Oh, yes, but I have a friend on the force.
Well, maybe Ruby Rose had a friend on the force, too.
Why do you say that?
If she didn't, it would be the only department she missed. Oh, what now?
Come and catch my act at the Calcutta Club.
Go on, lift them a little higher. Don't be coy.
Look, I sing and dance, and that's all.
You got any numbers with you?
Numbers? Look, what are we wasting time for? Let's meet the guy who does the hiring.
Hey, wait a minute. Mr. Miletus wants you. Well.
She says she wants to meet you, Mr. Miletus.
Sure, why not?
Well, hello.
Hello yourself.
Oh, Mr. Miletus. You know, I've always wanted to work for you.
Okay. We start at Calcutta tomorrow night.
Oh, thanks.
Buy yourself some up-to-date lyrics, get yourself a dress. Mac will tell you the kind I like.
The silver dress they put on me fit like a wet compress. I wore it for 2 nights, and Milt Miletus sat at his table. On the 3rd night, after my last spot, after the orchestra had gone away, I got the message from Garcia.
Hello, baby.
Hello.
Angel face, huh?
Yeah, My name is Say Angel, so I call myself Angel Face.
Good tag. Sit down, Angel face.
I gave him my warmest high-voltage smile and took out my compact. I saw my eyes in the mirror, and in each iris there was a little electric chair with chips strapped in it. That made it a lot easier to keep the high voltage running through Milt Miletus. He was good-looking in a swarthy, loose-lipped sort of way. Nothing that tagged him as a gangster except his name and a habit of keeping his right hand in his coat pocket all the time as if he were holding a gun. We talked through the bottle of champagne, and he ordered another. I kept smiling because somehow I had to get into his apartment. We went back to what we'd been talking about, and I said, well, some night I might just feel like changing the scenery around me. Dissolve to girl entering the Miletus apartment on Park Avenue. It was a duplex with a 2-story living room and a bedroom opening off a balcony. I decided to start at the top and work down in case I needed to get out of there fast. I gave his bedroom the suspicious wife treatment. On the night table, I found the 9 letters to Ruby Rose and a bunch of treasury certificates, the kind doctors have to make out to get narcotics. In a box containing studs, cufflinks, and 132 caliber bullet, I found what I was really looking for and never really expected to find. A signet ring with the initial M on it. When I got the bell, I thought fast. If Miletus was out of town, everybody who knew his private number would know better than to ring it. If he was checking up on me, I had nothing to lose, so... Hello?
Angel face?
Oh, Nick. Oh, what a scare you gave me. Listen, I've got all I need. Some dope certificates, the rest of the letters, and best of all, a signet ring with his initial. How am I doing?
Not so good. Miletus just got back. Sore as the devil over a phony wire somebody sent her to decoy him out of town.
Well, that was me. Only I thought he'd stay overnight at least. How did you know I was here?
Angel face, did you really think I'd let you go into this alone? I'm downstairs now. I've been watching every minute.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I wouldn't have been so scared.
You ought to be scared. He left the club 5 minutes ago. Must be...
Oh, all right, Nick.
Now, look, Angel face, if you...
Nick, someone just came in.
Take it easy, baby. Sergeant Coley and I'll be right up.
I went out onto the balcony that overlooked the living room. Miletus was there. He looked surprised and pleased when he saw me. Then the man with him looked up, and I nearly plunged over the rail. It was Ugly Face, the masher I had kicked down the flight of stairs. Miletus turned to him.
Get up, Rocco. Can't you see I have company? Wait a minute. That's her. The dame I was telling you about. Don't be calling my lady friend dame. I'm trying to tell you. Come here, Angel Face. Come on down. Don't be scared.
Oh, sure, Milt. Why should I be afraid of you?
At last, huh? Finally, you wanted a change of scenery.
boss.
Mm-hmm.
Get out, Rocco.
Well, yeah.
Get out.
Okay, Milt. It's your party.
Come here, Angel.
Now, wait a minute.
What for?
Well, a girl likes some soft lights and a little sweet music, you know.
Okay, I'll go mix us a drink.
He came back from the bar on tiptoe with the drinks, looking like a cat stalking a bowl of cream. I threw up my first line of defense. I picked up my purse and made like making up my face.
Well, honey, what's the big idea?
I'm just putting on my face.
Oh, you don't need it.
My purse.
Leave it there.
Oh, I will not. Those are my things. You haven't any right...
Hey, what's that?
Just things of mine. Some letters.
Let me see those.
No.
Let me see
No.
those. Oh. What else did you lift out of my room?
I was jealous. Her letters.
Sit down. You're plenty jealous. Jealous of the whole United States Treasury, eh?
Bill, open up!
Stay where you are.
What's up, Rocco? I tried to tell you about the dame. She's trying to frame you. She's Wheeler's sister. You weren't at the trial. You weren't through.
Shut up about Wheeler. What got you so excited?
There's cops all around the building. 2 detectives coming up.
Okay, Rocco.
cheap little. I'll fix you. Even if they get me, I'll fix you.
You're wrong, Milt. I took those things because I knew they were coming here. I did it for you.
Oh, for me, she says.
No!
I looked up at Miletus. There was blood running down the part of his hair. He dropped down to his knees beside me like he wanted to apologize, but he didn't say anything. Then he fell over on his side and didn't get up anymore. His right hand, the one he always held in his coat pocket, was grabbing at the rug. There wasn't any thumb on it. And there'd been 2 big thumb marks on Ruby's throat.
Hey, that wasn't necessary, Nick. You didn't have to kill him. He let go of her when we came in.
I know. I shouldn't have, but he had that right hand in his pocket always. I thought he had a gun in there. Anyway, I saved the state some money. You got that stuff, Angel Face?
It's over there in my purse.
Good.
Nick, Ruby Rose was throttled by a man with big hands. 2 big thumb marks on her neck. Look at Miletus. No right thumb.
Yeah, that's bad, Angel Face.
Nick.
What?
This ring here. Isn't this your fraternity ring? Don't move, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. Do we have to mention all this, Chloe?
Yeah, Nick. I think we'd better.
So that's about it, Captain.
And as you know, sir, Nick met Ruby Rose while he was doing undercover work on Milton Miletus.
Yeah, but I didn't know he'd gone on seeing her after he left the assignment.
I guess nobody did, except me.
Yes, and Sergeant Coley clinched the whole thing with that ring.
Well, Miss Wheeler, the ring clinched the case all right, but not against Miletus. An M upside down, see, is a W. But an M sideways is a Greek letter.
And Nick planted it in Miletus' apartment for me to find, huh? It was Nick's fraternity ring.
Yeah, that's right.
He was probably afraid you were digging too deep to find the real killer, so he killed Miletus to make you drop the case.
Oh, his plan might have worked without Coley here.
Well, Miss Wheeler, this isn't exactly good news, but thank you for filling in some of the blanks.
Oh, Captain.
Yeah?
When will Chick be free?
It takes a little time, but he'll be home. I guess he learned about women the hard way, huh?
Oh, he hasn't learned anything yet. That kid brother of mine. Just wait till I get him home.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Claire Trevor.
Harlow, the expert. Wilcox, the bright. Never will desert the cause.
Because of Autolite. Because, folks, Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, voltage regulators, wire and cable starting motors, electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, if your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Dennis O'Keefe. The play is called Very Much Like a Nightmare. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Angel Face is an original play written for radio by Cornell Woolrich. Claire Trevor may currently be seen co-starred with Fred McMurray in Borderline. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Charles Boyer, Edward G. Robinson, and Jack Carson. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Dennis O'Keefe.